It's glowy.
Bro, you told me that the sun looks like plasma, and then you show me this picture which looks nothing like the picture of the sun you showed me. Not even close. Like, it's so not even close that I could sing that song from Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just isn't the same. All right, I'll give you another chance.
Is this one better?
All right, that doesn't look anything like that picture of the sun, bro. Like, I mean, except maybe it's in a kind of a, you got a little curve action going on there, almost a whole circle. So you're getting closer.
What do you think about that plasma being contained without a container? Because gas pressure supposedly can do that. And do you know how plasma in laboratory conditions is contained, like in these pictures?
Yeah, it's in a container.
No, it's not a physical container. It's contained using an electromagnetic field. Because if it was a physical container, that container would melt. Because that plasma is, you can even make that plasma in lab hotter than on the sun.
Right. So where's the electromagnetic field?
It's in the machine. The machine that the plasma is inside of uh, produces it.
Right. So it's inside a container then.
Yes, but it isn't touching the walls.
Okay.
It's in a container because it has to be contained in the field, so something has to produce it.
Right. So you need a specific electromagnetic field, right?
Yes.
Within the container that's creating the electromagnetic field, right?
Yes.
Right. So then you couldn't do this without a container, right?
Uh, Technically, yes, but
Really?
it isn't in the same way that you describe the gas needing that container in the way that it has to bounce of it.
Dude, this is plasma, not gas. So
Plasma is a gas, but that is very heated.
what?
Uh, Plasma is gas that is ionized. So, like where you have the neons on the street, for example, that light the street up, it's plasma, but it's simply the gas that was enough heated to start glowing. It's the element that composes it is gas, like for example helium or argon or neon or whatever other.
So what are the states of matter? Right.
solid, gas, liquid, and plasma. And there's
There you go.
more, but I'm not enough knowledgeable to talk about them because they are
Right.
weird and
Just
need
like the
some
solid
very
isn't a
specific
gas.
conditions.
Right. A solid isn't a gas, isn't a liquid, isn't a plasma, then neither is a plasma a gas.
Uh, yes, but this
Or yes, but nothing.
that plasma is composed of elements that are normally in gaseous state. I mean, in the
Okay.
conditions that are on Earth.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. So in a particular set of conditions, right, this thing is normally a solid, but now it's a liquid. Therefore, it's a solid. Uh, yes, dude. Plasma in an electromagnetic field, right, being suspended within a container that's creating the electromagnetic field, being appealed to that you can have gas pressure without a container. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, unless you're stating what the sun is plasma that's being floating from an electromagnetic field, then maybe that'd be a corollary. But I don't think that's what you're trying to do. Hey, well, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe the sun is a giant metal container with an electromagnetic field inside and a plasma inside.
Apocryphon is asking why does NASA fake CGI flames and flares coming off the sun, and the answer is very simple: that they don't. The sun simply has different layers that are in different deepness underneath the atmosphere of the sun, and with different filters for different wavelengths of light, you can penetrate through different numbers of these layers and see different layer as the most outer layer and the surface of the sun. So, for example, one of the emissions light of hydrogen, which is called hydrogen alpha, if you take that filter of hydrogen alpha and place it on the telescope, then you can see all of these flares because that filter isolates the most bright layer of the sun, which is photosphere, but it at the same time is the most boring one because there are no prominences in it. It looks like in the picture I posted already, but that filter hydrogen alpha, it isolates that layer which produces the most light and shows the much dimmer layer, but in that layer much more activity is going on, and you can see all of these things that are very close to the images NASA shows. So it simply depends on the wavelengths of light you're looking for.
Oh, cool. All right, friends, I gotta go, so I gotta get a little bit, maybe a little nap before the day.
Like, if you want, I can show an example of a photo taken in hydrogen alpha. These are special telescopes that are dedicated only for observations of the sun. They're quite expensive, but are available pretty much to general public. If you're bored and have a lot of money to spend on looking at gas coming off the sun, then you're free to do that. I also can show the time lapses because I also had them somewhere, but I would have to find them. And these are, I think, more spectacular because you can see how that actually develops over time, how all of these flares are moving and exploding.
And how does this information impact your life?
It doesn't. Does something have to impact my life directly in order for it to be true?
I was wondering why you'd learn about something that you don't care about.
I learn about something because I simply have interest in that thing. I don't have to have any rational reason to have an interest. That's something that is simply coming.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Yes, so why are you asking obvious questions if you don't like obvious answers?
No, just wondering. Are you a scientist of any kind?
No, I'm simply a hobbyist. I just have a amateur telescope and I am looking at things for no particular scientific reason.
Breathing. Let me ask you something. I put it in text chat, but you didn't reply. It's okay. I could talk.
Yes, now,
You
now I'm looking at other servers because I'm searching for the time lapses.
no worries. Let me ask you something. Everything you said is textbook. It's like a chapter. Uh, in the old textbook science books tells you what the sun is, what it does, how it does, why it does, yada yada yada. But let's use logic real
Yes,
quick. Okay? You believe that the environment around the sun is the same as around us, right? A vacuum.
yes, basically.
All right. What happens with gas in a vacuum?
In gas in a vacuum, it disperses if it isn't pulled by any kind of other attraction.
Can anything keep its form or shape in a vacuum?
Yes, gravity,
That
for example.
okay. So the sun is made out of gravity.
No, it's made of matter, and matter has a
Okay.
property of gravity.
Okay. So what happens to matter in a vacuum?
Uh, Nothing.
Nothing. It just sits at the bottom of the floor, right, of the vacuum chamber that's created. Now
That
now what?
depends on the type of matter,
Okay. So
the
now
type of forces that are going on.
okay. So now let's talk about what the sun in your paradigm. What is the matter of the sun? What is it made out of?
Mainly hydrogen and helium
Okay.
in
If
the
you
state of
took
plasma.
okay, if you took plasma into a vacuum, what will happen to it?
Nothing, I guess.
Nothing.
Yes.
It'll just sit at the bottom of the vacuum.
I don't think it would sit at the bottom of a vacuum. It would like expand to
It'll
fill.
expand, right?
Yes.
And what will happen to the hydrogen in the vacuum?
Uh,
It
Hydrogen in the
dissipates, right?
vacuum, it would expand. Yes.
Okay. So we have our logic thinking caps on. Okay, we're using our brain this morning, even though it's 5 in the morning here, and I don't even know why I jumped on. I don't know. Maybe I'm like a drug addict to Discord. But we have hydrogen, we have plasma, and other things in the paradigm that they believe the sun's made out of. Now, we're putting it in an environment to where it's shooting what the news loves to scare people with about the solar flares and gives the excuses why this happens and that happens. You have a solar flare, okay?
Yes,
How does it keep its shape in a vacuum? How
the
is it
solar flare.
flying out at ludicrous speeds to be this arc of plasma that is larger than several Earths, maybe even hundreds of Earths? It's just a humongous, huge, beautiful arc that they love to CGI in. Now, when you see that, how is it shooting out into the vacuum? Because you can't say, oh, it's being contained because it has its own gravity, blah blah, because it's beyond it now. Now it's shooting outside into space, right? In the paradigm, in your belief. So I want you to like use your thinking cap and say, how does these arcs shoot out to space and keep form? Because we know that space, because we know that, right? Like we're smart here. We're not stupid, right? We know that space, well, technically, we know that space is, 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? So, or maybe negative 9 torr. I don't know. It fluctuates. People are all over the place with it. But when you have that, why is it able to defy what we have come to find what truly happens to plasma and hydrogen in a vacuum that's not even as strong as what that's supposed to be? Go ahead, please. I'll mute myself. I want to hear the answer.
Uh, because I wouldn't agree with the presupposition that I would have to explain in the first place, because I don't think it keeps its shape. Remember that these pictures are only one frame taken in some moment of time, but if you look at the time lapses, you will see that it expands.
Okay, so I'm assuming you haven't seen the videos that NASA likes to put out where they show the arc, this huge flare shoot out, then it arcs, and then it stays there for a little bit, and then it moves around and arcs another way, but it's just out there, and it lasts. It doesn't. It's not instant. It doesn't just shoot in a blink of an eye and dissipate. It stays there for a little bit, long
So if
enough
it
to make me question it. Go ahead.
So if it arcs, then I believe it's simply getting pulled again by gravity and falling again towards the surface.
Okay, so that's the logic in your paradigm. You're saying, oh, this, but you guys are hand waving, or you would have to hand wave that there's a stronger force because this logic that you're using right now is flawed, because again, hydrogen would dissipate. If the sun is made out of hydrogen, then it would dissipate. It wouldn't curl back into itself, because again, another falsehood, because of quote unquote gravity. That is, you I'm sorry, bro, but you're stuck in the textbook explanations of what the sun is, how, why, and then you're stuck on the fake CGI that they love to provide. It's crazy, to be honest. I don't see how you're not getting it logically. You don't sound stupid. You just sound convinced. And I wish that you used logic and reason and understanding. I wish you had that. So, but I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I can't tell you how these arcs are. They go out and then they come back in. That's not possible. That is really not possible. How they fall back onto the sun. And remember too, it's a ball of hydrogen in a vacuum. That is ridiculous. And mind you, there is no tracing of any trail. There's no trail to it, because remember, if these flares are shooting off, but the sun is supposed to be moving at 1.2 million miles in its own little orbit, there's no trail. But yet we see a comet. Again, all your paradigm. We see something traveling slower, yet it leaves a trail. Is that not interesting to you? You don't find that interesting?
Not really. I find it's pretty normal, because if the sun is moving at a constant speed, it isn't speeding or slowing up for the flares to be left behind that sun. Then the flares have the same speed, the same velocity in the same direction as the sun. So if you're watching that sun moving through space from the Earth, then if they all have the same relative speed to each other, they will appear the entire system of the sun to move as once.
Well, logically, anything traveling with gas flying out of it, you don't have to increase speed. You just have to be in movement. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so for instance, let's say we're going to create our own sun here on Earth, and there's going to be a gas on it, okay? The second we throw it, okay? And as long as there can be a consistent force that's going to keep it in momentum, the second we throw it, there should be a trail up, because it's a gas. And that gas should have a form of exhaust, is maybe the word I'm looking for. Might be the wrong word, but I hope you get what I mean when I say that. It should have some remnants of it leaving behind, because I get what you're saying. It's not speeding up or slowing down, although I think that's a lie, because there are measurements that are showing different. But I have my own theories on that, though. It has nothing to do with the heliocentric model. It has to do with here on our stationary plane Earth, with the Earth. I'm sorry, with the sun and the moon on its circuit, because it does speed up. This is why we have different daylight times and different night times, because it does speed up. You can't say, oh, the sun is just at a constant rate. No, no, no. It does speed up because days get shorter. That means the sun is moving shorter. Or unless you want to believe that the earth is spinning slower or faster, then that once again, logically, destroys your belief, because in the understanding, the mechanics of objects moving, we know that there's a law even says that something isn't going to slow down or speed up unless another force is acted upon it for it to do so. But what force is slowing down the earth, and what force is quickening the earth in its rotation? And then logically, if it was slowing down and picking up, well, guess what? Globers love to say we don't feel it moving because it's at a constant rate and we only feel acceleration. Well, guess what? If it accelerates, we should feel that. But Globers are just stuck in the textbooks. And you don't sound stupid. I think I think I could speak to you and you're going to get the logic. I think you might wake up. And then maybe you could turn all your energy into finding the truth. Because you do sound smart. But do you get everything I'm saying? I'm just very, very curious. Do you understand everything I'm saying?
Yes, I do. But I don't think about myself that I'm some particularly smart person. I simply think I'm average, not smarter or not more stupid than others.
Okay.
But but thanks. Anyways, so if you've shown that mini sun in the Earth, on the Earth, through the air, then that gas or whatever that is surrounding it would be getting left behind that sun because of the atmosphere that surrounds the Earth from all of the directions. So it simply would be the air resistance that would be like countering the speed of that gas and would be making it slow. but in the space you have no friction at all. So if you've launched something at a given speed, that thing would be keeping going on in that direction and with that speed infinitely, because nothing would be slowing it over time, because you have no air resistance, because you have no air in the first place that would be slowing that thing as it's moving in that air.
I actually, okay. So I agree, because that's logic. There's no air. When there's no air, or I'm sorry, we'll just say anything, whatever you want to call it. If there's not something slowing it down, right? That's what you're saying. There's not something slowing it down, right?
Yes.
Okay, but now let's use logic again and ask this question. But does it slow down? And if the answer is yes, then what slowed it down? Because it does slow down.
How do you
Yeah,
think it slows
fir-
down?
First of all, would you agree that it slows down? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then, all right, so that's okay. It's part of your indoctrination, which I once was there, so I respect it. Now let's
At
ask
least I'm
logically.
not aware of that movement. Maybe it is there, but I haven't
Right.
heard about it.
Okay, it's okay. We're gonna break it down right now. Okay, from winter to summer, do you ever realize that there's less light in the sky? See, now we're speaking reality. We're not up in la la land in space. Now we're here on Earth, reality. Have you ever noticed that there's some days that there's less sunlight during the day?
Yes, definitely,
Okay.
but I
Okay. So
don't believe the cause of it is the sun slowing.
no, well, it has to be the sun or the Earth. One of them slowing down, but then there's no air, right? In your logic, in your paradigm. So then neither of them should be slowing down. Would you agree?
Can you repeat that again?
Okay. In your logic, there's no air in space. So no objects should be slowing down. Correct? Would you agree?
They could be slowing down by due to other causes, but it wouldn't be slowing down due to one particular one.
Okay. Okay. So then whatever the cause, but would you agree it slows down?
Uh, I have one question. When you were talking about the sun slowing down while there are different times of daylight during the year, are you trying to say to refer to seasons, like when you're at given place on Earth, then during the winter you will have less sunlight than during the summer, but at the same time, at the other hemisphere, southern or northern, while you have winter, the other hemisphere has summer.
Right. Well, I can explain it to you.
Or are
I
you?
will. I will explain it to you, but let's first address. Let's hammer down this
Yes,
first
but
point.
I'm trying to find out what you are trying to say by saying that the sun slows
Okay.
down. Is it the phenomenon of the seasons itself, or is it another phenomenon because other phenomenon also exists simultaneously with that one? So if you
Okay.
track the motion of the sun relative to the background stars, because the sun moves relative to them throughout the year,
Uh
then
huh.
you will see that at different times of year it moves slightly slower relative to the stars or
Right.
slightly faster. So
What do you think causes that?
which one of these did you mean by saying that the sun slows down?
We could use both, because naturally but first we're trying to hammer it down though. And the reason why I'm trying to hammer down the slowing part first is because once we get to that point and we understand what we're talking about, then we could jump up to, well, what about when it speeds up? But right now we're on the slowing down part. So when it slows down, first of all, do you agree that it slows down?
I agree that it apparently slows down through the sky, but mechanically, physically, I don't think it's the cause of the sun doing that, but rather the earth slowing down.
Okay, Okay, so now we have in your paradigm, we have two celestial objects. That's okay if you believe that the Earth is slowing down, because obviously you believe it's orbiting, rotating around. That's a elliptical track. Okay, but here's the thing though. When it slows down, what force is slowing down the Earth?
When it's slowing down, uh, what force is slowing it down? I think there is no force, but rather the magnitude of the force changes, because when the Earth is further away from the Sun, then the gravity is also weaker, because gravity, the magnitude of it, is dependent on the distance to the center of mass. So the gravity gets weaker when the Earth gets further away from the Sun, and that
Okay,
makes
so
it
you're still
move.
okay. Okay, so we're still in your paradigm. Okay, no worries, no worries. So deceleration can is that a force? Um, is that a pseudo force that we can feel?
Uh, Acceleration,
Deceleration, meaning when you
the
slow down.
acceleration.
So, like, let's say when they go, well, if you get in a train going a million miles per hour, you don't know that you're going a million miles per hour because there's this force. It's just, it's all science, buddy. Okay, but when do we feel that train moving? Uh, there's only twice we feel it moving, right? Well, maybe three times. If it gets hit by something, or when it speeds up or slows down. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yes, we can feel that, and there is the fictitious force which is produced by that, and that is called the force of inertia.
Right. So the inertia uh, has a two parts to it. Would you agree?
What does depending on, you would have to specify what are these two
What
parts.
I mean by that is when you speed up and slow down, right?
Yes, if you speed up and slow down, in both of these
Right.
cases, you would feel that force.
Yeah, you're gonna feel it going one direction, and then when you slow down, you're gonna feel another. Correct? Kind of like a roller coaster.
Yes.
Okay. So
So
now, with that being said, all right, now let's put back our logic, thinking caps real quick. What's your reason? I'm sure it's going to be a textbook one, but I want to hear it. What's your reason why we don't feel any inertia when there is a deceleration from the Earth slowing down in its rotation? Go.
the answer is pretty simple and maybe underwhelming, but it's simple. So it's simply too weak for it to be felt.
It's too weak for it to be felt.
Yes, because
So when I'm flying, when I'm in a jet and it slows down, it's too weak for me to feel it slowing down. Even though
depending.
you can even hear it. It goes like there's our body senses. They're they're pretty well made. I think they're pretty good, pretty sensitive, and it's interesting because your logic and the paradigm, it really wants to shit on our senses. Really tries to make us like just a bunch of meat puppets. Just you know, we're nothing. But if you were to get on anything that's traveling X amount of miles per hour, in this case, I guess spinning 1,000 miles per hour, 780 miles, depending where you live, and then it slows down, you would feel that. You just can't get around that. You would feel that. You can't say it's 2 weeks. That is a cop out. That's like you're justifying the lie.
So a quick correction: it isn't the rotational speed of the Earth that is getting slowed down, but because it's constant all the time, uh, regardless of the time in the year. It's the speed of the Earth around the Sun, so the orbital velocity that
Okay,
slows down.
so think about this. All right, think about what you just said. You said the rotation doesn't speed up on its axis. I'm assuming that's what you mean. It's actually the rotation on the uh, elliptic path, right?
Yes, around the Sun.
Okay. Okay. But doesn't that still, in your paradigm, doesn't that still involve a speeding up and a slowing down?
Yes, it would
All right.
definitely.
All right. And logically, we should feel that. Now I get it. In the paradigm, in the indoctrination, in the brainwashing, you just got to say, well, we don't. But we don't. And the reason why you would say that is because we don't. Because we don't feel the movement. It would make logical sense to say, well, we don't feel the movement when we're spinning, even though you believe we're spinning and moving and you know everything about the laws of momentum, but you still need to kind of just put blinders on, and you don't want to really look at that page when you're trying to say that you don't feel it, even though it's spinning and moving and you don't feel the slowing down and speeding up. That's interesting to me because that just goes to show you cannot break free from it. You're literally hand waving what you know to be true, but it's like you're like, you know, fingers in the ears going la 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 when someone says, well, then if you know that, when momentum has inertia, and when it speeds up or slows down, you feel that, and you go, well, but it's too big, it's too weak, and we don't feel that. You are literally turning your blind eye from your chick kissing another dude at a bar, or a dude kissing another. I don't know who you are, what you are about, but your loved one kissing somebody else, and someone's like, bro, look, the truth, and you're like, nah, I don't see it. I don't want to look at it that way. It's really amazing to me that some of you guys are like that. The truth is in your own book. It's just whether you're going to accept that. I don't know. It's pretty interesting.
So, do you think, because for now you're complaining about lack of feeling of acceleration, that you don't even know how strong is expected to be given the dimensions and the speed we are given, we currently know. So, do you think if calculating that number of acceleration that is actually expected and then checking out if it is in the limit in what accelerations we can actually feel here on Earth testably, be a reasonable method for it to be verified, to be a good explanation or
Well,
not?
no. Actually, no. On the contrary, I think it's just total bullshit. And I don't think you can start doing just because you could write all kinds of letters and numbers and symbols onto a piece of paper to create what reality is in a mathematical model formulated and stamped and approved by the consensus of other people that believe this. It doesn't make reality what they put on a piece of paper or on a chalkboard, because they probably would have used a chalkboard. Well, nowadays they're probably using computers because there's a lot of algorithms. But what I'm saying is we have logic and understanding, and then we have pseudoscience. Kind of hard to argue um, into someone's ideologies with logic and understanding when you have a pseudoscience backing you up that's convinced you to believe that their calculations, even though they go against reality and what when we use science, real science, and we could test and measure and we see, okay, for instance, is it okay if I give you an analogy that I kind of thought of in my head right now?
Okay.
Okay, imagine you're holding a bowling ball that we somehow attached a rope to, and you're going to spin that bowling ball. Okay. Now, let's say you're just keeping a constant speed and you throw like an animal on it, whatever, tiny little, let's just say an ant. Let's say a little ant on the bowling ball. Will that ant feel you spinning in circles? Yes or no?
Yes, it would.
Why?
Because there's a phenomenon called centrifugal force, which happens in spinning reference frames. So if something is spinning on an axis, then you feel an apparent fictitious force that is
All
at the
right.
opposite direction than that axis.
Okay. Now, let's say that ant has a baby. All right. Some little baby ants. Okay. Now, do those baby ants feel the spin? Because remember, they were born into the spin. So they don't have a inertial reference frame of, I'm sorry, an initial, well, I guess you can say that, an initial inertial reference frame. Because they won't, they're not, you get what I'm saying? They're not going to feel it because they were born into it. Does that make sense? Yes or no?
No, I think being born into that reference frame
You can still
is
feel it?
irrelevant to feeling it or not.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now let's put humans on that bowling ball. Do the humans feel that inertial force?
Yes.
All right. All right. We're getting somewhere. Okay. Now, let's take that bowling ball and say it's Earth. Do we feel it here on Earth?
No, we don't. And I have
Okay, so why? Why do
uh,
they feel it on the bowling ball, but we don't feel it here on Earth? Because now technically we are the bowling ball. And there's an invisible rope to the sun, and the sun's swinging us around because the sun has us grabbed in its gravitational lock, and it's amazing, beautiful, um, inaccurate, or truly unexplainable gravity force. Uh, so why do you get it? You understand that an ant on a bowling ball is gonna feel it because it's going like wee in a circle. Why aren't we feeling it? See, this is where it cuts off. This is where the indoctrination just like whoop cuts you off. You don't get it.
because the Earth compared to that bowling ball would be rotating but by thousands of times slower speed.
No,
Because
but not necessarily though, because remember it's all relative. Because the sun that is a million times bigger than Earth in your paradigm, that when it's rotating, it's still fast. It's just relative. It's just a s- a slow fast, right? It's because it's all relative. If you're on the sun spinning, because it's so big, like you say, that all of a sudden you don't feel that rotation because obviously it's rotating faster. It'd have to, no? Would you agree that it's rotating faster than the Earth
uh, that would
in
depend on
your paradigm?
in what way you measure that rotation, because rotation can be measured angularly, so in what time that object rotates a given angle, and that would be independent of the dimensions of that object. So you, for example, measure that the Earth rotates 15 degrees per hour,
Wait,
and
no,
you
no, no,
also
no, no. Wait, hold on. You just explained it rotating around us. You believe that it's rotating itself. So you see how you guys see how you do us sometimes. You guys try to throw
so
things in there that
to be clear, what are you talking about right now? Which motion of which object?
we're talking
Sorry
about the
to be specific.
rotation of the sun now. I mean, we kind of got away from what we were talking about, but I
So
asked you
rotation of the sun around its own axis.
right because it does right in your paradigm. It's rotating, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the speed of it rotating? It's faster than the Earth, right?
Uh, it would be faster in linear speed because the sun is much bigger. But if you measure it in angle, so how fast it takes for the sun to make one full rotation and come back to the same position, it would be much slower because if I remember correctly, it takes something like 26 days for one rotation, something around that.
So
While for the Earth, it's obviously 1 day.
okay. So you believe that we can measure. Then this is why I'm kind of walking you down this way. How do you think they measured the rotation of the sun? How?
Is simply observing it. I mean, if something is rotating, then it's directly observable. You can take some feature on the surface as a reference and see how fast it takes for it to make a full circuit around the full sun and come back to the same position.
All right.
The,
Does that would that require an observation of it?
yes,
All right.
definitely.
And what are we? How are we observing the sun for our 24 hours plus 2 hours on top of that? How are we observing it consistently? From where? Who
So
who observed it? Who observed it? Where were they at?
astronomers.
Okay. All right. So how did astronomers monitor that for 26 hours?
For 26 days. It's
Oh,
in
I'm
days,
sorry.
not hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said it takes 26 days for it to rotate around once.
Yes, that's why I was saying it takes much longer time compared to the Earth.
Okay, so 26 days for one revolution. The sun. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I just checked it in on the internet and it's actually 27.
Oh, it must be true then. Must be true. 27 days for it to rotate. Must be true. Internet says it. Okay.
Yeah, I was only
So
wrong, but
so
by one
as the
day, so I
sun
think it's pretty good.
so as the sun rotates in your paradigm, what what makes it slow down?
The sun doesn't slow in its rotation
In orbit,
in orbit.
right?
It doesn't, as I already said. It's the Earth that is slowing.
Oh,
You're.
so, okay. So
I'm
so
afraid.
only the Earth
Run.
spinning slows down, or
You're like I'm getting confused because I'm afraid you're randomly jumping in the middle of the argument between two kinds of motion of
yeah,
the
right.
rotation
So you have
around
the rotation on
own
the axis, and then the rotation or the orbiting, right? That's what you're saying.
yes,
There's
that's
two
why I'm
rotations.
getting confused because
Okay,
I
I'm sorry
don't
if I
get
confused.
it. I don't get it what kind of motion I'm addressing at given moment.
Sorry if I confused you. Okay, so when the sun doesn't slow down, it's the Earth slows down in its orbit, right? Which is obviously we can't feel it because it's just so weak, right? It's a weak. We're just gonna
Yes,
ignore orbital
it's
mechanics.
distributed over 365 days it takes for the Earth to orbit.
Yeah, but it speeds up and slows down within those 365 days, correct?
Yes,
And the speed up and slow down we don't feel though, correct? Because it's just so weak. It's too
yes.
okay. Yeah, okay. That's what you have to believe. Interesting. And you don't see problems in that, right? It just you get it, makes sense to you.
Yes, it makes sense to me because if you it's simple logic. Even if you made a scale model on the Earth that would rotate in the same speed and slow down and speed up in this during these 365 days, then it still would be undetectable because that acceleration would be so weak. Like, for example, same goes with the rotation of the Earth around on axis. If you span anything like a merry-go-round once per 24 hours, even that motion, which would produce the strongest acceleration of all of these motions. So if you aren't aware, the acceleration from the rotation of the Earth around on axis is actually the strongest from all of these, from both the motion around the sun and that one around the axis. So even that one, which is the strongest, if you span anything on axis once per 24 hours, it will be completely undetectable, that acceleration, because it would be so weak.
And you have to believe that. You say it's so weak, but I think that's just I mean, it's all relative, right? Because you say it's weak because it's slow, but now 700 miles at my point, I think maybe 800 is now slow. Maybe even 500 miles. I think about it.
Uh,
But
yes,
anyways, my
because
point is slow. Like now that's a slow rotation. 500 miles per hour is slow. I mean, in that sense, with that logic, that means you can go on Jupiter and spin 3,000 miles per hour, and it's slow. It's too slow to realize when it slows down or speeds up, even though it's going like 3,000 miles per hour. It's just too slow because it's all relative. But see, that's kind of like what's interesting. The relativity is what actually allows all this bullshit to exist because it's just all relative. A trillion miles spinning, no problem. We have inertia. We don't, you don't feel it slowing down or spinning or speeding up because it's just all relative. And for you
I
to
don't
say that
think
the merry-go-round is slow if it takes 24 hours to go around, well, guess what? What about something that's really, really slow? Is it not a good enough speed for them to realize when they're usually traveling really, really slow? I mean, if you take a merry-go-round in diameter and put a snail on it and tell it to, and it crawls around it, you don't spin the merry-go-round. It's just stationary. And it goes crawls and crawls, and then you pick up its speed because you're taking from one distance to another and how long it took. But then if you put it on a merry-go-round, like it's now going with speed and it's going to fill that, and then it starts crawling and slow, and then we're having to time it from one point to another still, but now it has a little spin to it, so it is going faster, and it is something that snail will fill. Are you saying the snail won't fill when you spin the merry-go-round?
it would so it would feel it if you spun it enough fast. So if you spun it very, very slow, like I don't know how much, like for it to make one rotation per like 1,000 days, let's say,
Well,
it
well,
wouldn't
well,
feel
well
it
hold
because
on
it
though.
would
But
be
hold on though.
irrelevant.
Wait, hold on though. See, again, I think this is maybe where you're
But can
mistaken though.
I wanted to add something still, but
This is,
all of
but you're
this
mistaking
argument
something though. Let
is
me just real quick. You're
okay.
mistaking
Okay,
something because you're taking a merry-go-round that's in a park that's maybe 6 feet across, maybe the biggest 9 feet across. But now we're talking about a merry-go-round that's 25,000 miles in circumference. Again, it's all relative. If you were to take a merry-go-round at a park and just barely spin it to make 24 hours a day, well, now that might seem slow because see in your mind, this is what Glovers do. In your mind, you made it really small and said spin a merry-go-round 24 hours a day. It's going to be very, very slow. You're not going to feel it. Trust me. Okay, but you're comparing a merry-go-round that's 6 feet in diameter to a merry-go-round that's 25,000 miles in circumference. You don't see that there's a problem there, a huge difference? Because now, because that's what, see, but this is what Globers do. When it's in their advantage, I guess, to use a number that's so large because it's unexplainable, then that helps them. And then they'll use a number when it's really small because it helps them. It helps them justify the bullshit. And another thing too, you guys like to do, well, or Globers, I don't say you guys. Globers also like to use angles because they'll be like, it's only 1 degree off. That's only 2 degrees. Because again, they're making it small, but they don't. But what they're hand waving is that 1 degree represents a lot, a big number. But they try to reduce it to they try to make it insignificant. But there should be change. There's value in that change, even though it's a 1%, even though it's a 1, even though it's a 6 foot merry-go-round, not a 3,000, a 4,000 mile merry-go-round, whatever you want to say. The fact is though that you can't just make it, insignificant. There is speed, there is change. That's the whole point. The fact that there's change at all, no matter how great or small, it's still going to be felt. Only the indoctrination is going to tell you, no, 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 don't worry, you're not going to feel it. Trust me, bro, you're not going to feel it. That's a lie. But go ahead. I've been talking a lot. Go ahead.
So I find your argument pretty contradicting itself because firstly you admitted my analogy isn't analogous to the Earth because the merry-go-round would be too small, and then you started saying that even if there's a slightest change, we would still feel it regardless of how small it is, by the pure fact that there's a change itself. And you're firstly complaining that the change wouldn't be felt because the merry-go-round is too small, and then you said that size of the merry-go-round is completely irrelevant. If it was changed, then you would definitely feel it.
Wait, are you turning
These
everything?
variables.
You're the one that said it's nothing. Yeah, I think you're turning the whole conversation around. I was only repeating what you said. I said that because that's what you said. I don't know what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to flip the script. You're the one that said you're not going to feel it because it's 24 hours to change of a spin of a merry-go-round. But I'm saying, well, that's 6 foot merry-go-round. Now, if you take a 25,000 mile circumference merry-go-round and spun that bitch at 1,000 miles per hour, that because that's what makes it 24 hours a day. You're telling me you're not going to feel something swinging you at 1,000 miles per hour, but you have to. Go ahead.
Keep in mind that all of your analogies make an example of the merry-go-round being spun from a point where it wasn't accelerating at all. So I don't think it's analogous to the Earth, where the Earth is simply spinning all the time. It isn't changing that velocity at all.
No, but it does
You
change.
don't have to spin it.
We already agreed to that. That there's in your paradigm. You already agreed that it slows down and speeds up. But
It
you said
does.
it's the orbit. You said it's the
Yes,
orbit, not
exactly.
the
It's around
rotation.
the sun. Yeah.
Right. But but there's still speed increased. And the reason why we know it's speed increase because the physical sun in the sky, not just its, ambiance of it, not just the lighting of it, not just because we're saying that the physical traversing of the sun across the sky, it goes faster, and then during a year it goes slower. You're saying, oh, that's because we're spinning around faster around the sun, so somehow we're rotating faster because it's going across our sky faster. So now I'm saying, if you believe that the orbital elliptic journey is quicker, Well, I'm telling you, it should be the rotation that's quicker because in your paradigm, because the physical sun traverses in the sky quicker. This is why this is why how our seasons are actually. But I have another idea as to why it's going quicker in our sky. That's just because it's closer towards us, as it's now over the 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 northern tropic, if you will. When I'm sorry, when it's in the southern tropic, because it has to speed up because it has a bigger circuit to go around and around and around. So that's why we still have we have light in the sky, but we don't see the sun as long in the sky. It like shoots across. We still have it's glowing, and that makes sense because now it's further away, but also creating this cool little shining off it's really awesome the way it works. But
Actually, now we're like very close. Something like a week ago was a moment where the sun was to the Earth, not the furthest.
right, right. So we saw the sun less in the sky. Would you agree?
Depending on the position on the Earth, because in the
Yeah.
north we
In the
see it
north,
less, in the south
not
we see it.
Australia, but here in the north. Would you agree?
Yes, but the seasons are completely independent on the distance to the sun. It's dependent on the angle to the sun, which is caused by the
But you,
tilt of the
but
Earth.
you, well, that's what we were brainwashed to believe. So I get what you're saying, but it's actually because the sun is now closer in the north, which is why it creates the winter um, in the south, and then when the sun goes to the south, it then is now why it's their summer down there and our winter up here. You get that? That's how seasons
I,
work. Does it make
I
sense?
think it's closer everywhere, regardless of where you are at the Earth, on the Earth. If you took a photo of the sun with the same zoom, same magnification as during like summer, and compare the apparent size of that sun in the sky on these two photos, you will see that now the sun appears slightly bigger compared to the summer, because during the summer it's the furthest away from the Earth.
So you're saying, okay, let me let me get this. You're saying in the north during summer we are the furthest away from the sun. That's what you're saying.
Yes, yes,
Okay, not closer. Not it's not closer to us. It's further. That's what you're saying.
yes.
Okay, so it's logical to you. See, this is why you guys Globers are funny. It's logical to you that when you get closer to the fire, it gets colder, right?
No, I simply think these two phenomena are completely independent of each other. The seasons aren't impacted at all by the distance to the sun. They are rather impacted by the tilt of the Earth.
So again, so you believe that when we get closer to the sun, it gets colder, right?
Uh, Depending on the hemisphere.
Okay,
In the in the
okay. So
south, when the sun
I'm
is the
talking about north.
closest.
I'm talking about the north. I'm talking about the north.
Yes, but you can't just ignore the fact that you're only speaking about the half of the Earth, while in the south it's going the complete opposite way.
Yeah, no. We're in the south, in your paradigm, in the south, when we're closer, when the south is closer to the sun, you believe that it makes them colder.
No,
And
I
when the north
believe.
is close to the sun, you believe it makes us colder.
No, as I already stated, I believe the distance to the sun is completely irrelevant to how cold it is.
wait. Huh. Okay, so when it's summertime in the south, okay, we are we are it's the south is closer to the sun, right?
Uh, okay, wait a moment. Can you repeat that again? The sun is
When it
closest.
when it's summertime in the south, they are
Yes.
closer to the sun, correct?
I think the sun is far away, so uh, in all of the parts of the Earth are approximately the same distance from the sun. But if you wanted to focus on like very small differences, like the hundreds of meters, then yes, that so would be slightly closer to the sun.
It's only hundreds of meters closer. Are you sure it's not 2 million miles closer?
I mean, yeah, I was confused. I thought you were speaking about the distance
Okay.
between the north and south, not like
No,
the
no, no,
entire
no, no.
Earth.
We're talking about the distance to the sun here in your paradigm. You believe that we get 2 million miles closer, right?
Yes, so now we are the closest. The entire Earth at the same time is the
All right.
closest to the
So let
sun,
me ask
and
you.
then in
Okay.
the summer it's the furthest away.
Okay. So let me ask something. Okay. Let's say we build in a gymnasium a bonfire, right? You know what a bonfire is?
Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Let's say that let's say that whole entire gymnasium's filled up with heat. Okay, we're gonna call that the sun. Now, in relative to how far it is, when it's really hot some days during our summer, all right, we're gonna get close to it, and it's hot, right? Woo! Today's is hot today because crazy sun, right? That crazy damn sun. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take 2 steps closer toward it, but then it gets colder. That doesn't make sense, but to you it does. So
Yes,
explain
it does because
because of the
in
tilt,
your
right?
yes, in your example there
Right.
are no other
Okay.
variables that
Well, let me
are
give.
being
Well, let
manipulated
me give you an
except
example.
the distance.
Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, I'm gonna put you on a dolly. You know what a dolly is?
What?
You know what a dolly is? A hand truck.
Uh,
Uh,
I would have
People
to check
use them to
that.
move boxes and refrigerators and
Oh,
stoves.
okay,
You know.
yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
already,
What do you
I get
call
it
them?
now.
What do you call those?
Like in my language,
Yeah.
you wouldn't understand about that, but
Well, what would that translate to English? Whatever you call them.
uh, I have no idea.
Okay.
I would have
So,
to
but you
check
know what
that
I'm
in
talking
a
about.
dictionary.
Okay. But you know what?
Yes,
But you know what
yeah,
I'm talking.
yes, I know,
So
I
now,
know.
so imagine I take rope and I attach you to that. Okay.
Yes,
And you're standing straight up, right? And then I put you in front of the bonfire. Okay. And you're like, oh man, it's hot, right? Because you're face to it. You're like, oh my god, it's hot. But then I take the hand truck or the dolly and I angle it. Okay. I angle it to where it's 66.6 degrees away from the fire. But then I roll you in closer. You're still going to feel the heat on your face just because you're angled away. You don't magically now escape heat. I understand that Globers like to say, oh, because it's the direct light, the parallel lights are hitting it, the parallel rays are hitting it, and it's now having to cover less square footage direct heat. Your guys' logic's flawed because the rays that you believe are being shot at you are all parallel. You can't say because it's tilted, you feel it less. No, it's direct. If it's like saying if I If I'm spraying you with water, no matter what angle you get, you're still going to get water on you. And you could be like, oh, well, I'm getting less though, because nope, you're still getting all of that ray because it's parallel. See, it's funny how you guys use, again, it's one of your global tactics. You guys use parallel when it's convenient. And then when it doesn't work, comport with your guys's, logic, all of a sudden parallel is insignificant. Do you understand that Globers do that a lot? You guys take things and you make them insignificant or very significant when they're moving and wiggling through the pseudoscience explanations. Does that make sense?
I don't think so. I
Oh,
think
okay.
we assume them to be parallel or not, depending on if it's critical to the problem.
All right.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Like
If
randomly.
the shoe fits, then we'll wear that one.
Yeah, exactly. You guys do that a lot, man. You guys, it's only when it helps you guys in your justifications. That's all. That's the only time you'll use it. And then when it's debunking your own logic, you guys just kind of just disregard it and just say, it's insignificant. No longer are sun's rays parallel when our face is in the fire of it. Somehow, some way, some reason that doesn't make sense. I don't know, man. I've been talking a long time. Go ahead. Maybe take over someone else. Maybe you,
No,
Dr.
you got
Me.
it, man.
Just
For the whole, you've been yeah, it's been about like, God, like solid hour and a half, maybe more, right?
yeah.
Yeah, keep going, man. Unless you're tired, you want. I mean, talking to globalists is fatiguing.
Right. I feel like I just like fuck. I don't have to go work out now, bro. I just like
Yeah, it's just
ran.
like the mental gymnastics they do to
I was
maintain
just
this
gonna say that.
delusional world. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's like that's why I came up with the term bricked. You're better off just talking to a brick wall. You get more impact. You like more. If you have a better conversation talking to a brick wall.
Oh man.
I don't know if you're paying attention to the text chat, but something like 10 minutes ago I've shared a picture showing the comparison of that apparent size of the sun, half of year
Yeah, I
difference
see.
between.
Yeah, I see a 5 million mile difference, but the arc second is within one, and that's what I'm talking about. You're saying because man, I don't know. I can't. It's all for the listener. I hope people listening are grasping what has all been said for the past hour and a half. I know that people who know the truth definitely understood it, get it, grasp it, receive it, right? But I don't know. Breathing Earth. I don't know. I don't know if there's any hope, bro.
More delays. NASA announced more delays in the
I was
Artemis
just about
program.
to ask,
Yeah,
Fred, what's the news today?
that's a topper. That's a keeper right there.
Yeah, they pushed it to the 2026 now, right?
No, late 2026. So virtually
Right.
2027.
Yeah.
Didn't Witchett make a bet with Kosho that they were not going to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if Kosho's going to pay up.
Yeah, Kosho he went all in that they will go around the moon this year or something like that. Like they've already kicked it. Like, what's it been like 5 years, 6 years? Now it's gonna be a decade later, a decade after they said they were gonna go for sure this time. No take backsies.
Dude,
Now they're.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I just was gonna double down on that.
I was gonna say I had Globers swear in their life that we were gonna go back to the moon by 2024.
Yeah, it was a done deal. Like it was a done. I all last year when I was going to that medicinal mass media, or not the whole last year, but I'm like posting articles. Problems with the heat shields. No spacesuit, right? Like one story, I go, there's no way they're gonna make it by the end of the year. And like Blue Marble Science is like he just went off the deep end,
Oh, dude.
Yeah, he's like, people like you are the problem with America. I'm like, because I'm reading the headlines, I'm paying attention to the news, and I'm telling you that my read is that they are not going to go this year. It will not happen. And not only are they not going to go this year, they're not going to go next year either, or the year after that. You're looking at 2027. Like it makes me suddenly I'm wrong with everything in America. Like I'm like, wow, dude, wow.
Well, someone told them boots on the moon 2024. Mr. Trump. That was his thing, wasn't it? Boots on the moon.
Then he wrote them $15 billion check, and they said, "Thank you. This is a down payment." Oh, what? $15 billion is just the down payment. That's just to get the project rolling.
Yeah, dude.
It's a wrap, man. This is a wrap. There's no way NASA stays funded until 2027.
Hopefully, but something tells me that they're only. Hey, call me a bad guy here, but something tells me they're gonna put more money into it. They're gonna throw more money into it, and I'll tell you why. Because they need to really, really push this this whole created fantasy world, because as more and more people are saying, fuck this is bullshit, you're liars, get the fuck out of here, we don't believe you no more, the more money they put into it to keep the lie alive. I think so, and I think they're gonna
do it. They're gonna blame the public. The public just wasn't in on it. They weren't really in. They weren't all in. They didn't fund the program. They held back money. NASA used to get 5%. Then it went down to 0.5%. Now they're getting 0.2. I go, just because, right? You add another entitlement program. You added Obamacare. NASA spending didn't go down. Federal spending went up. NASA spending stayed the same. But somehow in their worldview, they're like the mob. They have to get a cut of the action, or they won't do what they say they're going to do.
Right.
Like like a racket, like with a protection racket. You walk down the street, you're like, "Hey, I need 10% of your businesses to protect your business," and they're like, "Well, how about if I give you X amount of dollars?" They're like, "Okay, sure, I'll take that." Then they come back the next year. Well, we see you did pretty well this year, and you added a entitlement program. You started a war in Ukraine. Where's my fucking cut? Dude, you don't get a cut of that. What the hell's wrong with you? Okay, okay, asshole. 2027. How do you like them? How do you like that?
Well, there was a 10-year. There was a 10-year period where they didn't launch anything, and they still got all the funding.
Oh yeah, after the
Challenger, was
Challenger,
it?
Yeah, Challenger.
It's like 10 years. And also 10 years where coincidentally no one went missing.
It was Columbia, right? Not was it? Yeah, I think it was Columbia.
I don't know. Yeah, but there was a long period.
Yeah, the Challenger blew up like in the 80s or whatever it was, and then the Columbia 2003, and then they grounded. They're like, "You're done." These things are just I mean, they build a spaceship, which they call an orbital vehicle, and half of them blow up. Okay, it might be time to go back to the drawing board. Okay, at that point, they're like, "Oh, there's not half." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, one of them isn't even space worthy. That one doesn't count." Like the Atlantis, they fly around just for like as a demonstration or proof of concept. That one doesn't count. It's so unstable that they're the one they have, the Endeavor, that they tried to preserve as like a showpiece. It's crumbling. It's falling apart. They have to close it. They have to close the exhibit to repair it. Like, how space worthy is that? It's not even ground worthy. That's why people say flat earthers want to get rid of NASA. I don't have to do shit, motherfucker. Nothing. NASA's going to get rid of NASA. This level of spending is not sustainable. Math, just pure math, is going to fix it.
Yeah.
It's a bloated federal bureaucracy, and it can't hold up its weight anymore. What's even funnier too is like one of the astronauts on the short list was a Canadian. I'm like, so you can't find one fucking American to fill the guy's spot? They're out. Oh, we got 3 astronauts, and we can't find a single other person, not one other person to fill it. We're going to have to go outside the boundary and get some immigration, expertise in here. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's like funny too when they did the Wonder Woman. They couldn't find one American woman actress to play Wonder Woman. They had to go to Israel to find Wonder Woman. There wasn't like one veteran, one woman veteran. There's 2 wars going on. You couldn't find one like high speed like Air Force, Navy officer to say, hey, how would you like to play Wonder Woman? Then go to the Israeli army and find some badass chick there to play Wonder Woman.
Mhm.
I mean, the shit's a joke. Because like just a couple days ago, they say this high risk endeavor in decades pushing the boundary of space travel. How's it pushing the boundary of space travel? This was done in 1960. This ain't the boundary. This is like the booby prize. This is this should be the starting point, not the boundary. Going to the moon should be easy. You did it 6 times there and back, no problem. So how's that now the boundary again? Doing a flyby the moon, just a flyby. That's the boundary of manned spaceflight. Because you faked it the first time, maybe? See, that's why you don't need flat earthers to talk about all this manned spaceflight. People on the globe side realize this is a bunch of bullshit. Your fucking heat shield don't work. Just go to the Air and Space Museum. There's a heat shield on the fucking wall. Take that one down. Use that one, for fuck's sake. But that one wasn't safe. Well, how'd they get there 6 times there and back?
Right?
Yeah, it's like, well, they can't do it back. The way they did it back then was like, it was unsafe and it was reckless and really?
Imagine that for all those years they were able to pull it off.
Well, that goes into like some of the real jingoistic globalists. Well, yeah, because it was divinely inspired. Just like Nixon said. Nixon said he talked to God, and God said, I grant you space flight because I love capitalism. I don't like communism. So that's what some people, how they explain it. It was the first Apollo program was divinely inspired by a God, and they labeled this God of the Bible. So they read from the Bible before every launch. They prayed. They put the moon on the Bible, put the Bible on the moon. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe like America is corrupted now, and now God said no space flight for you.
Yeah, privileges taken.
I was like, oh, I see you. You got some atheists up in there. No space flight till you fix that. I just been waiting for a solid headline like this just to drop it. I mean, it's like you got all the you could smell the roses. You knew there's no possible way they're going to make it happen right from the very beginning. And you don't even need flat earthers for that. There's people on the globe side said, "What a bunch of horse shit."
Dude, I still trip out how much these space enthusiasts swallow, like, cup the balls and everything when the Artemis mission was on. They fully believed, and you see the egg-shaped moon, like all this fucking distortion. You see the Earth is in front of the moon optically in their little graphic they had. Like, wait, what the fuck? How are you at the moon, but the Earth is in front of it? Just all kinds of crazy shit, bro.
Or like even better, like how many times did they have to like roll it back to the vehicle assembly bay and like disassemble it? Like it was like we can't fuel it. Fuel's not going in. Problem with the fuel line. Let's disassemble it. And like each time they roll it back to the assembly bay, it takes like a week and costs like $12 billion or 12 million or something
Crazy.
absolutely ridiculous.
It's funny though, like when they saw that CGI coming from NASA's, they saw on their screen, bro, and they believed it. They're like,
Time they
"Yep,
had
we're at the moon."
the colony ship thing that didn't even make it to Florida for SpaceX. Watching a live stream of them launching it, and this guy's like, "Someday I'm gonna be on that." Like he's one of the people I guess Musk had picked for the Mars mission.
Wow.
He goes,
Oh, are you talking about that young dude?
yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, "I'm gonna be on that someday," and it's flying up in the air, and it fucking explodes, and he's clapping. He's clapping.
Right.
I go, dude, if you were on that, you'd be dead, you dumb fuck.
Right. I think he's
like,
a YouTuber, right?
He's a YouTuber.
Yeah, I saw that. That's hilarious, bro.
He's like jumping up and down, clapping as it's like disintegrating. Like, dude, they wouldn't even find. They might find like what, like a gold crown or something. You're like, maybe,
Oh man, I don't get these guys, bro. It's really funny. If you want to really laugh, Crit, go check out the video animations from other countries. Holy fuck, we see flaws in ours. Wait until you fucking watch their shit. Their fucking videos are funny.
Foreigners aren't even trying.
Yeah, I don't care. Watch the moon landing of I think it was China's moon landing. Holy fuck is that? I think one of my kids could have done a better job in fucking on a computer. Those guys got some shitty videos.
Yeah, it's like a direct correlation between the special effects of Hollywood movie making and the special effects of Chinese movie making. And it kind of shows in the space movies they're making. Same with the Bollywood movies, the Bollywood space movies. Could I say? And obviously, America's the best at it.
Right.
The best special effects.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's totally equivalent, and that's what makes their movies funny, just as their space programs funny. That's why we like to make fun of their movies and laugh at them because we know how dumb they look compared to our movies. Same thing with space videos that they produce.
Yeah, there's this dude on another server who's been posting my GIF or headline GIF. He's been saying you should start like a TikTok or YouTube or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really that invested. It's just kind of something I do for for Discord or whatever. So he did it. So I guess it's on TikTok now. It's like news.
Oh, really?
Crit. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna look it up right now, bro.
Yeah. So he after I posted, he posted on his. Where
he reposts.
Yeah, he reposted. And I was like, have fun with it, shit. I don't give.
Let me see, news with Crit.
Yeah, or something like that. I'll have to look. I can't remember what server it was. I'll find it again.
All right.
But yeah, he's got like a whole. Like he started off doing it as a Google Doc, and then I'm like, well, I mean, who's gonna know about your Google Doc? And he's like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. Let me set it up this other way. And he said it was interesting for him because it's so unique. It's so no one that has ever done anything like that before. Like he's never seen it. He said being original is like the new thing or whatever. And I'm like,
Right.
well, I mean, I told him, I was talking to him. The story was, it started off as me just looking up what day, like the national day of X.
Right.
Because I said the globalists come in here day in, day out, spiraling the fuck out over flat Earth. Can I draw their attention to something else? And I started off with just the National Day of X. Like what day is it today? It's like the National Day of Pancakes or some shit, right? The National Day of Bow Ties, Like, what's your take on bow ties? I just would ask them, like, hey, what's your, the National Day of, thank a friend or something, Every day there's something going on.
Something weird, yeah.
Yeah, some sort of like I think yesterday was the National Day of Walking Stairs. Like, don't take the elevator, take the stairs. So I would say, hey, what's your, how many steps did you take today, or whatever, something, just to see if they would diffuse, right? If they're able to talk about something, okay? Are they
Right.
just so triggered over flat Earth that it doesn't matter what you bring up, they're just going to spiral? The sort of cause and effect, relationship there. And
Right.
so then after that, I realized, and finally there was one day that it was the National Day of Reflect on what spaceflight has done for humanity. And I was like, okay, so what has spaceflight done for you? And Mr. Giggles, oddly enough. And he couldn't think of one thing that spaceflight did for him. I go, has spaceflight done anything for you? And he just thermonuclear melted down. He's like, how can you talk about spaceflight? You don't even think it's real. I'm like, motherfucker, it's a National Day of Reflect on spaceflight, right? Then I started thinking, like, the news, right? Like what else can I look at besides just these? Because some of the national days they're quite dry. It's like have a piece of ginger. The National Day of Ginger, and you're like, make ginger cookies or something. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of lame. So I went into the news and started looking for stories, space news, zany space news. And one of the first ones was when Chris Hadfield had said, "Space smells like burnt steak."
Wow. Yeah, they got some weird ones. And you posted, dude, you posted some really good ones. And I mean, it's not like you made it up. It's like
No,
straight from the headlines. And that's what's the best part about it. Is like you can't make this shit up.
yeah, I know. It's like this is something where the globalists should know. They should be paying attention to this stuff, but they don't because they're
Right.
so worried about flat Earth. So here we got more delays for Artemis program. Have they contacted you, Mr. Globalist? You're supposedly a specialist. You've got the physics. You've got the inside track. You're an expert in Newtonian mechanics. Are they calling you to fix some of these problems? Wow, they're not. They're not. Okay, so because I would expect that's why when I talked to Blue Marble there, I said you're supposedly an engineer, right? You got all these patents, right? And you're like,
Yeah,
and you
he says
defeated all
he
these flat
makes
earthers on.
talent.
Yeah, you defeated all these flat earthers on social media. Is your phone ringing off the hook right now? Are they contacting you to fix this heat shield problem?
Oh, the fuck he is. That's funny. Hey, what was the name of that TikTok? You don't know it yet?
Yeah, I'm look. I think it's like the news by Crit or daily news from Crit or something. I'll look. I'm going down the list right now to see what channel it is.
All right.
Or what Discord channel? Because I post them on other things too, not just flat Earth related channels.
Yeah.
It's like some like news related channels and debate channels and stuff.
But I'll tell you what though. I'll say this, Crit. It's not the way you do it. This is what you do. It's not even the headlines though. Just the headline, should I say. You always attach a meme. And I'm like, where the fuck does he get these funny ass memes from? That's more of the genius, I think, in my opinion. The memes that you attach to them are like that's where the true fucking stamp, if you will, of your work. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's funny too because a lot of the servers say, "Hey, we don't want a lot of memeing here." I say it's not. I tell them it's not the meme. It's my take on where I would drive the conversation. But I just don't want to just go right out and say what I think because I want to be like I'm running a show here. I just want to give a hint of where what I would take the conversation. And someone can. It's like a nibble. It's like, hey, where do you want to talk to Chris about this? Because I'm thinking this.
Right.
And sometimes
Right.
they match up like really perfect. You're like, damn.
Seriously, dude. Like seriously, like I'm like, dude, that's a fucking great meme, bro. I don't even know where you got him from, bro. Like but they do match up perfectly.
Yeah, some of them I make myself. Like I'll clip some thing off YouTube. Some of them you can find them just on the tenor.
Yeah.
If you ever look on there, it'll say where they sometimes where they come from. Like if you click like open in the new window or whatever, it'll say like tenor or unknown.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you put that I think is the crit touch, if you will, is the memes because you find some funny fucking memes, dude. Like I'm like, damn, that's a good one. Yeah, but let me know. I want to check it out.
Yeah, I'll come across it here short. I don't know why I must have missed it. I'll have to go back to the list.
Hmm.
That was Riggs. I mean, like a year ago, he said, "Man, you should make a YouTube channel. This shit is fucking hilarious." Just
Seriously,
like a YouTube short, just like a 10, 15 minute,
yeah, just a yeah,
or not 10,
a,
15 minutes, 10, 15 seconds.
yeah, a YouTube
Like
short,
you have like a robotic voice read it.
right?
Like more delays for NASA Artemis astronauts, moonshots, and then more.
Yeah, yeah. If you could find it, that'd be cool shit, bro.
Where people will be like, if they're on like one server, you're fucking spamming. That's fucking spam. I'd be like, well, why? Why is it spam? Because
Right.
you don't like it, do you? And post like here, like just when I just posted it on the one server, where you can get people kind of going back and forth. Okay, hear this. The text chat. So like there. So I post it, and by the way, guy, I like the news you share. So some people I go like, maybe it's just a you issue, right? You have a problem with the news because you see how fucked up the world is,
Mm-hmm.
Because other people like it. Other people enjoy reading the news that I post.
I have no idea.
Sometimes too, they'll be like, "Oh, hey, like move it to a different channel." And, yeah, I comply like right away. I don't argue with it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was DMs. That's why I can't find it. I was looking on the server. It must have been he messaged me in DM, said, "Hey, can I set up this?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check DMs. I think it must have been there.
Yeah, just let me know when you find it.
Yeah, I'm still looking. I'll come across it sooner. I mean, because it's like a lot of servers. It's like 80 something
Yeah,
servers.
no worries. No worries. The TikTok, that's what I mean. Like when you find that
Yeah, where he started. I should have rolled it down, but I was just like, I'll come back to it. And
Yeah. Did you see in Utah, like this dude had 30 foot of snow? I don't even know how that's even possible, bro. How do you get 30 feet of snow, bro?
oh
And like,
yeah, the storm. They're talking about like people are missing and all kinds of crazy shit.
yeah, I guess like this dude, he filmed, like he recorded the ice around his house, and it's a tall ass, like, 3-story house in height, and the walls are literally buckling in, bro. Like it looks like it's going to collapse in on them. Like they need to climb out they climbed out the top window to leave the house because it fucking was destroying the fucking house. So they're like digging out the house, and there's 30 feet of snow around the house, bro. The cabin. It's on the roof. It's on the side. Like that shit would have. They're lucky it didn't collapse in on them. That's how
That's
much snow.
crazy. And I live in northern Minnesota, and we just got. I mean, we got a couple like snowing before, like this year. I mean, but it didn't stick around. Like it melted right away. So we got maybe like a quarter of an inch of snow. And normally by this time of year, you'd have like mounds of snow. It's so weird how we're like no snow. There's like on Christmas it rained.
Gee. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Though these guys fucking 30 feet of snow, bro. That's a lot of fucking snow. Dude, Bitcoin fucking hit 48,000. Fuck, man, I gotta hurry up and buy some. Gotta get some. It's been climbing way too much. Seems like the market's flipping around.
The ETF got approved last night.
Fuck, dude. I'm gonna get in on late. I'm waiting for some money, bro. If I had it right now, I would have dropped 5 racks just today, right now. I would have done it. Damn it.
Yeah, don't count your chickens yet, though. I mean, these things typically can be buy the rumor, sell the news. So it might come tumbling down.
Well, no doubt, I would be in it for the long run, though. I'm not trying to make a quick buck. I would buy it now as it's what it is now, low, because it's going to climb again. I mean, I wish I got it back when it was back down to what was it, 18,000 or 20,000? Like last year?
Yeah, it came back to 10K. It touched 10K.
Yeah, yeah. See, like I wish I fucking. Oh my god, bro! I should have fucking bought one. It already 4 times it already, man. It already 4x. It's about to hit. It's about to be 5x right now, bro. Like in 1 year. Imagine increasing your money 5 times in 1 year.
It's not worth thinking about. It's in the past.
I know. You just got to get it now.
If I picked the winning lottery numbers last week, I'd be a millionaire. Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying, if I had money right now, I'm actually gonna go buy 2 P950s as soon as I get my money. Maybe next week. Hopefully this week. I'm just waiting for the check at this point. Judge signed off. Just waiting for the lawyers to send the check to me. But I'm gonna. I even called the guys already. I spoke to the guy. I want to have him convert one of them to infrared, and I'm gonna go set up both of those bitches on the ocean and just record, bro. I just want to get some. I want to record boats going over the curve, bro. I'm gonna do it.
If we could organise something that we could get a picture of this new moon, I think we'd be on a bit of a winner there at Prophet Fun.
What do you mean the new moon? What do you mean?
Oh, well, no one can film this new moon. Yeah, I tried this morning. It was 0.9% of the moon, and of course we couldn't see it. So if we could work out something to decipher what's hiding this, like apart from light reflection, the moon, if we could get that visible with the new moon, well,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think we'll make a killing. So good luck with your infrared and your P950s and whatever. I'd advise not buying the P900 or the P950. I think they're quite shit. I've got the P1000 and the P900. They're both pretty average cameras, but to get in this sort of stuff and for long distance, they're awesome. But
what's the difference of the 1000 and 950?
4K quality in the 1000. There's a couple of little extras, and it's quite nice. So obviously, we got a little bit distant, so we go from 84 to 124 zoom. And yeah, look, it's a nice camera, but there's so many other cameras that are similarly priced with much better quality. So if you're after experiments, yeah, it's probably worth investing a little bit of money. But if you're after quality images, and you will want to do after a couple of years, you will want to invest in some sort of decent camera to highlight what you've already learnt and what you can see and how to express it to other people. And I'm talking way too much, so I'm going to shut up. But thank you for listening, guys.
No, it's all good. I actually heard that the 950 is a 4K. Is that inaccurate? If it's inaccurate, I'll just get the P1000. But I heard that the 950 did have the 4K capabilities, and when you record, it's already in. You don't have to worry about converting it because it's already the conversion's already within it. Is that true? Oh, did he really leave? Is he still there? Hello, yo.
I've been talking for so long and I've been muted. I'm so sorry, man. Oh, the P950. I haven't looked into it into the 4K quality, but what I can tell you is what I upload to Facebook and to YouTube and whatever. The quality is much better on my side than what I can actually see through what comes back to me or what I've posted. So I post on a Facebook. It comes back quite grainy, and I'm not just talking. Memories that keep popping up on my Facebook. Stuff I uploaded today looks like, I don't know. It's taken 15 years ago. Like I don't know what they're doing to me or whether it's happening to everyone else. But they're not allowing our quality to come through. Definitely the people that are talking against everything that we've all been programmed with. That definitely appears to be true from my side of perspective, anyway.
That's really interesting. Because I mean, I've seen high quality videos on platforms, social media platforms. So that's really interesting that you say that when you're uploading it or whatnot, that it doesn't seems like it's not converting to its maybe the compression. I don't know. That's really interesting.
Oh, everything I've posted over the last 5 or 6 years generally will have a quality for a few days, and when I go back to look at it, it's just pixelated. It's like they take it from 1040 or 1080 down to like 640 or whatever, man. It's just shocking.
Really?
Like it's quite sad to see, actually, because I used to upload every day. Now I'm like, why? No one's looking at it. No one cares. Everyone's talking about this rubbish and how all people who think outside the boxes are dreamers and whatever. So
That's interesting. Have you tried to do it upload it on YouTube? YouTube can keep the quality. No, they don't.
yeah. I've looked at them and they come back not as good as what I upload. So
Oh, I get what you're saying.
It might be me. I'll go have a second. I'll shut up. And
Yeah, you gotta check a setting. Check one of the. Make sure all the settings are, all the boxes are checked. I don't know, but yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I do want to get when I get the cameras, I want to take these observations and I want to vamp up the Asylum YouTube again, where we did like interviews with like Mark Sargent and Dave Wise, and I want to try to vamp it up again, the Asylum, and
Oh yeah, that was going solid there for a while. It was like this is like the new thing.
Yeah, the Asylum. Yeah, and then I got sick, and then I had a lot of health issues, and Hammer got busy, and he, but actually he DM'd me the other day, and we were talking. He said he got a new drone. He's getting new footage. He's like, he wants to start it up again. I'm like, cool, dude. And I have ideas too. I'm getting the equipment. I'm getting the cameras. I want to go do some recording, and I was actually looking into buying some tickets to go to Antarctica for me and him. And but dude, it's like over $150,000 and a long waiting list. So that's probably not going to be a reality for at least a while. Maybe in like within 5 years. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be about us going and doing filming, but I wanted to go down there and record. And I told Globe is like, well, what happens when you see the sun for 24 hours? I'm like, dude, if that's what I see, then that's definitely going to make me have to go back to the drawing board, because that's definitely going to be interesting, and I'm going to have to think really long. I said I'm not going to hide it. I won't suppress it. I'll let it be known. Like if I go down there and record a 24-hour sun, and I see it for 24 hours in the sky, not the bullshit like oh, it's behind a mountain, or it's I want to make sure even if I have to fucking go to the top of a fucking mountain and record. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. It would be fucking awesome to go down there and then record, and then the sun doesn't it goes out of your the same way it happens here in the north. And it just goes out of, from California's point of view, and then the sun's in the sky, then it leaves, and then, oh man, dude, that'll be a nice gem to drop in the YouTube. Like, Antarctica 24-hour sun debunked. Then they show like shadows, like light from shadows, and they're like, look at it represents 24 hours, even though the sun's not in the shot for 24 hours. Like, no, we have the sun doing a shadow circulating. I don't know, man. I don't know. Look into it. Some dude the other day was like there's multiple suns. I don't know what he was.
What's going on, guys? How is the flat brain community going, man? You guys gaining some IQ?
We are
What's
all
up,
right,
boys?
man.
What's
How are
going
you?
on?
Happy New Year. What how
Bro, what the hell? How can you
how
say
high
being a flat brain is okay, man? Come on.
how
You
high
can't
how
even
high
finish
is
a
your IQ?
sentence.
How high is your IQ, buddy?
Bro, it goes over the border, man. It actually makes a curve. It's crazy, man. You wouldn't believe it.
Your IQ's curved?
Wait,
Your
do you believe that the earth is flat?
I don't believe that the way you believe.
Oh, oh my goodness. So you're mentally ill. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
I'm mentally ill because I don't believe what you believe.
No, man, because you're mentally ill. What the hell?
what is flat to you?
That's so dumb, bro. I never said that, man.
What is
Said
flat
that.
to you?
You're putting words into my mouth. Like, this is
You're
how you
not.
guys win arguments. Like, you're responding to something I never said. It's pathetic.
Wait.
It's from your flat brains that can't adjust the information I'm giving to you. You're just only saying things that I never said.
Projection.
Yes, you're projecting. Exactly.
You came in here. What?
You're starting to understand, man.
Hey,
I'm so happy for you.
Can I talk?
Maybe
real quick?
this flat brain can be curved a little bit in the
Can I
near
talk?
future.
Can I talk real quick? Is it okay if I talk now?
Yeah, sure, man. You're gonna talk to yourself anyway, so go ahead, continue.
Okay, I will continue. So, all right. Did he leave?
Maybe it sounded like someone left.
Yeah.
That was a quick triggering and spiral.
Yeah. It was. I mean, that guy. It's interesting to me. He comes in here, tells me what I believe, and then says that I'm just going to do that to him. I'm putting words in his mouth.
What was he
That's
saying?
crazy.
Oh, he's back.
Who's the person that dares to kick me out of this VC, huh? Who do you think you are?
Hey, Saudi man. Just let's have a conversation. Do you know how to? Can we have a conversation?
Are you capable of one? Wait, do you actually want to have a conversation apocryphon?
Yeah.
Do you actually want? Can
That's
we
why
do it
I
out
asked.
of this VC? Can we do it out of this VC?
No, we could do it right here, dude. Right here.
Oh, so you can't because you can only say things when you're with a community that is also flat-brained.
Listen, this is because it's. Hold on, listen, dude. There's an audience here.
Oh my goodness, man.
Let's see if you can just. Let me try. Let me try this.
Man.
The reason why
society needs a flat-brained audience. It's so
a reason
sad.
why there's an audience here who's listening on YouTube and other places.
He left.
Okay.
I bet this is how he talks to his slaves. Saudi Arabia, or his servants. He's definitely got servants.
No. Here's what I guarantee you. Okay, dude is most likely. You can hear his arrogance in his voice. He's extremely insecure, though. I guarantee you, he's probably the dude that can't get a woman, and he's insecure, and he hates life, so bitter about life and his insignificant life he has, that he joins Discord servers and does exactly what he just did. I guarantee you, he's a very insecure man that just has probably a fucked up life. So this is how he copes. He goes and disrupts conversations and belittles people in his own false projection. Very interesting. He's just pure projection. Would not. He cannot have a conversation. Begging and the definitely unmet equality is.
I don't know. In my line of work, I've met a lot of Saudis that are just like that, and he did say, "How dare you kick me out of this group?" Because he's used to being around servants in his country.
Oh, maybe
like
you're right.
15% Saudi and 85% servants from other countries. It's like a first and second class system.
So he probably demands a female to give him action, as opposed to just having game to get a female to give him action.
Maybe a camel. I don't know.
It might be a camel. Yeah. Yeah. He did sound very extremely arrogant and entitled. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. It doesn't mean he's,
They've also got the highest rates of autism in the world. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all those super rich oil places. God knows why, but maybe we can cut him some slack on the autism.
Might have it, yeah. You might be on that spectrum for sure.
Mm.
Yeah. Probably best just to ban somebody like that. He didn't want to hear. He didn't want to listen. He doesn't want to have the discussion. He just wants to go and talk shit. People like that, though, it's people like that, though, that why Globers stay Globers, too. People are afraid to take that ridicule and criticism. They don't have the balls themselves to become someone who just searches for truth.
Yeah, I agree, honestly.
There he is.
Oh, there he is, guys. We found him, boys. Who did we find, guys?
We've been looking for our leader, our Saudi leader.
Yeah, man. I'm back, bro. The Saudi leader is back, y'all. Like, I didn't look at this. When I don't debate you guys, you yourselves think of how dumb you are, and you made me your leader because I'm smarter. I'm so happy, man.
That's right. So what do you got to say about that?
Honestly, first thing we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna We're gonna fix your brains. طب ما كانت flat brain. We're gonna read some educational books, boys. It's amazing, bro. Guys, did you know that the entire world is not lying about the Earth being flat? I think I like that's the first thing we have to agree on. Why would they do that? We have no idea why.
That 100-mile line
Why
is
would they?
straight and flat, though, isn't it?
Bro, what the fuck are you saying? No one knows what that is. So
Do you
dumb.
know? Do you know anybody building the Neom?
My guy. It's so obvious though. It's so obvious, isn't it? Imagine every country in the world would be lying about saying the Earth is flat, and the only correct people are the chosen ones,
And the
which are who?
100-mile flat line
Radwan,
that you guys are making over there. 100 miles straight line, huh?
Paul
100-mile
France,
straight line?
Flat Earth, Batman, HTTP link, whatever the fuck this is, man. You're the
Hey.
chosen ones, guys. You're the
Hey,
flat earthers. You're the correct ones, man. It's crazy.
Hey,
I wish I can join you though, but I have a normal brain.
Hey, do you live in Saudi Arabia?
You left.
Yeah, again. Okay. I was going to ask him serious question. How's it going? I watched an update about maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. I watched an update on the construction. They're like laying a lot of the foundation down. They got a few facilities or little off campus facilities or whatnot, stations for all the equipment and material. They've already built those little communities. Even pretty interesting. They built like a little community, like a town for all the workers and their families. Like they even have like a school. Pretty interesting, man. They built a town just for the construction of it. Pretty interesting.
Well, yeah, their kids can't go to school with the constructors, the builders' kids, the slaves' kids. Let's separate them.
yeah. We can't have that.
I'll have that. Yeah, you have it. We'll build a town just for you. We'll call it Slave Town. Live in the desert.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know. There's a new form of slave though, but that's a whole nother topic. It's not flat earth topic.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, these globers that have this, they can't take the ridicule or criticism. They don't like the feeling of being ostracized, and they don't like that. So they see people being laughed at. They just don't want to go in that group. It's almost like a sandbox mentality. Like when all the kids see little Christy getting laughed at because she put a ponytail in her hair, then all of a sudden all the girls don't want a ponytail in their hair because all the boys laughed at that. It's really like it's very interesting how that herd mentality works. A lot of globe.
It's like when someone said roller skates are gay, and everyone stopped roller skating.
Right, and they're like, I don't want to fucking be caught dead on roller skates. I ain't gay.
Exactly, that's it.
And that's what globers do. They're like, fuck, I don't want to be called stupid idiots and the laughing, fucking butt end of a fucking joke all the time. I don't want to do that. So then they just stay globers. They just don't even want to learn the truth because they don't. They're not built for the truth. Put it that way. Because you need to have tough skin, because when you stand with truth, it's going to take its hits. People are going to take shots at it. So those who do switch into the truth from the lie, everyone has tough skin, and they could deal with it. They could fucking get through and handle the ridicule from those morons like that just joined earlier.
Want to see the debate between What's It Gets It and that other guy? Just was out the past couple of days.
I'm not sure which one specifically you're talking about. You're talking about that arrogant piece of shit, William?
Maybe it just came out like 3 days ago.
Yeah. I think that was William. I think.
Yeah,
that guy's an arrogant piece of shit. But go ahead.
I understand how he came off. Like it seems, yeah. Like I'm not gonna go too far into that, but what do you think about Witsit Gets It, like saying that the planets do orbit the sun?
I think when he talks like that, he's speaking in regards to their paradigm. Because I know he's
No,
there.
no, 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 no.
There's a few things he says. There's a few things that he said that he's just like almost like okay, like agreeing with the sentiment of what he's saying, like his belief. But then on the backside of that, he'll say, "But this and this and this and this doesn't work out." So it kind of negates the theory or that belief that he originally stated to begin with. Does that make sense? You get what I'm saying?
Understand what you're saying, but the thing is, he was explaining how like we track the patterns of the lights in the skies and like these things, and he was saying like, yeah, like using that, we like to explain this. It's the planets that are orbiting the sun. It's just that the sun is also orbiting us. But he did say like, yeah,
I
the
get what you're
planets
saying.
orbit the sun, but the sun orbits us. It's all those things orbiting us. So
Right. Well, that'd be interesting. I mean, if the
I mean,
stars, if the stars are the stars and the planets are a certain size, measurable through observations, and we see them going around them.
So are we going to
And
sit here and discuss what Witsit talks about, or what?
I was just curious to think about what you guys thought about it. Like, the fact that now we can at least say, like, the planets are real, the space is
No, I
real
don't
because
listen
they're
to him.
orbiting us.
I never listened to one show of his.
I think we all realize that the wandering stars, which what we call planets, I think that we do. We've always believed in them. We never said they weren't real. It's just the positions and the overall heliocentric model is what we don't believe in.
Well, the key with Witsit is that he's winning online arguments, and how he does it is he presents the heliocentric model to a heliocentric person who doesn't have any fucking clue what they're talking about, and he just changes a few words around, meaning the exact same thing as everyone else has said in the past. Instead of like calling it dark matter, dark energy, he calls it ether or whatever, and watch them argue against their own model.
No,
Just sit back
he was
and laugh at them trying to debunk their own model.
he wasn't invoking our model. He was saying that to explain how we like we see these patterns in the sky, like we can see
And you
them.
don't. And you don't see them now. See, that's the best part. Like, he'll say, look at these patterns you see in the sky. And you see them, but then you argue against it.
No. So he wasn't like invoking our model. He was using the flat Earth model, and he was saying like, yes, the reason like they do this is because those planets orbit the sun.
Yeah. So, for instance,
Flat Earth has a model now.
According to which it gets it, they do.
Yeah, the Walter Bislin model.
Yeah, he was talking about the Walter Bliss. But see, even still, he's using that as a tool to explain, but then he also is like what Crit said. He gives you your model, throws logic within the model itself, and then you end up seeing that the Globers literally arguing with their own model, not
No,
against
he's not
Witsit.
using our model though. But he's not using our model.
Yeah, he's using the Walter. You're like, look, you just did it in real time. He said
Right.
he's using the Walter Bislin model, and you're like, yep, that's the one he's using. That's
his
a globe.
model.
That's a
his
globe,
model
dude.
has the planets and the sun orbiting the Earth.
That's
not
the globe
the Earth
model they're
orbiting the
using.
sun. No. His model has the planets and the sun orbiting the Earth. So that's not our model.
Oh, that's the clock I posted from 2,000 years ago that I posted. That's been around.
So he's not using Earth's model.
Yes,
he's using a geocentric model, and he is saying that the planets do orbit the sun. It's just that the sun orbits us also. So he's not using our model.
Yes, he is. He's using the
sooner
Walter
you come to
Bislin.
terms with the fact that you're on a globe, the sooner you can stop being retarded.
Say what?
I'm just wondering if
funny.
like do we think like do does he think space is real then, and planets are real, and
Okay, well, why not just go
because I
talk
have
to him?
eyeballs and I
Just go talk to him.
He said I have eyeballs.
Well, I'm just
I
using
invite
what
you
he
to go
said
talk
in his
to Witsit.
debate.
Have you ever looked
he is
outside at
acknowledging
nighttime?
that
Have you
planets
looked
orbit
up
the
in the
sun.
up direction?
I invite you to go talk to Witsit. That's what I invite you to do.
I recommend you walk outside your front door at night and you look directly above you.
Okay, then what?
That should suffice.
What happens then?
You'll see that there's like stuff out there.
Oh my!
And then
And dare I say spherical.
and then
That's it. Then
that's the
you
end
can
of
go
your
back
logic?
inside then.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
then you go
where
back inside.
that's where it drops off.
I look up, I see objects, therefore I'm on an object like that.
Yes, correct.
So there's all kinds of different people and plants and birds and water. All those objects up there are exactly like the Earth. One for one duplications. They're all the same. Everything's
they're all
exactly the same.
spherical.
Yeah, and they have an atmosphere and like a Grand Canyon.
No, I didn't say that. I said they're all spherical.
Okay, and then what?
That's it.
That's it.
Then
That's
you
the
go
end
back
of it.
inside.
Okay, so you see balls in the sky, therefore you're a ball in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, that's retarded, dude.
So
basically retarded.
Yeah, so do you think that when when you go to a zoo, do you think that all the animals look at each other and be like, I must be like them because we're all here? Like, does a monkey look like at a giraffe and be like, oh, I'm a giraffe because there's the giraffe is there, I'm here, so we must be the same.
I'm not a monkey in a zoo.
You probably believe we came from monkeys.
Yes, you are. You're a monkey in the Globe Zoo.
There you go.
Hey, man. I mean, aren't we all?
No.
Yeah, we are, whether you know it or not.
Evolution is fake, son.
I didn't say anything about evolution.
We're not monkeys then.
I didn't say we are. Although you guys might be monkeys, I don't know.
This guy. Hey, if you think that we have to be a ball because we see a ball, where's the logic then where's that take you? Then that's like a monkey looking at a giraffe and saying, well, then I'm a giraffe. Because he sees it. Using your logic, you saw it, so that must be the same, right?
No.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big no. It's a motherfucking no. Just like you can't look up and say that's a ball, we're a ball. That's a motherfucking no. Oh, it can. Oh, because you believe it. Got it. So
well, because some things are the same and some things aren't the same.
Right. Some things are the same.
Yeah.
For instance, like trees are not the same, but they're the same, right?
Which kind of tree?
Well, is one tree identical to another? No, every tree's different. There's not one
some
identical.
of them are pretty similar.
Yeah, it's similar, just like humans. Like, I mean, it's kind of racist, but I think all Asians look the same. But that's racist as fuck, right?
I'm not saying every ball in the sky is exact in like dimension and
but it's similar,
every mountain is the same and it has humans on it. Like I'm saying that they're spherical.
Right.
In the same way that a tree is like a tree shape.
Those things in the sky are similar. Doesn't mean we are we are not the things in the sky because we're not in the sky. We're down here. We're down here, guys. Come on.
No, because it's not a down or an up.
Oh, there's no down or up on a ball?
Oh my god.
No, there's space all around us. There's balls everywhere, man.
This is the problem, man. You're the indoctrination is strong with this one. So you believe...
I'm not trying to argue that like the Earth is a globe yet. I just want you guys to admit space is real, like because one of your like biggest leaders in your argument at least admits space is real.
No, that's not what happened at all. Witsit has distanced himself from flat Earth from the very beginning.
He was arguing for the flat Earth just a few days ago.
No, he's a true Earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's never used the title Flat Earther. Not once.
He's never
arguing.
He's never said. No, he's okay. Okay.
Say the Earth was flat.
Okay, I invite you to talk to Witsit. That's what I invite you to do at this point. He's got a very large social media footprint. You can find him virtually on every server that has this discussion. He calls himself a true earther.
Yeah, and the thing is that I think what you're doing is you're not grasping that when he said, even when he says flat Earth, he's just saying that it's not a 25,000 circumference spherical, an oblate spheroid. He's just saying it's not that. That there is a measurable planicity to the Earth. Like it's measurable. Now, maybe not on the continents, because obviously there's topography, elevations change, highs, lows, mountains, valleys, canyons, but over the water, over places on the Earth where there's miles and miles of flatlands, literally a place called Flatlands. There is places where it negates the spherical claim that you believe in, because geometrically or mathematically, you there it's not, it doesn't comport. So I don't know,
See,
man.
this is them trying to get the booby prize. Once they realize that there will be no space flight. No one's going to space for another 3 years. Like, oh, but will you admit that space is real? Okay,
Right.
so what do you want? You want to say space is real, other space is real, therefore what? Space is real or something other than that? Because I've read you multiple times the quotation from Copernicus. Astronomy cannot provide the hypothesis at all. There's the only one they've ever come up with is called the rare Earth hypothesis. And that just tells you can't use the model to make claims about the Earth. It breaks the model. Earth is so unique, so special, there's nothing else like it at all. And unique is not a very good thing in science without some sort of explanation.
That's why they spend billions and billions of dollars to tell you on the headlines, "Oh, possible life on other planets." And they it's the indoctrination, it's the propaganda, it's the brainwashing. That's all they're
Where
doing.
does brainwashing go at it? I mean, there's a possibility. What is it wrong with that?
Here's a quote so far from Copernicus. The first guy who suggested the Earth might be something other than geocentric. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. Let he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart this study a greater fool than when he entered it. So you point up at the sky and you say, hey, I see a ball, therefore Earth is a ball. You are now a greater fool than you were prior to saying that.
There you go.
You guys are flat earthers?
Facebook says so.
You guys are flat earthers?
All right. So, have you guys figured out where the sun goes at night?
Right. Hey, we do actually. Because we could get on the phone and we could call our buddies on the other, side of the Earth, and they'll be like, "Yeah, the sun's right above me, bro." We do know where it goes. It's
So
kind of interesting though. It's kind of
what's the
interesting.
range of the sun?
What are you guys flat earthers?
It's kind of interesting though, because you can't grasp
Yeah, what
the
do you mean by the other
concept.
side?
Oh boy, you guys need to just slow down and let
Yeah,
you.
it's a spurging, 1% at a time.
No
You
more
will get your say.
monologuing. No monologuing.
You will get your say. Okay, you ask a question, then put yourself on mute so you can get the answer. If you
I want
don't want the answer,
to continue. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt him. I want Apo Cryofon to continue because I would like to ask him something. I really want him to continue.
All right, so just real quick, it's interesting to me that people on the globe side can't grasp the concept of when something goes straight across in elevation, straight across, from perspective of somebody watching it travel away, it looks like it's going down, and it's eventually going to go down into the horizon until where you can no longer see it. It's really interesting that people can't grasp that in the globe side. This is why you ask questions like, where does the sun go? It traveled far away. What do we know the size of it? Do we know, that's all theoretical, bro. It's you make up a story about it. Go ahead. That seems like it's in
So yeah,
nowadays.
like you using your method of like just just calling someone else up or whatever, like you could probably figure out like the range of the sun, right? Like if I can see it and someone else this far away can see it, like you can slowly get the range of the sun, correctly, right?
I would agree. Once it's overhead, like high noon or whatever, and you call someone and then how you could measure how far it is until it's high noon over them. Like let's say from like I'm in California.
Yeah, it's
Let's
roughly
say I call someone in Texas.
39.59 miles till it's directly overhead somebody else.
There you go.
Yeah,
so we do know the distance. Interesting enough, that's the radius that they made the curved ball Earth. Isn't that really interesting how they kind of reverse engineer that? But go ahead.
So, like, what's
Can I
kind
ask
of
a
funny
question?
is that, like, I have family in Florida, and I also have family in Chicago.
Okay.
So, like, Florida, I know is 1,800 miles away from me, and Chicago, I don't believe is that far. I'm not exactly sure how far Chicago is, but my family in Florida sees the same sunrise as me. I'm in New York, like, at the same time, and they're that distance away, but the people in Chicago didn't. Why is that?
Why did they see
I
it?
think you need to draw that
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
write that down and you look at your question and write it out, like what you
So
think you would have
okay,
seen.
This is my question. So this is my question. So this is my question.
Here's what you're writing out. Everything on the East Coast sees the sun first, and then as you get to the middle of the states, then it gets the sun.
Yeah, but
the idea is to have him get there himself, not just give him the answer. Let him think it out.
If it's a local sun and it only has a range because it's a spotlight, which goes in like that's what I've heard,
east to west.
Then it only has a limited range in that circle. If it's a spotlight like that, right? Is that how it works?
Okay.
So if someone can see the sun and they're like 5,000 miles away from me at the same time as I'm seeing the sun, and yet someone only like 1,000 miles away from it can't see it, seems kind of odd.
Hold on though. Let me share something with you, okay? I think this is what you're misunderstanding. All right. So let's say you're on a football field, okay? And you put the camera on the floor on the end zone, and then you walk across to the other side. Now that tiny slight slope that's made for drainage of the field, that maybe it might be a 5/8 slope, maybe. That slope will block out that dude, right? Um Significantly. But in general, the further he gets away from the camera, the more he's going to disappear over that horizon of the camera lens, right? It's more the reason why I mentioned the slope, because it's just exaggerated more. But if you were to take away that slope, he still would eventually disappear into the horizon of the camera lens, of the line of the camera lens. But what I'm getting at though is that if he was to walk further than that end zone to where he's now if he was to walk further than that end zone to where he's now disappeared into the horizon, but there's going to be a point where he could just take one step and you can see him again, like his head. You're going to be able to see him, and that's just one step. So you have to realize that one step could represent and does represent that 789-mile difference from Chicago to New York, because when on the horizon, when New York sees the sun rise, but Chicago still hasn't. Chicago hasn't seen it because that sun is still 789 miles away from that perspective of Chicago. So it's going to take a few minutes for it to finally be in the view of the person in Chicago. No different than the guy on the football field. He's going to have to take a couple steps more until that person at the end zone can see him. Now, if you were at the 20-yard line or the 10-yard line, representing the 798 miles closer, you would see the guy at the 20-yard line before the guy at the end zone. Do you understand that? Does that make sense logically?
I understand what you're
one
saying,
small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
But the problem is people in Florida. Hang on. The problem is people in Florida see it, which is 2,000 miles away. And if I was to call someone up in Europe at 6 a.m. my time, they would still be seeing the sun, and they're
Right.
way further than Chicago.
No, but it would be their sun setting though. It would be because the sun's now
I agree.
moving
It'd be their
away
sun
from them.
setting.
Okay,
Yep.
Right.
Jack Black, you're up.
Hello?
Yeah, you wanted to interject. What's up?
And I'm so amazed. What the heck? You guys believe that the Earth is flat?
That's it? You just wanted to say that?
You interrupted for them.
Okay. I interject with you guys. If you guys believe that the Earth is flat, how come you explain if you look throughout the telescope, you can see the other planets are round?
Oh, we discovered that, bro.
Oh.
It's
They're-
like a
all they're
groundhog.
going to say is that Earth is not the same as those things, and therefore that's just because those are spheres. This is not a sphere. That's all that leads to. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. It's just
Okay, second point. How do you explain if the Earth is a flat? We don't have differences in term of a gravity when you go to the southern or the northern hemisphere in comparison to the center of the Earth.
The
So you're
center of the Earth. When have you gone there?
Because if you have a gravity, of course you believe in a gravity. Don't tell me you don't believe in a gravity as well.
Well,
let me check something with this guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
they don't.
Yeah, it was a Dr. Jack Black, right?
Blackjack.
If
Yeah.
I have an imaginary dome, is that a dome or not a dome?
Imaginary dome?
Yeah.
But we talk about reality here.
Yeah, so is it a dome if it's imaginary, or is it not imaginary?
Well,
There
it's
you guys go with the
imaginary because he said it's
philosophy.
imaginary.
Yeah, so it's not a dome then, right?
No,
I
if you
disagree. I
say
think an
imaginary
imaginary
dome,
dome is a
then this
dome.
is a dome that is imagined in your brain.
Yeah, so it's not real, right? This doesn't exist.
It exists in your mind, in
Okay,
your
but
brain.
not in reality.
Well, it can't be part of reality. It cannot be part of reality.
Oh, so you don't know for sure? So how about the equator? Is it an equator the imaginary line or a real line?
Imaginary line.
Okay, so it doesn't really exist then, it's just in your mind.
It exists because we write it on the maps.
Okay, so it's
we
imaginary then.
because we type down this slide on the maps and we use it scientifically and geographically speaking. This exists in terms of science.
But
But
is
does
it
it exist
imaginary
that
or
we
not
can see it?
imaginary?
No.
No, he said it's real because he wrote it on a map.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. We have the human body, and the human body has a lot of imaginary lines. For example, the thorax or the mediastinum.
Nobody
He's
cares.
done. Okay, Percival, you're next.
So can we
No, I
get
mean,
back to why Europe can see the sun?
Your name's not
and
Percival.
Chicago can't?
Your name's not Percival.
Yeah,
Is it
you're
is it a
bricked.
local sun?
Yeah, you're told that already. Okay, Percival.
Hmm?
Yeah, your
you're up.
turn.
I got distracted with the whole imaginary.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Get it out of your
philosophical-
mind. We're not talking about that anymore.
The topic, you get to raise the topic. I know you've been waiting patiently to get in, so here you go.
Not really. I kind of asked my question, and I enjoy you guys spreading out.
Okay, what's that mean?
I come here to laugh at you guys.
Okay, and are you getting what you want?
Yeah, it's always fun.
Crit. I would like you to explain to me the model of the gravity in a flat Earth. Please explain it to me. I'm listening.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what gravity is, so I can do that for you.
Yeah, do you know the story of Newton, where with the apple?
Yeah, it bounced off his head and then it fell in a pond of water and floated. What happened?
And then he saw stars, and he got bonked on the head and literally saw stars. Okay, next, what happened then?
Yeah, so there is basically a force that is pulling the apple when you leave it. For example.
Oh, you're right. There is. It is blowing on the apple. It's called air pressure.
So that force that is pulling the apple down toward the floor or toward like the floor of the earth, that is called gravity. And if the gravity is within a flat earth, then the center of the flat earth should have more force because this is supposed to be the center of the gravity.
You got to tell me, what is it? Define your terms.
As I told you, the force that is pulling subjects toward the field of the planet.
Okay, you might want to look that up. Okay, that's not what they say
I,
gravity is.
I don't think you got the memo, bro. I don't like. Dude, you
You're
didn't
gonna
get
have
the
to look it up.
2024 memo. You didn't
Yeah,
get the
you're gonna have to
2024
look
memo.
it up, son.
Yeah.
You guys agreed with me about the story with the Newton.
No,
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 That
no,
the
no.
that
apple.
has
Hold on,
nothing to.
hold on.
That, an apple falling is not things pulling to the center of planets.
Hey, buddy.
So what is it falling the apple? What is it causing the apple to fall?
Well, what
It's
you
time for the
stated it.
apple to let go of the tree.
What?
That's a good point.
These guys
Please
don't
tell
even
me.
understand.
Please tell
They
me,
don't
like, what is
understand
the force that is
movement.
causing the apple to fall down?
Just real
You
quick.
act as if they understand basic concepts such as force and acceleration.
Hold on, hold on. You act like you actually know what you're talking about. So hold on, just real quick. You guys haven't got the memo, bro. You guys didn't get the 2024, the new. You guys don't even know your own model. You were lied to when they said that they're pulling anything towards the center. You were lied to, and you still believe that lie. That's okay. We could work with that. We're here to
Here,
tell you the truth.
here's a citation from Wikipedia, which is your alma mater. This is where you guys get all your education from.
Dude, I would pay you. I would literally pay you just to go on a spaceship and to see the Earth.
How
That
about pay
it's round.
yourself? How about you go to space? Don't leave me out of it.
I need to
Yeah,
go to space. I know that the
you
Earth
go
is
with a
round.
camera and do a live stream while you're up there.
That's what should be done.
Go ahead and do it.
See, you haven't been able to even describe what gravity is. And
I mean,
and the
they have
best part
already
is,
done it.
if
Like,
you ever went to space, if you put yourself in a rocket, that would be a Darwin Award.
I forgot, like, what is the
You
name of
would
the
blow
person that
up. You
jumped?
don't know anything about this stuff. You would still be thinking like somehow there's a force of gravity. And you'd try to ram that into your equations and your math, and you would blow up.
Correct. I forgot, like, what was the name of the person that jumped from the space to the Earth, and he broke a world record. I
The
think
Red
his
Bull
name was
jump.
really. Yeah, and you can
Felix
literally
Pauga.
see you can literally see
You
Oh
throughout this
God!
stream that the
All
Earth is
right,
round.
you
It's not a
guys
flat. How do you explain
message
that?
me when you guys are done with this dumb conversation.
all right? Look at just real quick. This guy. Look at that Red Bull jump. That should have been a red flag that went off, and the alarm should have started ringing in your brain, but it didn't because you're indoctrinated and brainwashed. But let me share something with you. When you're looking through that camera, it looks like he's over planet New Mexico because all of that curve is just the state that he's above. Interesting enough, he's 120,000 feet in the air, and still all he sees is the state below him of which he started. That doesn't raise a red flag to you, bro? Why did he see all of America? Why? Because he was barely 120,000 feet is high, but it's barely anything in the grand scale of the Earth and what it's
Okay. Can you
like.
stream the video? Can you please just stream the video
Yes,
right
it's right
now?
there. So,
Yeah.
Grim just posted it. Look at that. Look at that planet,
Let's stream it. Stream it.
Arizona or New Mexico. Just quick, hit play. It's in the site chat. And when he opens up the door, you see it completely horizontally flat.
It's not a flat. What?
When he
You
opens
can.
up the door, listen, bro. When he opens up the door, it's a camera that doesn't have a wide angle lens, and you can see a horizontal line in the door. Then when
See
he
on the
looks,
borders of the sphere. You can see the borders of the sphere. How is that a horizontal line?
bro, oh my god.
Screen cap,
When
so he'll be able to deny it.
I mean, you can literally show him literally video.
But
The
here,
camera
here's
that's outside is a wide angle lens and is making a ball. The camera inside, when he opens up the door, just watch when he opens up the door.
here. Look at APOC what I posted. Is that a curved line? The horizon there?
Look at planet fucking Arizona right there. These guys they're lost, bro. It's a waste of time, bro. There you go.
See,
Thank you, Grit. Thank you,
yeah,
Grit. That was
Tyson
cool.
can explain this to you to your education level. He's a scientific communicator. And he broke this down Big Bird and Barney style and talked about wide angle lenses. Broke down at that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. And even if you think you did see the curvature of the Earth, match that to your model. How small is the Earth if that's a curve of the Earth?
It's amazing, bro. I want this guy to realize, look at the footage. All you see below you is the state of which he was over. And you want to say, look, it's a curved earth. Bro, how do you fit? And you can't even fit Texas on the other side of that ball that you're looking at, bro.
Yeah, I'm just going to share another video one second.
Oh, show me something that you know what, man. Look, if you're convinced, if you're indoctrinated, you're brainwashed, it doesn't matter what we show you. That we just showed you the truth. We debunked your little claim you threw up. You literally like underhanded the toss to us, and we cracked it out the fucking park home run. And you're like, hold on, let me get another ball, so we could crack that. We could crack that
Okay.
one too. Go ahead.
Can you
If the
stream
Earth is
like on
flat,
Discord? There's like the stream option.
If you
No.
haven't been here long enough, you won't be able to. No, just
Yeah, can
post
you
it to
please
the.
stream it for me? If you
Oh
don't
yeah,
mind.
yeah.
Can you?
You have to
Yeah.
send it to Crit.
Okay,
No,
great.
we're
Can
not
you,
going to stream anything to get
please, it's 1
copyright
minute.
strike.
Just
Yeah,
five
No,
seconds.
no, Crit. Just
Five
post it in the
seconds.
side chat. Just
yeah,
post it in the side chat.
yeah, he's fine. He posted it. We're not going to
Okay.
stream anything because of
Okay.
copyright strikes and stuff.
If I because I can't stream. Okay, this person is streaming. Thank you.
All right. What are we looking for? I'm looking at it. He's about to jump. He's in planet New
Play
Mexico. Go ahead.
play until 20 seconds. You can see the circle. You can see the circle shape.
By
What
the
the
way,
fuck?
yeah.
Okay. Until 20 seconds.
So
You
it's
can
not a
see the
Okay.
fisheye
circle
lens,
shape.
right?
How is that a flat?
Because if you look at that,
How is
right, it's not distorted, right? It's still straight, right? So it's not a fucking fisheye lens, right? So
how
Okay.
is
So
that
look at.
flat?
Hold on. I'm gonna take it. Hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot. You believe this is your evidence? This is your gotcha moment right here?
it's not gotcha,
I
but
mean,
for me,
that's
it's
one
like
of the strongest.
counterintuitive, right? If it's a fisheye lens, then the letters
Okay,
should also
okay.
Okay. Look
be
at.
like
Go,
this.
go
Look.
to
Look.
20
Look.
seconds. Go to
Look.
20
Look at that,
seconds
right?
of the
There it is
video.
There's
right
no
there.
distortion.
That's 20 seconds. Hey, buddy. Hear me out. Hear me out. Do you
Circle
see
shape.
that? Look at. Do you see that all of that on the ground is the state that he's above? So if you believe that the Earth takes up that much space just for one state, how do you fit the entire United States on this ball, bro? You are
Because when you
lost.
it's literally like when you get away from that that space or that planet, the smaller it will appear. That's how things happen in the real world.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, so now you see the bulge curving that much on the state, but then you're saying it's because you're so close, and that's all. You don't even get your own fucking logic, bro. You don't get it.
So
You're
you think
not.
this guy's in?
Yeah,
You think he's
okay,
in
I'm going
Hollywood
to
right now?
explain it to you. I'm going to explain to you. When you look at a car inside of this world, if you look at a car from
No,
away, it will
not
appear
car.
small. But when you go next to the car, it will appear large. That's how it is. This is the same principle. You can apply it on the planet here.
Dude, hey, trust me, you're not getting what I said. It literally went over your head. You're not grasping it. Look it. I understand when you're close to something, then you're gonna see just that little part, right? But that doesn't mean you're gonna see this whole globe-shaped curve, because if it is curved at that, like that, then that means all the other part of the earth and everything that exists on it is going to have to fit on the. This means that this little thing right here, this little world, that's why I said it's the world of New Mexico. I think they were above New Mexico, because you would have no room for the other states
This
or
is not the argument, right? Like we are not arguing about that. We are arguing whether the shape of the Earth is flat or not. So how, like,
Wait.
even
In
Well,
this
hold on.
video, the horizon goes convex and concave, but they're only showing you the concave bit.
Yeah,
Watch
I think he
watch
exposed
the
it.
convex bit.
He exposed it here. He just said flat is a shape. Can you
Yeah.
demonstrate flat being a shape? Can you show me what that looks like?
well, a flat looks like a square.
A flat square. Okay, so
Yeah.
anything else?
That's it. That's what I know. Like flat Earth, the flat Earth model that is presented by the Greek back then, it was a square Earth, literally.
A square. Okay, so not a flat, a square.
Let me share the image, the
Hey,
imaginary image.
hey, so Quad posted the footage as well, which actually is funny because it like lines up with the curve. It makes like a little like yin yang little diagram with our two photos. But if you look,
look at globe space on the bottom picture.
There you go.
Yeah, a concave Earth now.
Right.
But this happens in the circular shaped things. It doesn't happen in flat Earth things.
No, bro. No. See, no. What you're
One world.
misunderstanding is that to get convexity like that, to where it's concave and then convexed, that happens on straight lines with the wide angle lens. If you can't grasp that, then you might be a little too far indoctrinated. And
Just
you're not
match the
listening
curve to your model. How much curve is that? And then complete the circle. And that's the
Right.
size of your Earth.
Right.
It's not a complete circle. It's like a, how do they call it? It's a ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Complete the circle, the full circle there.
You're not getting it, bro. You're
Spherical shape.
Hopefully you're not a
Sorry.
If you were to pan the camera around, you could see the entire Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
hopefully,
Jason?
hopefully
Yeah,
you're
maybe
not
maybe I can
planning to
help
be
you
a
in your
doctor
argument. Maybe I can help you in your argument. You tell me that the Earth is a flat, but with a circular
What's a
shape.
flat? What's a flat?
Flat meaning it is the lower surface cannot complete a circle or cannot complete a sphere. But we can see that when you, for example, during this video, you can see that the lower part of the spherical Earth can complete a spherical shape actually.
Bro,
complete that circle.
They don't get it, bro.
So like if you go to the other side, you would see the same shape on the other side. But in this flat Earth, if you go to the other side, you can't see the same shape. That's impossible.
Yeah, so complete the circle then. Let's follow the logic. How big of an Earth is that?
You didn't need logic. You just have to look at images. That's it.
Yeah, look at the images and then complete the whole circle. That's the curve of the Earth you're looking at. Now complete the circle.
That's the curve that is behind it will just be the same shape as this side of the
Yeah, so
image.
how big is the Earth then?
How big is what?
How big is the Earth?
I don't know how exactly big is the Earth, but one second, let me pick it up for you.
Oh fuck. This is it. He doesn't know. Like he's gonna once he realizes that doesn't match.
Okay.
Yeah, once you realize it doesn't match, you're gonna be like, oh shit, the Earth is bigger than that. I wonder why they showed that much curve.
Okay, the Earth radius is 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, now match that to is that much curve. How much? What's the distance there? That line would be how much?
Do you mean like the spherical shape, or do you mean like the distance of that person to the Earth?
So you look at the Red Bull jump. You see the amount of curvature there. How far across is that distance?
Okay, I don't know. Like, what is the distance of that person to the Earth? Because I don't remember. I watched that long time ago. But one second.
Bro, these guys are they're lost, man. They're not gonna get it.
I used to have the picture of the Super Bowl, like the jump imposed over a globe model. It's about 20-something%.
It was away from the Earth about 36 million meters.
What the fuck?
Yeah, 402.6. 36,402,000.6 meters.
Wait, what? Yo, who? You're saying the Red Bull jump? He was that far?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Okay, say that again. We gotta clip that for later. How far was he?
Right.
Okay, I'm going to copy paste the number. Maybe
Yeah,
we can be accurate.
I want you to say it. Say it out loud. Say it loud and proud. How high was he?
How many millions of kilometers or what?
You said 36. You said 36 million
meters.
right?
Meters.
Okay,
Yeah.
say it loud and proud. I just
look at the chat. Look at the chat. This one. This was the distance, the vertical distance of that person jumped to the Earth.
36.4 kilometers.
It's not kilometers. That's meters.
You said million.
It's you said million. You said million. It would be 36,000 meters or 119,000 feet.
Yeah, hopefully clip core. We can go back and
sorry.
clip that. That's gonna be great.
I'm sorry.
That was great. He says 36 million meters. Holy fuck, bro! You dropped from the fucking Mars, bro.
We need that soundbite for something else. Don't worry. You're making.
So you actually
Well,
guys are
Listen, dude, you're up for an award soon. Don't worry. Be proud of that.
But you guys believe that for example, Martian planet exists, right?
Yeah, and you think the Red Bull jump was 36 million meters high?
No, I just heard the number. Maybe
Which
I've read
is
it wrong. I'm
dumber?
sorry.
Which is dumber? Do you think?
I just heard the number in the chat, so it can be more accurate. I'm sorry if I've read it
God
wrong.
help us. God help us. All they do is waffle on about a load of crap.
It's a 3.
Dude, you literally don't know what you're talking about, and you came in here swinging the big dick like somehow like we're all dumb and no one's ever heard of this before.
I'm not saying you
How about
guys are
drop
dumb.
the act? You think you can do that? We drop the act. You're
I
not as
truly
smart as you
respect you
think you
guys.
are.
I truly respect you guys. I don't think you guys are dumb. If I think you're dumb, I wouldn't chat with you.
Has he got anything? Has he got anything interesting to say? Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead, one deck. Dr. Black Jack, talk to one deck
I
here.
told you this. The distance. I told you like the whole. Okay, if the Earth is a sphere, like what is the radius? Of course, it was calculated. Calculated. The radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers. But in contrast to the flat Earth, so if you believe that the Earth is a flat, then can you please tell me what is the? 1 second. What is the volume of the Earth if the Earth is a flat? Hello? Where are you guys? Where did you disappear?
No one disappeared. You got to think about these questions.
Okay.
So line up the Red Bull jump, the curve, line that curve up with another photo of Earth, and then try to match it and connect the dots.
According to
Okay.
that Red Bull jump with that curved Earth, he could have jumped from the space station instead. They should just put parachute suits in the space station and everybody can jump home.
Here we go. I just had to make one because I couldn't find the one I have. Does this look okay? Look at this, Dr. Jack. Let me tag you here. Does this look normal to you? Does that look like what Earth would be like?
Yes.
And that's a curve that you saw.
I will give the spherical shape of the Earth.
Yeah, look at the curve in the photo and compare it to the curve of this other photo.
Yeah, but the photo that they are showing you in the image is too far. It's too far in comparison when the lens or the camera took the
Yeah, because
picture
you're
when this
matching
person
that
was
curve.
jumping.
You said that's the curve of the Earth, the physical curve of the Earth that you're seeing. So look, if
The top.
you complete the circle there, he should have seen part of the Atlantic Ocean, a part of Europe.
But yeah, but like he can see
didn't.
it from there. No, he can
All
see
you
it.
saw was basically New Mexico. So why was he? If that was a curve of the Earth that you were looking at, how come he only saw parts of New Mexico? He didn't see
Okay,
all the way over into the ocean and shit.
Let me watch the video.
Yeah, watch a video, take a screen cap, and then match that curve. Complete the puzzle.
Well, the reason for that is because he is closer to the Earth in comparison to when the other image was taken. The other image
Yeah.
was
So
taken
line up that
when the,
curve. So the main
what
thing
do you
you're
mean
looking
line
at
up that
here,
curve? It's
that
impossible.
curve in the background, line that curve up with the globe.
Well, it's gonna be spherical shape. Doesn't give a flat Earth shape.
The curves from the camera, so this is a bit dumb. Sorry, but if you look from the camera that's behind him, directly behind the guy, you can see that it's a flat horizon. So
No, it's not a flat.
no,
The Earth is.
dude, I'm not saying the Earth's flat. I'm not saying it's a globe. Listen to what I'm saying to you. The curve is coming from the camera. Do you understand?
Yeah, but the lens of the camera is similar to the lens of your eyes.
Oh, so now you're getting it.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
the
Now
light
you
being
realize
He's
that
the
there's
getting
light.
curves
it.
coming from your eyes.
How do you guys believe if the Earth is flat? If I think, if I am getting it, then I should be getting the same as you, and you guys are believing that
So
the
now,
Earth is
so
flat.
now you, so now you understand that the curve is not of the physical ball sphere. It's because that's the way our eyes see this line here. Because here's the thing: when you're on the beach, you don't see a curve sphere, like bending left and right. But your eyes, the way they're shaped, because the lens out there in our eyes, that curves the edges in your peripheral. This
Do you
is
know
why
what?
you see a curve.
And do you know what is the function of the lens? The function of the lens is to reflect the light and to make just the one single point instead of multiple points of the light, so you can see only one single image instead of more than one image. So you are seeing the
Right.
real thing. It
Right.
doesn't give
So it
you.
distorts the sides. Right. You're right. Because we're focused on the center. Now, guess what? If you were to take your head and tilt it 1 degree to the left or right, that little curvature that you saw in your peripheral will disappear because now you're focused straight above it and it still looks back to a horizontal line. It's no longer curving again in that point, but it's still curving on the edges of your peripherals. This is why we see those things that way. Very good example. I'm glad you're getting it
No.
now.
What? No, if you
Oh,
are,
you don't get
if
it.
it,
Got it.
no, Apple, if you have your lens reflect the light on one single point, no matter how far the object that you're looking at from the center of your lens or from the center of the reflection point that is located on the retina, it's going to stay the same. You're not going to see the curves, horizontal line or the horizontal line curves. No, you're just going to see one real thing.
Okay, look, let me show you something. So do you know how light works? How it creates a circle?
Do I know how light works?
Yeah.
Do I know how light creates circle?
Yeah, you see how
Light,
light you see how light can create look at the photo I posted in chat. Do you
Mhm.
see that ring? You see how light creates a circle? We jokingly we call it a circle of light. And the thing is that this is why you'll see things lit up and your own, like, so when they take the high altitude photos and they see a curve, it's not that it's a ball, it's just that that's the only thing being lit up at that point, and this is why you see it so lit up like that. It's curved. You're seeing only what's being lit up, and there's eventually a darkness beyond that. There is a ring, there's an outer part to it where there's only darkness, because a light only goes so far. I don't know why you guys believe that light's gonna light up the entire earth
Yeah.
all at once. This is a problem. You guys think if it's flat then the earth should see all the sun at the same time. No, there is a distance of which light travels. But see, that's part because you're brainwashed in the heliocentric model that's telling you that light is infinite and lasts forever and goes on forever. This is why you believe that way. This is why you can't grasp this concept, maybe.
The reason that you see the light here is circular is because when the light uh, gets into that point of the darkness, then of course it's going to create a point with the background of a darkness. It doesn't mean that the light moves in a circular pattern or something like that. No, it means that
No, it just
you just
casts
have a light.
out circle. It just casts out. Look at, if you were to take a round bulb lamp, okay, and you take it into a gymnasium and you put that way at the end of the where one side of the basketball court is,
Guys, I became a flat earther. I
that
became a flat
lamp,
earther
Okay,
because
no
of
that
one
this.
lamp,
cares.
that
I became.
lamp,
Yeah, no one
that
cares.
lamp, yeah, that lamp is going to light up a circle of light over there on that side of the court. And then you're going to say, well, then why isn't the light over there lit up, lighting up the other side of the court? We would simply suggest or explain to you that that's because that lamp is over there on the other side of the court. But don't worry, it moves, and that lamp's going to come over here and light up this side eventually. Just wait 12 hours, and there you go. And then that lamp comes over to the other side of the court and lights it up. Now, of course, obviously, that's huge exaggeration, and I'm just trying to get the idea into your head, though, that this is why it's lit up on one side and then lit up on the other, and there is a divider line as well. It's just the way it is. That's just the way
Yeah,
it's
but
been
like
created.
this is a different mechanism that it doesn't work in dice. That's a different thing.
It doesn't
The
work
eyes
in
is, of
dice. What do you mean?
course, the eyes when it works when you
Oh,
look
the
at an
eye,
object.
the dice. Sorry. Go ahead.
The eyes contains, as we know, the eyes contain lens, the retina, the vitreous humor, and the
Right.
posterior chamber, whatever. Okay, but
Right.
you have the lens. That lens functions similarly to the lens of the camera, and this lens, whenever you look at an object, it requires light to look at to see certain things and certain objects. That's why you can't see in the dark. In the complete dark, you can't see. There has to be at least a shallow amount of light in order to see objects around you. And
Okay.
how does it function? Is that it's going to collect the different waves of the light and collect it into a single
Nobody
point and
cares.
reflect it at the back of your eye at a single
Nobody
point of your
cares,
retina, so you
Doctor
can see things.
Doctor
In
Know
reality,
Nothing.
yeah,
Doctor Know
but
Nothing. Nobody cares
Hold
about
on.
how the eye
it's
works.
important. No, no, it's
Blackjack.
important.
The bending of the light that is happening within your eyes, within the lens, that's not actually happening in reality. That's your lens doing that. And you're looking at the light saying, "Look, it's my lens is bending it," but that's not what's happening in reality. That's what's happening in your eye. You got to
Right.
differentiate that.
Yeah, yes, but what is happening in your eye is literally what is the object that is seen in front of you.
No,
Yes.
bro. Okay, okay, you didn't listen to him. He literally he said it perfectly, and you just totally didn't listen to him. Let me kind of reiterate what he just said. Okay, when you're looking at a straight line, okay, the horizontal line, no change in elevation. Okay, let's say you take a flat bar and you measured it. There's no dipping or curving at the edges. Now, if you get close enough to it, though, like let's say you made a really long straight line, but when you get close to it, when your eyes are focused on the straightness of it in the center of the lens, your peripherals are going to create a dip, a curve at the end. But just like he told you, that's not
A what?
reality, though. Yeah, okay, you're not listening. A horizontal straight line, when that's all you see in your view from left to right, even beyond the peripherals, that's why I said go to ocean. This is where it works the best. It's completely straight across, but your lens is going to
Mhm.
curve the sides. And he just told you in reality it's not curving, but in your eyes it's curving because it's on your lens. That your lens is what's curving it. Now, the reason why we
No.
know this, hold on, just hear me out. The reason
Yeah,
why
sure.
we know this to be true
Mm-hmm.
is because in your peripheral,
Mm-hmm.
we'll mark that at the 170 degree, okay? In your peripheral, you're seeing a curve. Now, if you look directly at that 170 degree angle, you have now a new set of a 180 degree of your field of view, and that 170 is now straight. That's because that's reality. In reality, everything's straight and horizontal around you, but it's our eyes that are bending it. So there is a circle like a hula hoop. You ever like picture a hula hoop? There is a circle to it because that's the way our lenses are. And if we were to spin in a 360, they will create a hula hoop effect. And this is how we see. But we know that the hula hoop is flat on the ground, but it's still horizontal in the eye from the perspective. Do you understand that?
And do you think that the lens are circular in shape?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's wrong, actually. If you're
They're
going to look
curved.
at the
They're
eyes,
curved. Circular as in curved. Look at. Stop the cut. He posted the photo. It's perfect right there. See how our eyes are. Look at that. That's a perfect fucking diagram right there. See how he sees? He's going to see up and down, left and right, only to this. That's as far as you can see, right? And then look at the way you're seeing next to it, how everything's converging to the horizon, right? Everything's going to go down that way, up that way. For the ground goes up, the sky goes down, and then the sides curve.
okay.
That's go ahead.
Let me post an image so I can explain it up. Oh, it doesn't post. Sorry. Um. Okay. So regardless of whether I'm going to post an image or not, but the way that our Earth works is not the same. I mean, the way that our eyes work is not really the same as you explained. The way that we see things is not really affected on the whether we look at things on the periphery of the eyes or not, because the eyes is composed of the cornea, which also like another uh, part of the eye that reflects the light as well. And in fact, 80% of the light is actually reflected by the cornea, not the lens. Now, the lens is what modifies your eyes so you can see better, but the cornea cannot be modified by your eyes so you can see better. So 20% of the light is reflected by the lens and 80% is reflected by the cornea. But the thing that is related to your point here is that whether you're going to collect the light from the periphery or your eyes, or whether you're going to collect the light from from the central of your eyes, whether it was at 180 degrees, whether it was at 90 degrees, whether it was at 70 degrees, all of them will be fixed by the cornea and the lens together, so they can collect it at a single point. Okay, so first of all, this is my first point, that the location of the light and the degree of the light doesn't really affect how you perceive things or how your vision works. Second of all, after like the reflection and the collection of the light happens by your eye, it will be collected at a single point, and this single point has to be at a specific location inside of your eye, which is the retina, and the retina is basically part of the eyes as well as part of the central nervous system, so it can perceive things around the world. But here's the thing: if the things around us are completely horizontal, okay, then the image that is perceived by the central nervous system will be horizontal. But we don't see every single thing horizontal. That's the thing you have to think.
If this theory is true, it's the light enters into your eyes and bends in a way that makes it appear to look like that it's a globe.
So why do you see things are horizontal sometimes? Like, for example, a disc is not really globe or curved. It's completely flat.
That's reality, and that's the way you're seeing it head on when you're focused in on it.
Thank you.
That's
When I'm
why.
focused on Thank you. And that's why when I am focused on the earth, it is spherical.
It's not. Oh my god! When you focus on it, you don't see it. Look at. I'll post the photo again. Okay, look at. I'm gonna post the photo one more time. Look at. I posted earlier, but you were talking, so then I never got in to jump in to tell you, like, hey, take a look at this photo I just posted. Um, here it is. Look.
But
See this photo that I posted right now?
In the chat?
Yeah. See that photo?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay. How big of a ball do you think that is?
Well, from my side, I can only see that it's not. I can't determine whether that's a spherical in shape or not, but it's more likely to be a flat shape or something that is flat
And
shape.
but curved though.
I can't determine if it's curved or not.
You can't see the curve in the photo on the left and right. You can't see it curving.
No, because
So
what is
to you
appearing
that
in front
looks
of me?
so to you that looks horizontally flat there to you from the gray to the blue. That looks horizontal.
Just from this image, what I can determine is that this is a flat shaped But but it could be wrong, because if I look at different sides, then I would determine whether that's a flat shaped object or not.
Okay, so let's say you're standing on the ocean and you're looking out and you see this. What do you think you're looking at?
I'm standing in the ocean and I
Let
look at this image.
yeah. Let's say the blue. Let's say that blue was the ocean and that gray was the sky. What do you think that would be looking at?
Well, then it would look, of course, flat, horizontally shaped
But what about
object.
the edges though? Do you think the edges are curved?
From my side, from the way that I look at the image, I can determine whether it's curved or not. But it appears no, it's not curved.
Wait. I think. Hold on. I think we're misunderstood. Can you tell me what you think curved means? Because I mean, it's simple, but you're saying it's not
Okay,
curved. But I think your definition for
sure.
curved is different. What is curved to you?
Curved is when you look at the border of an object and it's not horizontally or vertically spreading. It is spreading in a curved, in a non-horizontal manner.
So you think that
Non-vertical manner.
this line right here, that's with the gray background, you think that's not curved? You think it's horizontal?
Yeah, that's horizontal.
So you think curve is horizontal
No,
or
I think
horizontal?
curved is literally the opposite of horizontal. Horizontal is having when the border of the object, or the sphere of the object, let's say, is straight horizontal or straight vertical.
So you
Okay?
think you think that's horizontal then?
I think the border is horizontal. From my side of the image, I think this object appears to be horizontal. And I'm genuinely speaking, by the way.
Wow. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Hey, it is what it is, bro. If you think that image, I think even a glober will be like, no, bro, that's a curved image there. I don't know what you're talking about. But hey, you can die on that hill. Hey, rest in peace, brother. Go ahead.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, bro. Like, if you think that's horizontal, I don't know what to tell you.
Let's move on to the next guy. This is
Yeah. Just that's a wrap for him, bro. That's a wrap. He thinks that's crazy.
Is Vulcan there? No, Zeno. Let's see. You around?
We need to make a meme to where we have like rest in peace, and then we can just change it to their names. Like, okay, he he died on that hill, and we'll just put rest in peace. Here's your flowers.
Mr. Thrilla.
He died on the globe curve hill.
All right, I guess when no one else is around, I mean, do you want to keep going with this dude or just bounce him out? Oh, there we go. Welcome, Kane. Is this interesting? So you join the server today,
Yeah, that's true.
and then you go right to the Father section.
Because there's a lot of people.
You did not stop go, did not collect $200, then just right, you know.
Well, I've seen the flat Earth and I was really amazed. People believe that the Earth is flat. What the heck?
Yeah, you're still brain farting this. Show me a flat. What the fuck are you talking about? What is a flat? Like, is a flat a noun? Is it? Okay, show me a person, place, or a thing. What's a flat?
Well, okay. Let me show you. Okay, basically having a level surface without erased areas or indentations.
And you don't see that when you look at Earth.
Well, of course, no. It appears that the upper side is going. It has elevations. The central is more elevated than the border.
So when you go out to the beach, this is what you see, or you don't see that.
Of course, I don't see that. Of course, I don't see that. I would see it's flat or it's horizontal. That's why people in the past, when they didn't have the technology to go to the space, they thought that the Earth is a flat. In fact, in the past, if you think that the Earth is spherical or is the Earth is round, they would laugh at you. They would think that you're schizophrenic or something. That's what that's
Well, they call
what
it
would they think in the
nonsense.
past.
They would call that nonsense.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but
So how
because we
about
have,
this? Is this flat or
yeah,
is this curved?
of course that's flat.
You see it flat?
Yeah,
Okay, so why is it dumb to say what you see? If I see
because
something and I say
yeah,
something, hasn't the government been telling you for like the last 20 something years? If you see something, say something. Okay,
yeah, but
government, I see a flat surface to this earth. Now I'm going to say something. Oh, don't say that. What you just told me is if I see something, say something.
Crit, you said you went
the
skydiving
government's
and saw a circular Earth, but you don't say it's a circle.
No, what I did say was flat earthers, you're a bunch of dummies. Just go skydiving. And they said to me, did you complete that circle? How big of an earth is that? I was like, fuck.
but
And they're saying,
correct
well,
when
do
you
you
get
think maybe
outside,
the goggles added something to it? I'm like,
correct.
fuck, it did. How about, was your adrenaline pumping? I'm like, hell yeah, that's why it's fun to go skydiving. Does adrenaline give you tunnel vision? Fuck.
If the Earth is a flat, we would see the ends
What's
of
a
the world
flat? What is a flat?
without any indentations, without any elevations.
That's not what we say, bro.
Okay,
This
if
is
there,
why we say, bro, there's topography, elevation change. You have highs, valleys, lows, mountains, canyons. But when you measure over water, what does it do? What is water? What's the convexity of water? There's a planicity, right? If you were to pour water right now on your table, what's it going to do? It's going to just spread out flat. It doesn't bulge up, right? It
you
just
determine the shape not based on the content of the object. You measure the shape, or you
The
determine the
physics of
shape based on
water.
the borders.
Just
physics
Based
use
on
the
the
of water,
borders.
physics of
bro.
water, dude.
Do you have that one PDF? I fucking wish I saved it. The one PDF that Mickey used to post that shows like the physics of like the convexity of water, like there's a formula to why that downward pressing of it, if you will, it flattens it out. Do you have that? Maybe fucking Dr. Mean has it, but Miggy used to post that shit. That shit was gold, bro. I did not save it and I fucked up.
It was probably in the 24/7 section, additional information. Like if there's a water section or something, look
Yeah.
there. I'm sure it's
Yeah. I'll go
anything that
look.
Miggy posts was I'm pretty sure was
I'm going
also
to
backed
explain
up.
it to you. I'm going to explain it to you in a real time example. If I'm going to do, if I'm going to insert a camera inside of the human body, I wouldn't see the shape, the outer side shape of the human body, but I would see the shape of what is inside. Okay? So that's similar to the Earth. The Earth, if I am inside of the Earth, I wouldn't see the shape of the Earth. I would see what is the shape of the contents. The shape of the content, it appears like it is horizontal. But when you, for example, go outside of the Earth, you wouldn't see it's flat Earth. You wouldn't see it's completely flat. You would see it has the elevations, it has indentations, and it has actually a shape that is spherical.
No, no. See how you just casually threw that in at the end? You do not see any spherical shape to it, bro. That's the whole point of this argument. And you
And
just
you're outside.
casually threw that in. Like you don't see, but you do see it curved. Like, come on, bro. Like you're just being disingenuous. That is
No,
not true.
Apple, but I said when you're outside of it, when you go outside of it, when you go outside of the Earth, you would see it. But when you're
No,
inside,
no, when
yes,
you're
why not?
outside the earth, when you're okay, first of all, no one's outside the earth like the way you're making you're no one's looking at that God view. And what you are seeing when you're high in elevation, let's say what they called Leo, right? Um when you're in low Earth orbit, Leo, when you're that high, all you're seeing is what's being lit up from the light that's in the sky behind you. And when you're that
Dude,
high, you're seeing that circle of light that I was talking about earlier. You're not seeing this curved light because it's a ball. You're seeing this curved light because
Yeah.
that's the circle of light. That's the way. That's all that you can see. That's as far as you can see is to the edge of that light. But within the light, when you're only so high, that's the way. That's what you're gonna see in all around you. Now, if you get
I
high enough, and you can see that differential, where it's curving because you're seeing the edge of it, right? You're kind of like the edge of the light. Well, then that's why you see it that way. But it's not because it's a
eyes,
ball.
but the eyes doesn't work like that. I told you the eyes would correct it. The eyes doesn't have this flow. We
That's
have
not
seen it.
reality. That's no, that's not what happens in reality, bro. You say that, but that's not what happens in reality.
We literally dissected the eyes. We know how it works based on our observations. In this reality, in this world, we see how the eye work. We see how the eye perceive things, and we know where exactly the eye will be going to the central nervous system, so it can give you the exact image that you would see. So if you are telling me if you're outside of the Earth, just because the
No
light
one's
is circular,
outside.
getting inside of your eyes, you would see it like that. But in reality, it's not like that. I mean, no, come on, it's not like that at all.
No, look at you can believe what you want, bro. That's fine. We know you're right. We do know how the eyes work. That's why we know that flat lines are spherical at the edges because that's the way the lens is capturing it. Now, like I said, if you turn the camera a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, what you saw in the first photo of curvature is no longer curving. All of a sudden, magically, it's horizontal. That's because that's the way the eyes work. That's the way the lenses work. If you're not grasping that, I don't know how to help you, bro. What
Do
you
you
do,
believe that the human beings reach the moon or no?
dude? No, that's total bullshit story, bro.
Okay.
In their imaginations, they did. Virtually, they do. Space is all about in your head, bro. You believe you believe they launched rover on Mars and it's driving around and they're communicating with it. And you believe that there's a satellite that all the way out over by Pluto, billions of miles away, and you're like, yeah, it's sending photos back and
Wait,
we're fucking communicating with it. You believe
do you
that?
have a telescope? Do you have a telescope inside of your house?
I do actually, yeah.
Then what is the dude? Just during the night, take a beautiful look on those planets. You would see them. You would see they exist. You would see the
we
space.
we we understand that things are up there in the sky. We understand that.
Yeah.
Where we differentiate is this entire heliocentric model that has been brainwashed and force fed to us since we're babies and toddlers and adolescents, and all the way up to preteen, and then up to adulthood, and now even into the older ages. Still the bullshit is being poured out, and you believe that we're going to go back to the moon, I assume. Yes.
We can easily go to the moon right now. We have the capabilities, but nobody does that
Oh,
because
we
there are no
do
benefits.
so easily. Hey, why did they push it back again? Are you disappointed they pushed it to 2026 now? Are you sad?
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm happy. I'm happy that they are going to. There are many attempts of going to the moon again, and even going to further planets like Mars and stuff. Because this is a potential opportunity for us to discover more of this wonderful world. It's not only the Earth. There are surrounding environment that we don't really know about it at all. It's really maybe we're going to discover a new source of energy that is really amazing. Maybe we're going to discover a new source of uh, resources that we can use in synthesizing certain things. That this can be potential for certain treatments for certain diseases. This can be important for certain inventions and those kind of things. Yeah, that's really amazing if you're going to think about it.
Hey, were you convinced that we were going to go back to the moon this year before they delayed it? Were you convinced like 2 years ago? Did you say we're going to go to the moon 2024? Were you convinced?
I was not 100% convinced because I knew there are problems regarding those people uh, for they didn't really make the 100% decision to go to the moon or not. It's
Do
related
you
to their life. Yeah.
do you think we still have the little rover on the moon still? Do we leave it back there? Do you think
Yes,
it's
and
still there?
and there's the U.S. flag there as well.
Yeah, but it's blank now, huh? There's not even no flag no more.
I believe also that the first living creature that stepped foot on the moon is a dog, and that dog was for the USSR.
So you believe there's a dog on the moon?
No, the dog went to the moon. Then this dog died and fell off the space.
So
Yeah.
you believe all the stories? No, yeah, I know. They set a dog up first, and then they send monkeys and all kinds of animals. They give credit to animals, not to man.
Well, the
They're
reason
the
the
first
reason
ones there.
actually back then the reason the United States wanted to go to the moon is because the USSR went to the moon first, and they put a dog
How
or
do you feel?
they made a dog reach the moon. So the
How
United
do you
States
feel?
wanted to be better.
How do you
So
feel
they
about the
said,
Polish?
yeah,
How do you feel about the Polish astronaut that said that's all a lie?
this Polish astronaut is not really correct because you have other astronauts that have complete opposite opinion.
No. I hold on. Like, it's not about what the other opinion is. For instance, 9 out of 10 doctors say toothpaste is safe. But what's that one doctor? Why did he go against the grain? Why would he say? And then we then come find out toothpaste isn't as safe as we thought it was, and it's very actually harmful to our bodies. But
fluoride.
Right, exactly. So with that being said, you have an astronaut that all of a sudden, oh no, don't worry, but all the 300 astronauts disagree with him. Wait, it only takes one person to fucking make you say, "Whoa, wait, what's going on? Why would you
But
say
you have
that?"
to understand this is always the case in every single field of science. Even in medicine, for example, you would see people, they would say, oh, COVID-19 vaccination is the worst vaccine in the world. Vaccination is terrible. I mean, come on, that's not a valid opinion because we have already observed what is the outcome.
Yeah, it was a fucking horrible experiment that went wrong. Yeah, we get it. We know that. We know that now. That's why people don't. That's why people don't follow that bullshit no more. But listen, we're going back to the point that an actual astronaut, right? Someone in that field has said, "Hey guys, we're not going. We haven't gone there. It's all fake."
It's normal. It's normal. In
Can
every
you
single field, you would find those people. It's normal.
can you break down the current the state of events in the order of going to the moon and then coming back? Can you fill us in on how exactly we did that?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Yeah, let him go ask Google real quick, break down the moon story. But hey, listen, I'm gonna head off, guys. I'm gonna make some phone calls and good conversations all morning. I'm tired though. Take it easy.
See ya.
Later. Good luck. Good luck talking about the moon and all that nonsense. Have fun.
Okay, this is the scientific background. And
Right, because didn't they put the rover thing on the moon? They drove around.
yes.
Like, where did the lunar lander come from? You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Oh, it's blocked by the server. What? Why is it blocked? Okay, 1 second.
I mean, I'm making the assumption you believe we landed on the moon. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
So, off the top of your head, can you very briefly summarize? I'm not. You don't have to go into like super detail, but can you summarize like how they pulled it all off?
Well, there is a
Right.
spacecraft.
The lunar lander, and then you got the little rover thing that they drive around with. Like, how did they get there? Like, was there astronaut hanging around, you know, while the lunar lander broke away or whatever, and then landed on the moon, and then it relaunched the pod or whatever it's called, right? Like, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand. I will also. I have to go. I'm sorry, and when I'm back, I will be able to continue the conversation. Goodbye.
We landed on the moon, folks.
A whole lot of Earth curve out there. It'd be kind of boring if it was flat, you know. Have you seen the curve? Do you even know what curve is? Can you define curve? What is it that we're looking for? What we got? What is the Earth?
Look down. Stop looking in the sky for answers.
Okay, I'm looking down. Now what? What should I see?
A red mic.
Earth is Earth, bro.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. The sound of silence.
Hello. So what are we all talking about? Not much, eh? Are there any actual flat earthers in here?
Are you one of those guys who just believes everything you see on TV or what?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe everything I see on TV. I watch Harry Potter on TV. I don't believe Harry Potter's real. What was
makes you
what?
so
Wait,
sure?
sorry, what was the inference on with your question though?
Because you said actually.
Actually, yeah, I'm asking if there's actually any flat earthers in here. Are you a flat earther?
I'm
You
ambivalent.
think that that's important? Who is flat earther?
What do you mean by flat earther?
I mean somebody who thinks the earth is flat. Or somebody
Why
who
they?
doesn't have...
What do you think? Why they think that Earth is flat?
What if they
I
don't believe that
I actually had
Do you
some
mean are there people
questions
here
for
who
flat
don't believe?
earthers because I don't really get the view, the model, whatever, and I actually had some questions. That's why I was asking if there are any flat earthers in here.
Well, there are people in here who understand that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Do you all flat earthers have the same idea of what the Earth is, or at least is there like this general idea that most flat earthers share? Is there like a flat Earth
There's not like
theory?
a uniform. There's not like a uniform model, if that's what you mean. But there's a general agreement that there's no curvature, there's no motion, and there's no vacuum of space.
Kind of like how the globe has 25 different models that nobody can agree upon.
Okay. So if I asked if I asked the question related to like the boundaries of like
How
the
about this? I will help
edges
you.
of like the Earth or whatever,
I will
right?
help you with the question.
Am I gonna get different
I've
answers?
never seen the
Or
Earth stop. I've never come to a point where there's no more Earth. I don't know if you have.
what do you
Including
think?
water and that. You know?
Case do you think there is a point in which the Earth just stops?
I've never seen that. What would
Does
that
it
look
go?
like?
Does the flatness of the Earth go on forever?
I don't know. I haven't traveled the whole thing. Have you?
No.
I don't know either.
That would be a question we can't answer then.
I just want to make clear, I'm not coming here out of a point of like offensiveness, or like I'm
that's
not on
fine.
the
That's
offense
fine.
here. I'm
Yeah, that's fine.
wondering what you guys think. that's
Well,
that's
I'm
all.
just trying to bring you. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. I'm just making you realize that a lot of these questions you're going to have in your head will presume an access to knowledge that nobody has.
Gotcha.
Right?
So you're
what's
more
the
of
overall size?
okay. If I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is you believe that it is the case that the evidence that you're shown for the Earth being a globe is not sufficient enough for you to actually believe that the Earth is a globe, but you don't actually you can't Yeah, you don't actually know what the real state of the Earth is.
Yeah, correct. Pretty much.
Okay.
We don't see the verifiability for the claims of the globe model. In fact, what we can verify disproves those claims, but that doesn't mean that we have access to the entire surface of Earth. We can map the whole thing. We can travel to the sun, moon, and stars. No,
Wait, what was that
we are
about
restricted.
disproofs?
As in, they tell us, for example, that there's a certain amount of curvature over the surface due to the size of the ball they claim, right?
Okay.
So it's supposed to be a predictable, measurable amount. But when people go and try and observe it or measure it, it's not there. It's just flat.
When you
So, like when you go out and observe over a body of water, let's say, right, like a lake that's like 10 miles wide, they claim there's a certain amount of obstruction and where that obstruction should begin based on the size of the ball, right, geometrically. But when that's tested, it's not there. So no curve.
when you take like a measurement that's supposed to relate to the Earth's curvature, and you apply that measurement, and you realize that it doesn't connect, or it doesn't, like, it's not the same. Instead of leaping to that must mean it's all a lie, is there not something in your head that goes, maybe there's a bit of nuance here, maybe there's some other things that are interacting with the way that I'm measuring this, and it may be the case that I'm doing it wrong, or that there may be
which is
some
why you don't
environmental
just
effects
rely
happening?
on a single example. Which is why you don't just rely on a single example, and you wouldn't just rely on something that's marginal. But we have examples that are orders of magnitude off from what the model claims. It's not like it's a small discrepancy of 3 or 4%. It's worlds away. Excuse the pun. Right?
It's
So
1000%.
yeah, it's like they claim that the radius is less than 4,000 miles. The observations that we're taking, some of them are making the radius 250,000 miles. Right? These are the kind of differences. So what it is that we take the prediction of the globe, we examine it, we find that that fails. So that's dismissed. That doesn't mean we're making an overall claim to another entirely different shape. It just means that the evidence is only showing us a level surface.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
until proven otherwise, it wouldn't make much logical sense to assume anything else.
What do you think is most likely? I'm gonna tangent here. What do you think is most likely? The Earth is like a disc that has like an edge to it, and then, like, I don't know, like what's that game they play in Canada on the ice with the skis and the
Can I say something before you say that?
like the puck? Do you
Hello?
think the Earth is? What do you think is more likely? That the Earth is like a puck, or that the Earth is like an infinitely expanding flat plane?
No, I would assume some kind of finiteness to it, but what that means in terms of overall size and shape, I would have no idea.
Can't you pull his Band-Aid off?
He's almost there. And it's not like a disk in space. Yeah. We're not in a vacuum of infinite nothingness.
So do you think
It's an enclosed system that you're in.
so? Kind of like one of those like a snow globe.
Well, I mean, you can imagine whatever shape you like, but the point is that it's enclosed, contained.
Mhm.
We know
And
this
what do you
because
make
we
of
have gas
other
pressure.
planets?
Yeah, the luminaries in the sky is like a giant sky clock. So it tells us, the sun tells us the days, the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the seasons and the time of the year for things like planting and harvesting. So it's not like a place that you can go to. It's part of the Earth's system.
So okay, cool. So that would imply that Well, I don't know if it would imply it, but it would seem to be the case that for the Earth to be, or actually, before I ask that, do you think that other planets, the moon, the sun, the planets that on Earth are they spherical, or are they also flat or something, or are they
We can't
holographic discs?
we can't define shapes of them because you'd have to travel to them and around them to observe that. What we
Okay.
observe is what we observe. Strange circles of light in the sky, blobs of light in the sky, however you want to define them. But no, you don't get a 3D view of a sphere. And even if they were, that wouldn't necessarily mean that what's below your feet is one. They're not the same thing.
I feel like this view leans really, really heavily like in favor of it being created by something like that's able
Well,
to, like a
I mean,
god or something.
if
Maybe
you
not
can,
God. Maybe
if you can come up with a compelling argument for it appearing accidentally, so to speak, I'm all
I'm not
ears.
trying to. I'm not trying to disprove anything.
No, 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 no. I know. I'm just. It would indicate intelligent design. That's what.
Gotcha. So why would there be all this confusion if it was intelligent design?
What do you mean?
Well, how come like only a minority of people would understand or would have the, as you would say, the correct view of the Earth being flat if it was intelligent design? Surely surely a being
Well,
creating the
the
universe.
story you're told about it doesn't really change anything physical about it. It just influences what you believe. So, because you were told a story at a young age and shown images, videos, and told stories about it, that may be where your confusion would come from. And yeah, that's where most people's confusion comes from.
No. What I'm saying is this flat Earth view that you're suggesting would seem to be heavily in favor of it being created, right, by something that is powerful enough to create or whatever the fuck, right? Why would it be the case that if it was created, there would be so much confusion with the in humans over what's actually going on if it was created?
Well, yeah, I just told you.
Surely
Well,
the
I mean, the
person that would create it
confusion,
would want people to
the
know what's going on.
confusion, right? But if people in that creation are teaching other people in that creation that it's not a creation, that it's something else, and those people trust those people who are teaching them it, then that's going to confuse them. Like, you believe that the Earth is a ball that spins not because you've experienced that, but because you've been told stories, shown images, shown videos, and that made you believe it. Same with
Well,
most of
it's
us
more
in
like
here
I
for most
trust
of our
the
lives.
people that
Yeah. You believe it because you trust them. That's the point. So
believe is
not
a
based on
strong
what you've
word.
experienced. That's not based on what
Believe
you've
is a strong word.
experienced, right?
I don't believe anything.
Okay, so you don't believe that the Earth is a globe.
No, I accept that it's probably true based off of the fact that
Well, that's basically
I live.
believing. You accept it's probably
I
true
guess if you
based
want
on
to
what
be
you've
like
been
less
told.
nuanced about it, yes, I believe. Yeah, let's say believe. Yeah, sure.
Acceptance doesn't believe what.
Yeah, you're accepting these ideas that you've been told, shown on a screen, and you believe that those ideas and those images are based on some real world evidence or proof.
You
But
can
you've not actually got access to that.
you can accept something and not believe it.
Yeah.
What do
Why
you
do
mean?
you
Give
not
me an
trust?
example of something you accept but you don't believe.
Okay, I'm Muslim, right? I accept Christianity and Judaism are two other Abrahamic religions, but I don't believe they're true. I accept they
Yeah, so you
exist,
don't
but I
accept
don't
them
believe
as
they're.
in you don't. Right, so that's a different kind of accepting. When I'm talking about what he accepts in regards to the Earth,
Oh,
he
okay.
actually does have a belief that the Earth is a ball,
Oh, does
whereas
he?
you don't have a belief that Christianity, as it's portrayed, maybe
Oh, star.
is true in that sense.
You
Although,
you believe?
Yeah. See, no,
I mean,
I would still disagree. I don't have a belief
Oh,
that
okay.
the
so
Earth
you don't
is
believe that the
a
Earth is a
globe.
globe.
No,
Okay,
I would
so
say I'm almost certain that it is, because people
yeah,
that
that's
know
a
what they're
belief.
talking about, or people that
Yeah, but
study
that's that. Yeah,
things
you
seem
have a
to.
belief that people who are more educated than you
Well,
know it,
it's a bit
but
more.
you don't know it.
Well, but the thing,
Yeah.
hold on. You're saying you don't believe it, but you're saying that you're putting your trust into knowledgeable people, and
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying
not
that it's
belief.
highly probable that it is a globe, right? Like he's probably asking you what that is that
Or
makes you.
maybe I'm confusing belief with faith. Maybe I'm confusing
Ah,
belief with faith. That could
okay.
be. Yeah. Where I don't know. I think I've probably been triggered by too many debates over religion when it comes to the word belief. So maybe I'm just
Well, this is really
being
going to trigger you. The globe is a belief like a religion, so you're in a religion already.
So one.
You know why?
I have a
Because
question.
you
I have
will
another
call.
question. I have
You
another
will.
question. I
You,
have another
can I
question.
say? Can I say something about religion?
Be respectful. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because you said a religion, because you're thinking now about religion, what religion is saying, but you never think about this. What that knowledge is saying to me, what that heliocentrism, what that globe is telling me, that is facts, or that it's something could be also religion or something what has nothing to do with real things.
Listen, I believe the pronouncing, the Western liberal pronouncing that these new generation people are doing is literally a religion. I believe that. They've come up with their own little religion. If you don't pronoun me, you're discriminating and it's a crime. Like it's where everything becomes a religion.
Good. We're going to do that with Flat Earth then, so you guys are not allowed to talk bad about us anymore, or we can have you arrested. We want to have you arrested.
You could do that. Like seriously, you could do that. You'd be justified.
It's a bit of a straw man, but I
Yeah.
I appreciate the joke. Um,
Wait, but like, is he agnostic? Are you agnostic about the whether the Earth is a globe, us, or flat star? Or like you said you have certainty, or you're more prone to believe it's a globe, right?
I'm almost certain it's a globe.
Okay. Where do you get that certainty from? Like, what have you observed, looked at? What have you
Well,
seen,
see,
tested?
that was okay. So that relates to the question. I was gonna ask this question.
Oh, okay.
Wait, I was gonna ask. And this is what's gonna answer your question. Why is it that you lack trust or in people that study science that relates to um things that would give knowledge about the shape of the earth, space, that kind of stuff, but yet you would still trust people that tell you your kidney's failing and you need to have an operation?
I don't do that
Or
shit. You trust people like that.
You trust
sorry?
people like that. You trust people like that. We are not trusting the people. We want to see all that science, what you said now around the globe Earth. We check that, and it doesn't match in reality. That means there is no people telling us, look, the Earth is flat. No, there is reality showing there is not a globe.
Well, then again, like this kind of like what I was saying earlier. How
If you want
how do you know
we
that
are
when you're testing something, you're doing it correctly?
we are the same people. I'm you, but 7 years ago.
Okay.
I was believing in every, of course, like you. I studied that it's a globe, and I look into that, and there is Size of the Earth, telling you, you know, in every corner, it's telling you the size. When you check the size in reality, it doesn't match. Not on one place, it doesn't match anywhere. That's the point.
Okay,
And
but
you can learn more. And you can learn more stuff during if you want. But it's not
okay,
that
but if I tried to do like my own tests on like the health of my kidney, and I got an answer.
Oh my God! We're
from
not
my own.
talking about your kidney.
Well, sorry, I'm sorry that the kidney analogy is okay. Whatever.
I mean,
If I
he's
tried to
talking about
do
source
do tests on my own kidney and like by
But this
myself
is not
and
kidney test. This is
come to the
geometry
conclusion
test.
that my kidney's safe, but my doctor says, well, actually, no, your
No,
kidney's not
no.
healthy.
This is not
I would
about.
still trust my doctor.
But
Would you not?
yeah,
And if
of
the
course,
answer is yes, you would trust your doctor over
yeah,
your
of
own tests.
course.
Why
But
is
this is
it
not.
different to?
It's different. This you're speaking about medicine now. I'm not a
Yes.
doctor, but I can, and you can, and everybody can use the geometry in reality. That
And he
means
knows you can't talk about medicine on Discord, and he's doing it anyway.
you understand that. There is no such a thing like a science making geometry big or complicated or whatever.
Okay, but how the
But kidney, yes.
the point of
But
what I'm saying is, how do you
but
know
you
that
cannot
when
compare
you're
with how
It's
I know. I probably
a
told you.
to make anyway. It's like saying if I can trust some people about some things, I can trust all people about all things. Like that doesn't follow. They're totally different subjects, and we're not talking about medical issues, right? It's a TOS sensitive subject. The analogy is wrong. The human body can be tested and understood. Same with the Earth. So you have to run those tests. We run those tests. Doesn't match the globe model. So it's not analogous.
It is. It is.
well, no, the reason why it was analogous is I was saying if
No,
you
they're not
test
analogous. Medicine and the geometry of the claimed ball Earth are not the same
You
things.
trust the
the
experts that you
analogy
don't,
was
right?
to point
You
out
grant them
the
to be
idea
superior.
that you can test something
Yeah,
and
we
not be
tested.
fully aware of the parameters that are involved. I get an answer that's different to somebody that knows the parameters because they've studied it for their entire life.
Yeah, well, we can study the globe model and test its predictions in reality, and they don't match. So
Okay, now how do you
it's
know that
pretty
you're
simple.
doing that? How do you know that when you're testing these things, you're doing it correctly? That are going to lead to truthful answers
Well,
rather
because
than misconstruing answers.
the globe model predicts an obstruction over a certain distance due to curve, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can exceed that in line of sight and there's no obstruction there, then that's you testing it.
Okay, but why do you assume that there
Because the Earth is
why do
claimed
you
to be a
not
ball, and that
why do you not
necessitates physical
assume
obstruction.
that there may be a parameter that you have not accounted for there that people that are actually
Like what?
professionals in the field
You
would
have
be?
waited 7 years
Like,
for
Well, I
that.
don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know because you've not studied it. We have.
Okay, but then there are people that have studied it more than you have, and they say the
Who?
Earth is a globe.
Who's
Yeah.
okay?
So
Tell
why
us
do
who.
you?
Tell us who.
Can you?
Tell us which expert in Earth curvature has measured Earth curvature for the globe.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I don't.
Yeah, because no one has.
Yeah, but there are
That's the
people
whole
that
point.
dedicate their life to
Yeah, and none of
science.
them measure
Can you
Earth
name it?
curve.
No, I can't name the people
Yeah,
that
That
do
means
that.
that
no
mean
one's
you
doing it.
believe there
So
is a people
pointless.
who spend all life.
See, at this point, you're just saying there's these guys who do this thing. I think. Who does that? Well, I don't know. That's not an argument.
Well, I think that's fine, no?
No, it's not fine. If you're going to say, well, we can
I
see
don't
too
think there's
far for
anything
some
wrong with saying
reason
there
that
are
I
these guys
can't.
that are professionals
Yeah,
and
because you don't
are
know
doing the
anything
thing.
about it. Because you said, oh, there could be other factors. And I said, like what? And you said, I don't know. You said, but someone who's an expert can do this. Like who? I don't know. So you're literally giving us nothing, but just saying there's these people doing these things, I imagine, but I have no evidence for it. Go and find the evidence for it, and then you might be able to make that argument.
Again, I want to make clear, I'm not trying to argue for or against Flat Earth. I'm trying to understand why.
I know, but you're trying to be
make
like, oh, well, there's things you guys haven't considered when you're seeing beyond the globe's physical limitations. But you can't tell us what those things are or who's actually proving the globe's physical limitations.
I'm asking you why you make the jump.
It's not the jump. The jump is the test is comparing the globe prediction to what's observed in reality, right? And they don't match.
Sorry, say that again. My thing cut out. The jump is what?
The test is comparing the globe prediction and what should be observed to what is actually observed in reality.
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So if reality as observed isn't matching the globe model, why would you argue still for the globe model?
Okay, because how do you know that you, not being a professional, right, in that form of science, are not...
Do the professionals have different types of eyes than us?
No, but they know more about
So
the
they'll
subject.
see the same. So they'll see the same thing
listen.
we
Like,
will.
well, can I finish? How do you? So you're saying, yeah. So when the tests that you're doing do not match the globe Earth idea, right? How do you know that it's not because you're not accounting for certain parameters?
We are accounting.
Well, what parameters do you imagine we need to account
I don't
for?
know. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
then
just
why are
saying,
you
how do
making
you
the
know
argument?
that that's not the case?
Because you can't name one. No one can.
What do you mean I can't name one? I'm not a professional. I'm not a scientist. I'm asking you, how do you know that that's not the
So where
case?
have you got the idea? So what, in your imagination, what do you think we're forgetting?
Dude, I don't know. I'm not a fucking scientist.
Right. So I'll give you the answer no, and you won't be able to rebut it. No, we're not. We're not forgetting anything. We've checked the map. It doesn't match. That's it. If you disagree, feel free to find what we're missing.
Okay. That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah, it's very fair.
Why... Well, actually, I was gonna ask, why are there no scientists who are flat earthers who are scientists in the related field, but maybe there are. Are there any scientists with, like, relative
You'd have to
education?
ask all the scientists, I guess, to know that, and they would, and you'd have to rely on them telling you the truth. We're not psychically monitoring every scientist's brain on Earth.
Why not?
Are you?
Oh.
To be able to make an assumption about what all scientists think.
No.
Yeah.
What's a scientist?
Good question.
Are you guys
What do you think a
scientists?
scientist is?
No. What's a scientist, bro? You use this term.
I could say someone who uses the scientific method. What would you say?
I'm sure it's probably quite vague. But
almost a gotcha.
I would say there's probably you could probably say there's a clear definition of what a professional scientist is, right? So, like, yeah, I would agree with you that like a scientist is somebody that uses the scientific method, right? I would say a professional scientist.
Someone who gets paid to use the scientific method.
Yeah, probably somebody that works for a university or somebody that has studies that are reviewed or has a
Well, you
PhD,
get
something
people
like that.
who've
Some kind
done
of qualifications that.
Well, you get people who've done all of that for English. Doesn't make them a scientist. You need to be performing the scientific method
No, but you
to
can
be doing science.
but you can have English scientists. That when I say English scientists, I don't mean scientists that are English. I mean, I mean
Well, you
scientists
can't do
that
science
study.
on no. You're not doing science on the English language.
Well, no, you have language scientists, so do you not?
No, but that's not the scientific method is about determining cause and effect relationships in the physical world. It's not
Yeah, of
reading
course.
books and analyzing them. That's not science. So no, there's no science of Shakespeare. Anyway, it's irrelevant. Go on to another question.
I think the other guy was gonna ask something, no?
Yeah, he asked, "Well, what do you think a scientist is?" And I said, "Somebody who uses the scientific method. What do you think a scientist is?" And he couldn't answer.
Are you asking the guy that originally asked the?
So I don't know, just the other guy who jumped in. If that was all he had to contribute, pretty meaningless. So you can carry on.
Well, I mean, if you want my opinion, I would say that education should also play a role. You know, you should be able to understand the implications of your observation, kind of. And I think professional engagement is also important. You know, collaborating with peers and stuff like that. You know,
You
making
just asked
anyone a
what a
scientist who is
scientist
using the
was.
method is kind of discrediting the scientists.
Well, show me a definition of scientist which includes a certain level of qualification, then you might have an argument.
Well, the one I just gave you, right? This is my understanding.
No. That's just you stating your opinion. We're talking
But
about a
you're
definition of
disagreeing
a
with
word.
my opinion, bro.
Well, words have different meaning. Show me the definition that you read that gave you that idea.
Sorry, are you saying there is a fact of the matter of
there's a dictionary.
correct meaning of a term?
Well, if you don't think there is a correct meaning of the term, why were you asking me? But
There's no
yes,
fact
the
about
word
it, right? I told you
scientist
this is my opinion
has
on
a
what a
definition.
scientist is, and you're disagreeing with me, right? And this is just your opinion.
Well, then I'm suggesting that we look at a dictionary definition, which is generally where people get their definitions of words from, and see what that says. See who that agrees with.
That's not true, right?
I don't
The
really care.
dictionary
I mean,
doesn't
it's
make a term
irrelevant.
like factual,
It's
right?
irrelevant what a scientist is or isn't in a general sense. We agree they'll use the scientific method. Who cares? How does this make Earth a globe?
But that's already
You can't just use the word
That's not what you are
science or
discussing with me.
scientist.
We're not discussing the globe Earth right now.
No, we were
That's not
trying to. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to discuss the Earth, not the meaning of the word scientist.
Bro,
I would
you
assume
asked for
when
my engagement, right? Don't cry.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. What you got, Starlet?
I would assume when somebody refers to a scientific opinion about something relating to flat Earth or globe Earth, they're saying something along the lines of somebody who has who have studied a field that is relevant to being able to measure that to such a point
Right,
where
but
they are more
if
academically
you're
sufficient
studying,
than
we're not talking
most
about
people.
having a degree in astrophysics or
Well,
astronomy.
no,
We're
of
talking about
course.
measuring physical curvature of the surface of Earth. No one's doing that.
No, I'm just saying what one might infer when they say a scientific opinion, right?
Okay, yeah, well, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. If no one's doing it, it doesn't really matter who you think is doing it.
Sorry?
It doesn't matter who you think might be doing it if no one is actually doing it.
Doing what?
Measuring the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Which is the crux of this whole discussion. If the Earth is a ball, it has curvature, it should be measurable according to the model, but it's not when people go out and do it in reality. And if that's wrong, feel free to show us who is going out into reality and measuring the curve. Anyway, someone else can pick up for a few minutes. I'm still on mute.
Also, I need
Someone
to pee.
need a flat earther? I'm right here. Who am I debating?
Sorry?
Starlit Akira, what's your proof of the globe?
Actually, I need to go pee, so I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay. A be right back would have been fine, but it's nice to know you're going for a pee.
Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
You believe the Earth is flat?
I'm agnostic, actually.
You're agnostic. So you're a liar.
I just don't know, you know?
So why don't you know?
Well, I'm not convinced one way or the other.
Okay, I have returned.
Okay, so what's your proof of the globe?
Who, me? Or the guy that was just speaking?
You.
Oh.
No good speaking to someone who's agnostic. It's just a waste of time.
Who's agnostic?
Just what's your proof of the globe?
I don't particularly study the flat Earth, globe Earth field of knowledge, to be honest. All I can really say is based off of what people that seem to have some knowledge over
Did
things.
you have an older Discord name?
Sorry?
Did you used to have an older Discord name?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, I think it's been this the whole time.
Okay.
Why?
Continue. No, you sound like someone I know. Continue.
Okay.
You don't have any. You don't have. You've not researched the globe. Is that the gist?
Yeah.
Or
No.
do you think we live on a globe?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty
Why
sure.
do you think that then?
It seems to be the consensus, scientific consensus. I mean, there are things you can do to measure it, right? That are a bit more sufficient than saying,
Yeah,
okay, well, when I stand in
consensus
one
makes
spot
something-
and look into the distance, it seems to be that something is there, but it shouldn't be there, or whatever. There are experiments that are a bit more reliable than that, right?
Obviously, consensus doesn't make anything true, does it?
So, like,
So what do you think? Why? What rational?
But like, I haven't done any of these,
and yet you still think
myself. I just rely on people that have done them. But for example, something like when you stand in one spot and look at a specific star system, or stars in the sky, and then stand in another spot and look towards stars in the sky. Those points that you're looking at, the stars in the sky, if the Earth was flat, it
All
wouldn't.
right, okay, I
You'd
get
be
it.
looking in another
I've
direction.
heard it,
Yeah, that
okay,
kind of stuff. That makes It makes more sense.
First things first, right? One, when you say you rely upon other people to tell you what's your reality.
Well, no.
I mean,
I say I
let's
rely
just-
on people that know more about
there's
what
two-
they're
there's-
talking about than
yeah,
I do.
Yeah, we call that being a drone or a child, right? I assume you're neither, right? I assume you can think for yourself, and I'm sure you don't need anyone to hold your hand when talking about matters of reality. Secondly, with the star situation,
Bold assumption.
Well, maybe you are a child.
Sorry,
I
it
don't
was a
know.
joke.
I hope not, right? But now I don't know if you've ever turned around before, but believe it or not, when you turn around, things will look as though they're going in the opposite direction, right? So in the northern hemisphere, when you see it go the other way, allegedly, you go to the southern hemisphere, allegedly, it will go the opposite way. Or if you're on a flat plane and you just turn around, it will go in a different direction, just as is being described. So it's not exactly any proof for the globe now, is it? Anything else? Got any reason for why you think you live on the globe? Any? I'll take any.
Well, I mean, my main point there was that I trust people that know what they're talking about more than me, more than I do trust what I
Do
see.
you feel like you need to be handheld about your reality all the time?
Well, in certain things, that's obviously the case. I definitely need my handheld if I'm in.
You struggle to understand the reality of the place you live at. Like, do you need?
Well,
someone
let's
to tell
take
you that-
quantum.
Hold
Let's
on,
take
hold on.
quantum mechanics
No, let's not take
example.
quantum mechanics before I'm done.
Well, I
If
don't know
you're-
anything
if-
about quantum mechanics.
let's-
I will definitely need someone to hold my hand
Well,
if I'm confronted with quantum
well,
mechanics.
we're not talking about quantum mechanics, are we? Right, we're talking about the place that you
No.
live, the place where you live, right? So, I mean, just think: you're in a house, right? I assume, maybe not. And I don't know if you live with your parents, but do you need to ask your friends, your parents, your any other member of your family that you live in a house? No, you know that's your reality, right? You know you're talking to me on Discord. Why can't you figure out? I assume you've been to a beach at some point in your life. That when you're standing on the beach, you're looking at a flat, level horizon, or better yet, if you're in an airplane, no matter how high that airplane's going, you're looking at a flat, level, horizontal horizon. Why do you need someone to tell you? Actually, no. What you see is not the case. Not the case.
Well, because the Earth's pretty big, no?
Yeah. Well, I would challenge you then, as a person who could.
Do you think I personally can like encompass the entirety of the Earth in my mind?
I mean, all the globe is just an imagination, right? So you imagine the globe in your head, and that's the globe.
That
for
was
you.
a
Something
funny
you
joke.
have in your head, right? But as for understanding where you live, you can see that it's flat and horizontal. You don't need someone to hold your hand and say, no, your eyes are wrong. Listen to me, right? This is your reality now. You don't need that. You should be able to make your own observation and come to your own conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what next?
Well, I mean, there are some
Danny
really
scientist tells
there are
Danny
some
Neil deGrasse
really
Tyson tells me what to think. Have you got anything else besides that?
well, there are some really basic things, but they do get more nuanced. Like the thing is, like okay, for example, one of them is you can clearly see things. Say like okay, really overused example, a ship on the ocean going over the horizon, right? Is it going around the globe and you can't see the ship anymore when it goes past the point in which you can't see it? But then, of course, you would say in response to that, well, okay, but if you used like if you zoomed in with like binoculars, you would see it, right? But then there are arguments to say why that's possible, but it's because of
you're having a
these
conversation with
specific
yourself.
things.
I'll tell you, right, because I think you need someone to handhold you. Apparently, right?
What?
If you look up, there is a claim, right? A geometric curve, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And right now, if you're 1 foot tall, you would probably see about what 3-6 miles, something along those lines, and you see further, obviously. Now, with obstruction, or so-called obstruction, when you're looking out at the horizon and you're seeing this kind of obstruction, it could be the case, and sometimes is the case, that it's a matter of optics where you can zoom in. Now, it could also be weather conditions. We know that there's waves, right, that can create that sort of effect. So the weather conditions could certainly be going against that favor, but it's much easier to articulate that you live on a flat horizontal plane if you are observing it's flat, you look out into the distance, it's self-evident, and you're seeing further than a geometric curve should allow for. And then when the slight chance occurs where you don't see that, there are still other alternative explanations, like simply zooming in or simply accounting for the weather conditions at the time.
Okay.
What have you got next for me? We've done stars, boats, and Daddy Neil deGrasse Tyson. What else you got? Anything
I
else?
never mentioned. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm saying there is that there are these simple experiments that you can do can.
Doesn't seem so simple when you're starting to figure out that all the reasons you think you live on a globe are false.
No. The reason why I mentioned that very simple experiment was to show that there are nuances that you can bring up in
Experiment.
from any point of view. And
What's an experiment?
Experiment. I guess.
Would you call looking at a boat an experiment?
An activity that you do to seek some kind of.
Would you
proof
call
for
looking
something.
at a boat an experiment?
Only if you're trying to prove something, or
if I
an
say
experiment.
to you, I'll show you
experiment requires like a result.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll show you my cat poops. Right. We'll look at the cat together. Do you think I've just done an experiment?
If you're trying to prove that the cat can poop, yes, it's an experiment.
I don't think you know what an experiment is, young lady.
Okay.
Any other globe proof? Anything? Please, you believe in this thing. Where is it? Can't see it anywhere. It's like you've imagined it, right? Or you've been told this is the case. It's curious.
Well, wait, what was your disagreement for the stars thing?
Oh, you just need to turn around. Learn how to do that, and then you'll figure out perspective.
Wait, but why does... Okay, but if you turn around, then... Obviously, that's going to change the...
Direction,
position
yeah.
of the stars.
Position? No, the direction.
Well, yeah, it's going to change what you're looking at, right?
Yeah, the perceived direction.
But how does that... Wait, no, but that doesn't change anything. It just changes what
You
you're
never
looking
crossed
at.
the road before? No. Imagine it. Imagine in your head you're trying to cross a road, right? Imagine. Well, here's a better thing. Are you able to imagine yourself standing outside your house and counting the windows on the house?
Yes.
I don't think so, because you clearly don't have any spatial awareness, right? So it's a problem, you get it fixed.
So your argument against the stars thing is that you can turn around?
Yeah, just turn around.
See, I don't get how that's...
Well, of course you wouldn't. You've got no spatial awareness.
So telling me I don't have spatial awareness doesn't do anything for you.
Well, I mean, what else can I say other than you can't conceive of not globe, right? Your head is buried in globe to the point where you've abandoned.
Okay, but
spatial awareness.
Do you not? Okay,
and that's a glober telling you that.
No, you've ruined it. Well,
I didn't ruin shit.
Yeah, you ruined it.
No.
Yeah.
You're supposed to start with forget everything you learned. Now let's start over. You look up, you look out over the water. Does it look like a ball? No. How do you know you live on a ball? I don't. Somebody else told me, so I believe them, or else I have to go with my senses.
You're not a flat earther then?
You ruined it for Britnet because he couldn't sound smart for at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was trying so hard to sound like a flat earther. But now
Did you say he ruined it because he couldn't sound smart? I don't know. The dumbest person here is probably me.
Yeah, probably. Who knows? But what's important is that now you know what to expect when you face the real deal. Just wait until Jedi comes online, then you're fucked.
Oh, I've talked with Jedi before, but that's the thing. When you spend your entire life dedicated to learning the flat Earth lore and the few talking points that you have to memorize, it's really easy to get into it to like win discussions over people that haven't
Let me
ever
ask you a
really thought
question.
about
How does
arguments
how does a person dedicate their life, their whole life, to flat Earth?
by by doing nothing but arguing with people about why the Earth is flat and looking up like research done by other flat earthers as to why the Earth is flat and stuff like that.
Want to hear something funny? I'm a flat earther and I don't watch anybody else's shit. I already know it's flat and we're contained and that air keeps the water on the ground. Did you know that?
Did you say wait? Did you say air keeps the water on the ground?
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's the other way around. Water keeps the... Well, no, technically that's not true. But if you have air, if you have water... Hang on. Too many mistakes here. Okay, if you have one bit of matter that is less dense and one bit of matter that is more dense, and you have them in the same container, then the bit of matter that is more dense is going to be at the bottom, and the bit of matter that is less dense is going to be at the top. Not because the less dense matter is pushing the more dense matter, it is the other way around. The more dense matter is pushing the less dense matter. So
Really? So
if it is,
air doesn't press down on water?
well, yes, but water pushes more on air than the air pushes on water.
No, air presses down on water. That's why it stays down and flat.
Why? How does that happen?
Because air presses on things. It's called air pressure, not air looker.
Okay, the joke was funny.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
give you that.
Listen to this funny joke. You're gonna love this one. So I have a vacuum chamber in my garage, and I can just go out there right now if I want to and live
And
stream
stick your
this.
dick in it? Yeah.
But I have a puppy here right now, and I'm not dealing with that. Anyway, so I can go out there, put a glass of water inside my vacuum chamber, and close the lid. Okay, now it's just sitting in there with air and water, and the air is covering the water. Now I suck the air out of it, and the water turns into gas and flies out of the vacuum chamber too. So the air must be pushing down on the water, right?
Sorry, I didn't. I didn't pay attention.
That's too bad. Without air, you don't have water. Let it all out. We can hear your tears. See if you got any Kleenex laying around. Wipe your eyes. Clean yourself up.
I've just ran out of whiskey.
Yeah,
Tis truly a sad day.
probably should start drinking. It's definitely a depression day for you. Yeah, you can't unknow that air presses down on water, and once you remove the water, the once you remove the air, the water flies away. So nothing you can do about that.
Wait, so what's the I guess formula?
Formula is Formula is water in vacuum chamber. Suck the air out, water flies away. The end.
No. What are the forces that are at play?
Air pressure.
Okay.
I remove the air pressure, and then water goes away.
Okay.
I know that's. Listen, we can all hear that you are. This is mind melting to you, and everybody else in here that knows this is sitting there going, "What's so fucking crazy about that?"
Keep up the good work, you know. There is actually gloves that will think we are all jobless basement dwellers who binge watch Erica Dubé night and day. There was a Witsit debate with some clown who said Mike Hughes was a flat earth fundamentalist who committed suicide trying to prove the flat earth. He was serious. Well,
not interesting, bro.
okay. What's your name again? Deacon?
That was fun.
Good job, Brad, when you fucking crushed it. Fucking crushed the globe.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Air pressure. All it takes is a little like that, and it's all over. You can blow on them with some wind, and it disproves the globe.
Yeah, if that's your mindset, you probably
I think when you vacuum chamber any liquid, it bubbles. Because we have a vacuum sealer in my work.
Does.
Every liquid bubbles when you start vacuuming it.
That's how you dry up the oil that's from the factory and line sets and shit like that. And old shit that comes from. You want to clean a line set or dry it out, you put a vacuum on it for about an hour, and should do the trick.
Yeah, but Globers don't experience reality, you know, they just fucking I don't know what the fuck they're experiencing, man. Right, Yui?
You want to take a guess?
What?
You said globe earthers don't experience reality. You don't know what they're experiencing.
Well, with the
Take
way
a
you're,
guess.
we're fucking with the way you're describing shit. I don't know what the fuck you're experiencing, bro. That's
So
what I'm
what does
saying.
reality mean?
Well, flat stationary plane, bro.
That's not what reality means. Take another guess.
Wow, you're wasted.
No, he is wasted, man.
Wait, hang on. The definition of reality is flat stationary plane.
I'm not giving you the
What?
definition of reality. I'm giving you reality is what reality is. Are you fucking stupid, bro? See, you gotta stop drinking, man. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, man. Maybe you need more drink. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you should drink more. Put your mic up and start drinking.
Yeah, man. You think your reality is living on a spinning fucking ball full of water in a vacuum fucking chamber. That's what your reality is.
Do you know what the definition of reality is?
I'm not giving you a definition of reality. I'm giving you what reality is. What's so funny about that, bro? See, that's the problem. You don't understand
Because
shit.
you
Just
said
like a
that was such an
it's,
obvious. I don't know, but I'm gonna pretend not to care.
What's reality? Reality is air pressure keeps water on the ground.
Right, exactly. Reality, we're living in a flat stationary plane. That's reality.
Why is this so upsetting for them?
I don't know, man.
I honestly think you're both trolling as well.
I think it's like when these guys, like when their parents told them Santa Claus was real in the beginning, and then after they find out that was all a lie. You know, they start fucking breaking
wish
down.
they were trolling.
Can I change the subject to something we might see? I don't want us to all hate each other. I want to change the subject to something that we might all find interesting.
Is it about the globe?
Intellectual, philosophical discussion.
Is it about the globe?
No, it's nothing about the globe. It's actually to do with the laws of logic.
Denied.
Laws of logic.
You have no logic, buddy.
So the laws of logic, non-contradiction, law of identity, for through the middle, right?
Oh
God,
my
you can't
god!
even understand.
How do
Another
we?
sophist. Another sophist. Oh my god! Did you like major in philosophy or something when you graduated school?
No,
Are you one of those liberal
no, I
kids?
study music.
Oh, well, you study music? You pay people to study music, man?
Paid people to do that? I have a studio in my basement.
Yeah, me too. I have a studio right
Wait,
here. I don't pay nobody to fucking study music. I do it on my own, bro.
I don't know what
What
this
do you mean?
paying people to study music is. But
I
wait,
produce
are
music
you
and
both
shit.
are you both
You wanna hear
musicians?
some of my music? You wanna hear some of my new tracks? Yeah, I got
No,
some
not
tracks I
right
made,
now.
man.
Not right now. We don't.
Are we all sharing our music? I'll
No,
share
I don't
my
want to
music.
hear.
No, we're
I don't want
not.
to hear your music. I don't want to hear your music. I'm telling you, if you want to hear my music,
I'll listen to your music if you listen to my music.
well, listen. See, I have a link tree, right? That my thing, and then if you go on my link tree, there's like all my
Just post it in the side
platforms.
chat.
Oh man, bro. Okay, I'll post it in the side chat here. Hold on, give me a sec.
I'm gonna post my latest album on
Oh,
SoundCloud.
you make albums? What are you, a guitar player or what?
I
Or are you in a
play
band?
no, I make everything on my own for the most part. I'm looking for a band,
What do
but
you use? What are you using to make this shit?
I play keyboard and guitar, and I am really bad at singing, like really bad at singing. But
Amazing.
like keyboard and guitar, really versatile because guitar's pretty
Yeah,
cool. Love the sound of guitar,
I
lots
posted
of
my
effects.
link in the side
And then
chat.
keyboard, you can basically
COD
play like anything as
COD
long as you play
music video.
keyboard, because
COD
you can
music video. What's wrong with you, the Deacon? You
Here,
13?
listen, that's my music video I put in there. Go watch it.
a COD music video.
Yeah,
Wait,
I play Call of Duty. I stream Call of Duty, and then I made a music to my fucking headshots and just
wait,
listen
but
to
is
the.
wait. So the music video.
Yeah, I made it.
Did you make the music?
Yes,
Did you play all the instruments yourself?
yes, I use Ableton. I have a Ableton studio right
Oh,
here,
you
right
use
beside me.
Ableton. Okay.
Yeah, man. I mastered, I
Is that
produced, I
you
fucking
on the
everything.
bottom middle of the screen?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, everything is me. Yes, sir. This is more
Vlad.
this is more of a like a deep house. Well, not a deep house. I'd call it more of a like it's a dancey beat. Yeah, forgot what scale I used. Yeah, I forgot what scale I used on that one. I sort of wrote it down. And then here's another one. This is like a C minor instrumental.
I mean, it's
Here,
okay.
hold on. Yeah, it's not rock and roll. Here's my
No, I wasn't saying it was bad. I said it's okay. I'm guessing you're not like a musician by like, fucking trade or something.
Yeah, I told you I didn't go to fucking school to do this. Are you crazy? I started this shit like 3 years ago.
Listen, if you just like pick up Ableton or whatever and just like throw some shit together, that's okay. That composition's alright. It's
Bro,
good.
that's every instrument I fucking tuned myself, my guy. Every sound is me. I don't fucking take samples and fucking. You know
Yeah,
what I
I do.
mean?
Oh wait, hang on. I don't think you tuned anything.
Yeah, I did. Everything's tuned. See
Wait, no,
that just
you
shows
use
that shows how
synthesizers.
fucking. Yeah, I tuned the synthesizer too, my guy. What's wrong with you?
My
It's
bad.
all just
When
it's
I thought
all
of tuned,
just.
my bad. When I thought of tuned, I thought you meant like tuning a guitar or tuning a bass, right? Like
Yeah, no, you don't understand what tuning
where
is,
you
man.
adjust the string tension to get, yeah.
No. When I tune the frequency to that scale. You get what I'm saying? So if I use
Yes,
432, I use 432 hertz to like I forgot what scale I used on that song, but like it's a specific scale I used. I posted a second one, which is more of a like this is just an instrumental, C sharp minor instrumental. Do you see it? Go listen to that one.
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening
This
to
is
it
shit,
now.
Deacon. What the hell?
Yeah, okay there, buddy.
It's not bad. Come on.
Okay, post yours so I can laugh too. Let's go.
I'm not laughing at you. Well,
No.
I'm not
Post,
laughing at your
post, post.
music. I have
No,
posted
post.
it.
Where
Wait,
is it? I don't see it. You
I'll post it
drunk?
again. Hold on.
I don't
I'm gonna
hear it.
post it
I
again.
don't see it.
It's my album.
Yeah, let's listen to this garbage.
Now, I just want to be clear. My lyricism is very bad. Please, if you're gonna take the piss out of anything,
Okay, I already hear it. It's shit. It's not mastered properly. Who the fuck? How do you even know how to fucking master? No, man. Seriously, I'm listening to it. Do you even know how to master, or
you're gonna
no?
pick on me for mastering?
Well, I don't know because I'm listening to my sounds sound better than what you're fucking playing right away. I'm just saying. You're fucking.
I don't know. It sounds better than you all can
You're one
tonight.
of those copy pasta people, like rock and roll copy pasta. You're like every other motherfucking idiot that picks up a guitar. You just use the same fucking chords, man. It's not even interesting.
You haven't listened to even 5 seconds of one of my songs yet, and
I did.
you
What you call that?
you came to this with
Solipsism.
this many
Solipsism. I'm listening
subject.
to it right now.
Wait,
Yeah,
if
I hate punk music, bro. Anything that fucking sounds like punk
okay,
sounds like
wait,
shit.
hang on. So
Horrible.
that album gets like progressively more metal as it goes on. So,
Okay. So where's the metal part? Let me, because I'm down with the metals. Which one?
I would say, well, my favorite song in the album is Solipsism, but I don't know if it will be your favorite song in the album. It's like the 8th track, Solipsism. Listen to that one. You might like that one. But bear in mind, my lyrics are really bad. I'm really bad at like making words and singing
No,
them.
I don't like it right away. It's terrible. Bro, I listen when I'm listening to heavy metal. I listen to like Disturbed and shit. You know what I mean? I don't
Oh my
listen to.
god, give it a second, will you?
I did. I hear it, and as soon as I hear that fucking voice, I'm like, "What is this asshole doing, bro?"
Wait, the voice hasn't even came in yet.
It
Hey,
did, bro. Because I
quick
skipped to
question. Hello?
145. Go
Hello?
ahead.
You skipped
What
to
Sorry.
up, Clay?
145.
Yeah,
Okay.
Clay. What's up, Clay?
Quick question. What is this channel about? Like, are we talking about music right now?
At the moment,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, very
so
interesting. Why did we divert from the topic?
Because the topic's boring.
no,
Because
it's because the
No,
Earth is
no,
flat.
it isn't.
because he had a meltdown when I told him that if you remove the air, the water flies away.
Starlet, do
Yeah.
you believe you are on a wibbling, wobbling, spirited baseball floating for the ever expanding void of total
Sorry,
You
darkness?
can't say it like
I
me,
didn't
dude.
hear any of what you just said.
Yeah, I would say it in an
Bibbling,
appropriate
bubbling?
way. Do you live on a spinning, wobbling tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness? If so, please provide the evidence for a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. Thank you.
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know why you're here, do you want to learn? You want to know what the Earth is?
Were you here like 40 minutes ago when I joined? And
Yeah. I've been listening to this whole thing.
yeah, so if you recall correctly, the reason for my joining was not to prove nor disprove anything. I was just wondering what people who believe in the flat Earth thought of things. That was it.
Yeah, okay. So, since you have figured that out, is there anything in life that would make you want to actually understand what the Earth is? Because I bet you still come from the standpoint of a spinning, wobbling tilted
Is
spaceball,
there
right?
anything in life that makes me want to what? I didn't hear what you said there.
Change your perspective on reality.
Is there anything that will make me change my perspective on reality? Is that what you're asking?
No, do you want to change your perspective? That's the requirement.
Do I want to? No. I don't
Yeah, because
care.
because fundamentally the reason why this channel
No,
exists is
wait,
not to.
no, hang on. No. what I'm saying is I'm not attached to how I think about reality. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
I don't care
So
whether I
how do
want
you?
to or not want to change my perspective on
Okay.
reality.
How? Yeah, I get it. How do you observe the Earth? Do you observe it spinning, wobbling, tilted, flying?
I don't know what you mean.
He's a musician. He
How?
doesn't know anything, bro. His whole life was all about making
How?
fucking guitar beats,
How do you
Guitar
observe
beats.
reality, bro?
and they're not even
Hey,
that
my
good. What?
music is not that bad. Come on.
You need some mastering though. You got to learn how to master. I don't know,
Deacon,
man.
shut
Sounds
your
like
ass up.
shit. Sounds
No,
like
this
Okay,
is
shit.
boring.
Yui, who the fuck are you?
Did you actually listen to any of my songs?
Yeah, bro. How do what I tell you what I'm telling you, bro? Like I listen to music every fucking day. Like I listen to like my favorite like genre to listen to at work would be like fucking midnight blues. You know, that's the type of shit I listen to most of the time. When I walk to
Listen
work,
to
I listen to fucking like the heavy metals, like Disturbed, fucking fuck. What else is there?
Disturbed.
Well, no, there's a whole list of it. It just when it
If
comes
you
down,
like
it's most of it like
Disturbed,
System of the Down, all that shit. You know,
System of
like
the Down. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, fuck yeah, all
Yeah,
that shit.
System of the Down are quite cool. I know
Yeah.
it's a pretty generic take, but I really like fuck. I forget the name of it.
I hate
From
punk
the
music. Anything that is punk, I fucking hate it. Sounds like shit. Some bitch
Toxicity.
whining.
That's the song Toxicity
Yeah,
by System of a Down.
toxicity.
I know
Yeah,
that's a generic take. Everyone likes Toxicity, but yeah, that's my favorite System of a Down song.
I like toxicity.
Listen to do you still have my album up? Listen to Tempering.
Aerials, toxicity, all that shit.
I like Aerials, yeah. Aerials is good. Listen to
Well,
Tempering. You might like that one. That's kind of like, but don't just like fucking skip to halfway through the song like as soon
no,
as you pick up. Just listen to the
I
song.
do
It's
intro, fucking chorus, verse. Like I listen to it, bro. No.
the song is a minute and Tempering is a minute and 40 seconds. Just listen to the whole song. Okay. It's not gonna
Did you
take
listen
that
to
much
my
time
whole
out of
song?
your life.
Did you listen to my whole song or
I
no?
did. I listened to both
No.
of them all the way
Whole
through.
no. What'd you like about C sharp minor? What'd you like about it? Tell me.
Not much, to be honest.
You don't like C sharp minor? Why? What? Why? Tell me why. Why was it so bad?
Well, I didn't dislike any of it.
No. You gotta see. You have to give critique. If you're gonna fuck, see, I like critique. I like when people
Okay,
talk shit about my music.
I'll tell. It didn't change much. It stuck on one chord progression and some kind of melody that persisted throughout the entire thing. It was okay. It could
Not
have been
really,
boiled
bro.
down to
That's
like 30 seconds of music.
not really, bro. It changes quite a bit throughout. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I really liked the timbre of the instruments. There was one instrument that
Mm-hmm.
What do you got for us, Paul?
What's that, buddy?
What do you got for us?
Oh, I ain't got nothing.
No Glover does.
You call me a glower?
Of course.
Oh, Glober. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm a globy.
Same old story.
All you have to do is like look at the moon, you know what I mean?
So look at something else.
Yeah.
And what does that do for you?
It shows you that large objects in space tend to assume a spherical shape.
Are you sure it's in space, like the vacuum of space?
I mean, outside of this atmosphere, yeah, way out there, whatever you want to call it.
Are you sure it's an object?
Absolutely.
Are you sure it's not just some kind of, I don't know, effect or something like that?
No, I don't think so.
Have you touched it?
Nope.
So you can't really know, you're just speculating.
No, my eyes are true.
So you imagine that the Earth itself must be some kind of object floating around in the
Yes,
sky.
sir.
Why?
I just said why.
So did you check the Earth itself to see if it actually does match that description?
I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Well, you might have reason if you checked it.
I mean, everything I've come across doesn't negate it.
Maybe the Earth itself negates it.
How so?
Well, so far you're just doing philosophy. You're not actually...
No, I told you. Using your eyes is not philosophy.
Yeah, but you're using your eyes on the wrong thing, though, because what's in question is the Earth, and then you're looking at something else, and then going, well, the Earth must be like that for some reason. So it's basically just philosophy you're doing.
No, it's logic and common sense.
Oh, it's not very logical, really. It's not even common sense. It's more like common storytelling. You probably never would have come to these conclusions with your own sense. It's just been passed on to you.
Okay, bro, that was a stretch.
How so?
You're making me laugh now, buddy.
You're telling me if nobody ever told you that you live on a ball in a vacuum chamber, you would have stood there, stared at the moon, and come up with all that on your own?
Yes.
That's a cool story, buddy. Even cooler than the moon story that you just told.
No.
So, what if you look at the Earth? Does it actually match, your description of it based on looking in the wrong direction?
I don't follow what you're saying.
Well, does the Earth actually measure as a ball?
Yeah.
Can you show any of those measurements?
I haven't done them myself, no.
So I'll be a no. So you're just kind of going out on a limb and saying, yeah, I'm really confident in my moon speculation, so I'm sure that the measurements prove what I believe.
It's not about measurements, dude. You just use your eyes. Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Yeah, so I'll be using my eyes and looking again in the wrong direction, is what you're saying?
What do you mean in the wrong direction?
Well, the sky would be the wrong direction because we're talking about the Earth, right? So every time you point a telescope...
What evidence do you have that the Earth would somehow be an anomaly?
Why would the Earth be a celestial object in the first place? I don't know why you have this idea that it's an object flying around in a bigger space with other objects like it. Well, actually, I do know, because people told you that.
I'm here on this planet, you could say, and when you look out and you look at other planets, they're round.
Other planets? See, again, you're already assuming that the Earth is a planet. It's the same question I just
Why
had.
would I have a reason to believe otherwise?
Well,
Bro, that is the most okay. That is the most stupidest thing I've heard all day.
So why do you think that?
Earth is a planet? Bro,
yeah, why do you think that in the first place, though?
I just told you why, dude.
No, you didn't. You just said I have no reason not to think that, but what is your actual reason for thinking that?
Can we just walk through the logic quickly, though? Let's just say that I was to drive to a Porsche dealership and I look around and all I see is Porsche cars everywhere. Does that mean that I drove there on a Porsche? Or in a Porsche, sorry.
That is a terrible analogy, sir.
Well, I'd like you to explain why.
Because there's a lot of different ways to make a car. There's really only... We're talking about celestial objects.
Because we've seen other cars, we've seen other companies produce cars, we've seen different brands of cars.
You've just said that's a bad analogy.
And yeah, I mean, if I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, I guarantee you drove there in a car that has 4 wheels and it's and all that good stuff that all cars have.
Okay, but now you're just missing the point of the analogy.
Maybe I am, because it's a poor analogy.
Well, no, you're just asserting that. You're not actually saying why. So the point of the analogy is that you are in a thing X, right? You look out and you see thing Y everywhere, and then you assume that thing X is thing Y. So
why would I not?
For that purpose, the analogy is perfect.
Like I said, if I had a reason to otherwise, I would consider it, but there is nothing. There's nothing there.
The reasoning is fallacious. That's
it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not fallacious, dude.
It is, and I've explained why.
I just told you there's no other reason to believe otherwise.
You're just saying yaha and na'a a lot, but the reasoning is fallacious.
You're just saying fallacious a lot.
Do you know what fallacious means? That's what I thought.
There's no reasoning for what you've put forth in the first place.
No. I mean, I could use many different analogies for this, like me, you, and Dr. Kindergartner go to Starbucks, right? Me and Dr. Kindergartner get a mocha, therefore you must have had a mocha.
These analogies keep getting worse.
Well, I mean, they're all perfect for describing your reasoning.
No, they're not.
They are. I mean, you don't get that, that's fine, but the analogies themselves do the job.
I think I was fairly straightforward and direct, and now you're trying to abstract it into something it's not. I think they call that a straw man.
No, a straw man would be where I misrepresented your position.
Right, that's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm not misrepresenting your position.
You're saying, well, it's kind of like this, and that's not what it is, so you suck. That's what you're doing.
No, that's an analogy, not a straw man.
Yeah, very poor analogy. That's what I said.
I mean, you're asserting it's poor, but I mean, you can say 1 + 1 is 3 many times. It'll be wrong every time.
Okay, so give me a reason why I should think otherwise.
Because the reasoning is fallacious.
Give me a reason why.
Because the reasoning is fallacious.
How is it fallacious?
I've already explained that with an analogy. Assuming that thing X is thing Y because you see thing Y isn't reasonable.
It is. It's very reasonable because
no,
the
it's not.
It's more unreasonable to think otherwise. Like I said, unless you give me a reason why.
Fine.
And you can't.
I look up in the sky and I see Jupiter and I see Mercury and I see Venus. Therefore, I assume I'm on a planet, right?
Right.
So I look up in the sky and I see clouds. Therefore, I assume I'm on a cloud. Correct?
No.
Why not?
What?
Why not?
Dude, the way
why not?
your rhetoric is literally like elementary. It's hard to even follow.
It's your logic.
It's not, dude.
Yes, it is. Why don't you?
I'm not on a cloud. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know that, but why are you not on a cloud?
I don't know how to answer these questions, dude.
Yeah, because you don't know how to reason, bro.
No, my reasoning is better than you, and you still haven't given me an example of how. You haven't given me a single. You haven't given me a single piece of evidence to make me think otherwise.
You don't even know what fallacious means. I asked you what fallacious means, and you just went.
Okay.
Silent.
Oh, here we go, dude.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know what fallacious.
You're not
means.
worth my time, Joe.
When I asked you what fallacious.
There he goes.
What a loser.
Yeah, dumbass. No reasoning at all.
Oh, no, I'm not on a cloud because I'm not on a cloud. Brilliant.
Could say the same thing about a light in the sky.
Well, yeah, exactly. He actually can't leave his own worldview for even half a second to understand that the Earth he stands on doesn't share any characteristics with Venus. From his personal experience.
I was hoping we'd get to that question, but no, he bailed out too soon.
Nah, he bailed. You're not worth my time. Runs away.
He'll be back. He was here coping for a few hours yesterday, too.
Fair enough. I'll ask him the same question tomorrow. Were you there, Heretic, the last 2 times I've tried to explain to Globers why misusing Dunning-Kruger is ironic?
Yes.
What's your opinion on that? Do you think I'm barking up the wrong tree, or do you think I'm correct?
Well, I mean, it is a spectrum. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person is stupid and doesn't realize it. Could be the exact opposite.
Yeah, and for me, the irony is misusing it a bit, incompetently using a term based on competence. I think that's obviously ironic, but I don't really understand.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like they'll come up with these things that are like kind of half truths. Like, for instance, yeah, I mean, language does change based on use. I mean, that's obviously correct, but that's what definitions are. Definitions are the agreement that the population has already come to for the use of that term, right? So to then say, well, if people use it incorrectly, therefore the definition changes, is like you're putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
It would be like saying, well, the land is like X, and the map tells you that the land is like X. Oh, what if the land changes? But it didn't. Just because some idiots on a forum decided that the land, that the hill is actually a valley or whatever, it doesn't actually mean that that's the case. Anyway, whatever. I'm stunned at how Globers seem to have these illogical thought processes, but they all happen to have the same ones. You would expect some level of randomness to it.
Yeah, it's like they didn't put any of their own thought into what they believe at all. They just adopted this ideology wholesale, and that's it.
But it's not even about the globe, it's about like loads of things.
Yeah, that's true.
I just find it staggering. Like they all have the same bad arguments about the same subjects.
Well, just look at the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even know where to begin with somebody who's that lost, because there's so many fallacies that they're stacking on top of one another, and they don't know anything about logic, that it's like, which one do I even start taking apart, and are they even going to understand any of it?
Oh, yeah. It's like that guy couldn't even define fallacious. I mean...
Yeah. I was going to tell him he was begging the question, but I kind of thought he's not even going to know what that means.
He doesn't know what fallacious means, so what's the point?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not going to go over.
Like, Jesus, man. Like, where'd you go with him? And I think it was Manufactotum said yesterday that scientists don't talk in terms of logic, they talk in terms of methodology, right? And
so they're illogical?
It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Because you think, well, if what you're doing isn't logical, then why are you doing
Methodology presupposes logic. Dumbass.
Sorry?
In order to have a methodology, you need to use logic.
Oh, I can agree to that, yeah.
So then saying they're two separate things kind of stupid.
What if they didn't use logic, so the methodology's all fucked up?
Well, methodology needs logic, or like it's built.
Yeah, but you wouldn't.
You can't have a methodology without logic.
You're actually agreeing with me without realizing it.
No, you can't have a methodology without logic.
You're agreeing with me without realizing
they're not using a methodology or logic then, at that point. They're not using anything.
Yeah, you're agreeing with me without realizing it.
Cool.
The point is that if you don't give a shit about logic, you can't be following sound methodology. That's my point.
You can't have a methodology full stop.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, correct. Cool. We agree. High five.
You could have a flawed methodology.
It's not methodology then, is it?
Don't call it that if you don't want to.
Yeah, but some of them might if they don't understand logic.
Yeah. It could be a broken methodology. Okay, I could say that that's
Has
not
anyone
methodology
passed
then.
the ice wall yet? Anyone made it out?
What, Antarctica?
Yeah. Anyone got there yet?
Yeah, there's quite a few research stations and stuff there.
No, but
All
it's an ice wall though, bro.
That's what it says on Wikipedia. The shoreline is mostly ice wall and ice shelf.
Exactly.
I don't know if you guys know, but I actually freely explored Antarctica the other day.
No way. Did you walk across it?
Yep.
It's where we keep our penguins, bro. Penguins. I don't think penguins actually live in Antarctica. Penguins are like desert animals, man. They live on sand.
Antarctica is a desert, you idiot.
No, but like desert, as in like Sahara desert type stuff.
Hot desert.
Sand desert, yeah. Hot desert. A sandy desert. Penguins live in sand, not on ice.
That sounds like a true story.
It is. Why do you think they live in Cape Town in Namibia?
Namibia is a lovely place.
I lived there. I lived there.
Oh, really?
Shithole.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
It's so bad. It's a shithole. Have you been there, bro?
Windhoek's amazing.
Meh. Overrated. There's nothing to do. There's genuinely
no one
nothing
rates it. How is it overrated?
There's nothing to do. There's nothing to
Yeah,
do.
that's because the whole country has a population of about 10 people.
Yeah, I lived there, dude. I lived.
Yeah. You're not the only one who's lived there, bro.
I lived in Swapcutland. There's nothing to do.
I lived in Windhoek for about 6 months.
Why? Do you work for like some mining company? If not, then there's no reason to
I've got
be
family
there.
there.
You've got family there. Shut up. Are you white?
If you'd ever been to Namibia, you realise that there are white people there?
Yeah, I am. I'm white, dude. I'm German.
Right. Why did you ask me if I'm white?
No, but are your family like German descent that live there?
I'm not going to tell you all about my family history, but I've got family.
No, but are they like the German colony
and
guys?
I have family in Namibia.
Very cool. So they're Afrikaans.
No, they're not.
They're not retard British people in Namibia for no fucking reason.
There are British. Yes, there are descendants of British people in Namibia, and if you would
for no reason. Yeah. No, for no reason.
What do you mean for no reason?
No good reason. I'm trolling you, dude. My family.
Really? I had no idea.
In 1850, some of my family from Britain moved to Swakopmund, and that's why I was there.
Lucky you.
Not really. Shithole.
It's not.
Shithole. What was the highlight of the experience of going there then? Living there for 6 months?
Everything. Skeleton Coast was fucking sick.
Yeah,
Joe's Beer's house. Joe's Beer House in Windhoek was sick. Loads of
Joe's Beer. So the equivalent of going to Weatherspoons.
It's not.
It's a spoons and saw some sand dunes on the beach.
Bro, I had alligator, no, crocodile. I had bison. I had fucking loads of other amazing shit in that place.
No way. Yeah.
It's still on the menu today, actually.
Not enough white people in Namibia. That was my only critique.
Namibia's only got a population of about 2.5 million, isn't it?
Yeah, and only 10% of them are white. Not enough. Need more.
2.53 million.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, 2.5 million. When you consider the size of the country, that's crazy.
I know. And everyone lives around like 3 or 4 cities. Like the whole southern part is just empty.
It's like Australia, though, isn't it? They live around a few cities, and that's it.
Yeah, but the difference is Australia's a white country.
Why do you care about that?
Why not?
I suppose you can care about what you like.
Because people who aren't white don't really get along very well. They ruin everything, and they smell.
Oh my god!
Look what happened to South Africa, bro. Ruined.
Yeah.
I can't tell if this is a case of not enough drugs or too much drugs.
Probably a bit of both.
So it's what being a white South African does to you, bro. Sorry.
To be fair, since the new government came to power in South
30
Africa,
years. They've ruined it.
they've
30.
not-
It's
Why are you
as
talking
of-
about dude? I'm halfway through a sentence. If it
30
wasn't obvious,
years.
I would like to finish it.
Okay, I'll allow it just this once.
Well, I'll just mute you if you don't. So, what I was going to say to Crit is, it seems obvious to me that the South Africa's just fucked anyway, because whoever comes in just fucks over every other group, regardless of who they are.
So based, unless it's white, then it would be okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is people seem to forget the fact that the black government came in '92 and then just fucked everyone over who wasn't part of, not just being black, but part of their specific tribe. But no one talks about it because it's cool apparently when it's
The other way
it's
around.
cool when certain groups do it, and it's not cool when certain other groups do it.
Obviously, dude.
Sorry?
If you have white skin, you're always racist. You're always in the wrong. You can never win.
What I'm saying is, even like there are Indians in South Africa that were actually there since before India's partition with Pakistan, right? So there are actually people who would be modern day Pakistanis living in South Africa as Indians, and they also get fucked over by all of this, right? So it's not just a black versus white thing. And
Yeah,
on top of that, like,
it's a
the
black
guy who's
versus brown
currently
thing.
in power, the guys who are currently in power, they come from a specific tribe, and they don't like the other black tribes.
They come from multiple tribes. The Xhosa and the Zulu.
Sure, but the point remains, right? They're not going to be doing favors to the people who aren't in their tribe.
They kind of are. They do a lot for black tribes, but like the Khoisan tribes and Coloureds and Indians, they're
Khoisan are
not black.
blacks, are they?
That's my whole point. That to blacks they're good, even if they're not like the Shwana. They do a lot for the Shwana, etc., and other groups that aren't the Xhosa or Zulu. They still do stuff with them, but when it comes to Khoisan, Coloureds, Indians, and whites, they just hate them. So it is kind of a black versus everyone else thing. It's not really like an individual Zulu versus everything else. Zulu.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps. It wouldn't surprise me.
Boom.
I think the thing that really disgusts me about the history of the Khoisan is that, obviously, as you know, the Khoisan were there first, and
it's so funny, retards.
It was their land, right?
Click language.
That's not them.
Yeah, Khoisan talking clicks, and the Xhosa do.
Yeah, okay. It's not just them, is what I meant.
I had a Khoisan maid.
Like a them thing. Sorry?
I had a Khoisan maid. She's talking clicks. Weird woman. Clack, clack.
Alright.
Click, clack, click, clack. Kill Whitey. Shoot to kill. Ha, ha. So are you a flat earther, Joe?
Of course.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
How come?
Because it's flat, bruh.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
How do you know?
Because it's observably fat, measurably used as flat.
How can you measure it as flat? With a spirit level?
Well, no, you would set
a really big spirit level.
No, you would set a horizontal plane and then you would measure against that if there's any deviation.
Can you send me a thing where this has been done to like 100 miles and there's no different deviation?
Well, I mean, if you're asking whether there would be like hills and mountains and stuff, yeah, but the general curvature isn't there.
How do you know?
Right, so let's just say you had a body of water.
Yeah.
Would you say that generally speaking, that body of water would conform to whatever the shape of the Earth is?
Yeah.
Perfect. So if you were to shoot a laser over water and it didn't deviate from the surface of the water, wouldn't that imply that the Earth was flat?
Depends how like far the distance is, because the Earth isn't like
25 miles.
Yeah, it curves every like 25 or something miles. Let me check again. How often?
The alleged curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. So over 25 miles, it would be many, many feet. I forget how much now.
Would it?
Yes. It'd be 8 times.
How much does the Earth curve per mile?
8 inches per mile. It'll say 7.98, but it's roughly 8.
Where the fuck do you find this? Not seeing any good sources for this. Fucking earthcurvature.org is not very reliable.
That does sound pretty sketch.
It's just a load of substacks. No thanks. Yeah, the only one that says 8 inches is a substack of Earth Science.
Oh, you don't have to use 8 inches per mile squared. It's just the most commonly cited.
I have no clue how much it curves per mile. 8 inches sounds like a shit ton, though.
You any good with maths?
Yeah, I guess that's true. You can get like the circumference of the Earth.
You can do it yourself, yeah.
That sounds like
it is like this isn't a disputed figure, by the way. This isn't like flat earthers say X and globers say Y. Like everyone agrees that this is meant to be the case on a globe, right? So then the question is like, well, is that happening or not? And then
we'll go.
We say
8 inches sounds right. 8 inches sounds right. So over 25 miles, like that would be at 200 inches, right? Which is like
no, you'd square the mile because it's an exponent, because it's a curve, not a slope.
That wouldn't make a difference, so would it?
Of course, it would.
What do you mean?
Well, because if it's 8
looking
inches every
straight,
mile,
if you're looking straight though, like straight,
we're not talking about
it
what I'm
depends.
seeing. We're talking about what the Earth is doing.
Why would it be a squared?
Because it's a curve, not a slope. If it goes out 8, let's put it this way, right? If I was to draw a number of points on a graph, and for every
shit, yeah, it's exponent. I'm stupid. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking of like a triangle. Yeah, that's dumb. Never mind.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. Well, that's fine then. So yeah, that's why you square it. Now the square is obviously not like 100% accurate, but it's up to 250 miles. It's very, very close to what you need, right? So at 25 miles, it actually benefits the globe because of the way the maths breaks down. So 25 squared times 8 inches. I mean, I'll just do the maths quickly. Okay. $5,000 inches divided by 12 would be 416 feet is what you'd expect over 25 miles. So that's measurable easily.
It would have to be squared though for the exponential. I get it's an exponential, but
because it's not a slope; it's a curve.
I guess.
If it was a slope, then it would make
400
sense that
feet
it was.
over 25 miles. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it does sound like a lot. Almost like it's not happening.
Yeah. 400 feet. Has anyone shone a laser for 25 miles?
Yep. That's why I mentioned it.
Where?
In Bulgaria. Is it Bulgaria or Hungary? Lake Isel, wherever that is. Oh, that might have been the one in Holland, actually. So there's Lake Isel, and there was Lake Balaton, is it? Yeah, Lake Balaton was the Hungarian one. So they shone a laser over a partially frozen lake in Hungary, Lake Balaton, and they more or less didn't find anything at all. There wasn't 416 feet of curvature. I don't know if anyone listening's got access to the PDF because I don't have it to hand. But anyway, this is kind of done, and globers basically just say refraction, but they don't really have an actual rebuttal. It's just kind of a throwaway. Oh, but light curves, bro, and it just happens to curve at the same rate as the Earth, which is extremely fortuitous. You'd have thought.
I don't really care if the Earth's flat or round. I'd want it to be flat. It'd be hilarious if it was actually flat.
Water's flat.
Huh?
At rest, water is flat.
So true.
I actually agree with you. I think it'd be hilarious if all of these like really arrogant globers found out one day that they were all wrong because
Yeah, I genuinely hope it's flat just for the sake of like all these retards who are like so thing about their science. They're just like, oh shit.
What the guys who are like, I fucking love science, and they wear it on their t-shirt and stuff.
Yeah, like the people with evolution shirts and shit like that. Retard losers.
That's cringe.
Nerds.
You know what's funny is when you get that I trust science, and then it just makes a bunch of assertions. It's like COVID is real, and then I don't know, the Earth isn't flat, and there's like 5 or 6 of these like assertions, and it's like, bro, you do realize
I'm gonna make one. I trust science.
Is the process of figuring out whether your assertions are real or not. It's not just asserting that they're real to people you disagree with. Like, yeah, the irony is, not lost on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree with you on the South Africa thing. I think a lot of people are scared to actually really figure out what's going on there because they don't want to get called names or whatever, which is kind of sad. But then I'm a flat earther, so I don't really care about being called names.
Wild. Yeah, I don't really care about anyone. Whites should just have their own area.
I mean, every single people group have their own area, really. It's throughout history, so I don't really see why it's controversial, but apparently it is.
Speaking of
I'm not even
controversial,
really a nationalist, like in that way, but I don't see the controversy because it's just what everybody does. You know?
Even today, it's only white countries that don't do this. China is still pretty much entirely Chinese. India is still entirely Indian, pretty much, and so
That's kind of
forth.
the point I was making. Is like it's not actually that controversial. It's not as controversial as people make it out to be because literally everybody does it.
Yeah. Only bad when Europeans do it.
Speaking of controversial, isn't the whole the Earth is flat versus a spinning globe, like, isn't that a false dichotomy? Right? As if there's only two choices, like there's no other choice. You're either a Democrat or a Republican.
It
There's
could
only
be,
left
but
and there's only right. There's no up and
yeah, it
down.
could be, but you'd have to like present what the third option is, right?
So then wouldn't that be substantiating the evidence, like proving like what we say to be fact, right? Like as if the burden is on us, right?
Well, no, we're just talking about false dichotomy. Like, if in order to know that it's a false dichotomy, you'd surely have to have the presence of a third option. I'm not even saying whether the third option is legitimate or not.
Yeah, you
What
got
about
concave,
this? What about who
hollow Earth.
cares what shape the Earth is? How about we just
flat's
talk
not a
about
shape.
Option
how
for the
about we
shape.
just talk about what we observe?
That's not an option for the shape, though, is it?
Who cares about the shape of the Earth?
Well, that's a different argument to whether it's a false dichotomy.
Is there only two choices on anything, no matter what the subject or topic is?
No, that's not the point, is it?
It's like a trap, right? Are you a flat earther or a glober? Right? You answer the question, they got you. It's almost as if it's like a religion. Like these are the set beliefs that I have. Right? Like throw up the four walls, this is what I believe, that's a wrap.
Depends what your definition of religion is. Do you believe in the firmament and stuff like that?
Well, I don't believe.
Huh?
I said I don't believe.
Or do you know there is a firmament or not? Whatever way of saying it you want. Is there a firmament? Yes or no?
I feel like there is, yeah.
Of like what? Water?
Well, both ideas have some concept of a firmament. So the dichotomy would be, hey, what model are you working with that doesn't cite any kind of firmament?
How are
Meaning
you
sky.
defining a firmament?
Sky.
Just the sky, yeah.
The sky, yeah.
Yeah, but like, is it like a water base, like a water firmament of like solid water, like a snow globe type thing?
It's like a sky.
A sky of water.
Has anyone looked at the lights in the sky with the telescope with their naked eye through the eyepiece?
Yeah.
What'd you see?
Planets. I didn't look at stars. You can kind of see the planets, the other planets. You know.
Why would we say other planets? Where's this idea come from that the Earth is one of those?
That's why I said lights in the sky. I didn't say stars or planets.
No, he said other planets. I was asking him about that.
Huh?
Like, what similarities are there between the Earth and the stuff in the sky, the planets in particular?
Both made of dirt, I guess.
How can you tell that the thing in the sky is made of dirt? Is terra firma in the sky?
I don't know. What? I don't know what else it could be. I saw like a big blob.
Well, someone gave you that idea. I mean, you don't know what else it could be. All right.
What else could it be, man? Smudge on the lens.
It's got to be dirt. Well, some of them are said to be balls of gas.
So
I guess that's what else it could be. I mean, I don't get that. Ball of gas, condensed gas in a vacuum chamber.
Gravity, bro.
That's what they're going to tell you.
What if it's a reflection off the firmament and it's not even an image outside of the firmament? What if it's all self-contained?
So there's like big mirrors in the sky.
Well, I mean, you said what else could it be? So, I mean, I guess maybe he's just spitballing some sort of example. Who knows? Could be some kind of an effect. I don't know. Maybe it's an apparent phenomenon of some kind. Maybe they're not even physical objects. Like, it's just all some kind of effect. Who knows? I'm not saying it is, but you said what else could it be? So I was throwing stuff out.
What do you think of NASA?
Yikes.
They make cartoons.
Yeah, I agree with like the images for doctors because they literally admit like we don't have any actual pictures of the Earth that are on Photoshop because you can't like really fit the curvature.
Well, that's what they said. They said it's Photoshop because it has to be because they don't have satellites far away enough to actually take that picture. So they just have to, just have to comp a bunch of like little pictures together.
They've been caught multiple times doing image manipulation, right? Because you have a picture, you have a photo, and you have an image. An image is something that's been manipulated, right? Like you look at the clouds and some of these supposed, the whole Earth in the view of the camera, and you'll notice that they copy the clouds and they paste them all over the exact copy. They've been caught. Yeah. Their hand is stuck in the cookie jar.
So you of the opinion that the moon landing and all that was also a hoax? Like just
No, man, it's easier to go to the moon than it is to fake it.
I've heard that argument. I found that quite stupid.
That's what a lot of people. I hear a lot of people say that it'd be easier to go there than it is to fake it.
It was there was that guy Adam something. It was called. I think it was that guy, or it was some YouTuber, and he made a video about that, and he was like saying, in order to fake the photograph with like with the needed lighting to achieve the photos or the footage, it would be cheaper or more cost effective to just go to the actual moon. Which still doesn't really answer it if it's possible or not, because it might be hypothetically be cheaper, but if it's actually impossible, then I guess that argument's kind of retarded.
Yeah, that's just a diversion tactic.
Way too hard to fake that. You have to just go to the moon.
Way too hard to fake.
Perfect
Because the moon landing looks so spot on and perfect the way that they did it.
It does look like quite fake, I can't lie. like with bear. Yeah. I don't know, man. Just seems like I don't know. Why would the government? Why would like all the world governments be in on this like little joke, little prank?
Good question.
Do you think there's like a ice wall around the circumference of the Earth?
I wouldn't say that it necessarily encircles us. Maybe it does, but there's no proof that it does. What I would say is that the Antarctic shoreline is considered to be mostly ice wall, even if you think it's a globe.
Yeah, ice wall is just a term for like a wall of ice, I guess. But like,
There's one in, there's one in
know what I mean.
Alaska.
But look, as quote unquote Antarctica is it's not the end. It's just as far as we can go. Right? But I think there's a lot of land past that.
Could be.
The world is much, much larger than we're led on to believe, led on to think.
The problem I have with that, though, is that you need like another sun or some other source of heat for any land beyond it, because, like, the 60th South Parallel and beyond, you're not getting a lot of sunlight.
That's so true, actually.
That's a good point. I actually never thought about that.
Because that's the reason why Antarctica is already cold, because there is not very close to the sun. There's enough sun.
Maybe there's another sun out there. I don't know.
Maybe. What do you think about Atlantis?
There's billions. Trillions.
True. Yeah, in the globe lore, there's billions and billions.
Quadrillions.
So you guys all Christian then?
Nah.
How come?
I'm not too sure about any sort of religion.
Well, there's religion and there's being spiritual.
I think kind of synonymous in what we're trying to say. That you're not really going to believe in God without being spiritual.
Yeah, but you can be spiritual without being religious, but you can't be religious without being spiritual. See?
It depends what definition of religion you're using. If you're just saying like adhering to a set of values, then sure. But like religion is usually like the worship, like the supernatural.
How come I can hear your mouse clicks louder than you talking?
Oh, so there's Mike.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
No.
Kinda. Are you using a condenser microphone by chance?
Condenser? The hell does that mean?
Yeah, the ones that are like super sensitive, like you can hear like a gnat farting if you turn the gain up really high.
I think he's probably just using the mic in his computer.
No, I have a separate one, but it was like some shit one I got off Amazon. It's like
okay, never mind. I got it all wrong. I was just thinking maybe it's like a laptop mic, and so it's obviously just picking up more of the mouse than your voice. It's right there, the mouse.
Sounds like a condenser mic.
Well, where were we?
I have a question. Does gas start off as a ball in a vacuum? Even at the smallest scale?
Go fart in a vacuum, see what happens.
Exactly. Will it clump together into a ball of gas due to gravity? Yeah, kind of a nonsensical claim. Ball of gas in a vacuum, but it's so big that it has the gravity to do that. Okay, here's a story. Can't demonstrate it on any practical scale. Just trust me, bro. When we get to that scale, that's how it works.
Makes perfect sense. You don't get it?
I get what they're saying. I just call bullshit.
You remember being a kid, you know? Gotta have an imagination. Imagination. Imagination.
I think Globers have lost that for the most part because their ideology and their whole worldview just seems to be copy paste from every other Glober. There's no imagination in it. They're just all spouting the same stuff. They would have had more imagination before that was taught to them. You just look at the sky and don't know what any of it is and wonder. But now that they've been spoon-fed all the answers and they accept them completely, yeah, there's no thinking or imagination or anything going on. I mean, I'm generalizing. This isn't the case for every single one of them, but it's something I see a lot.
Like talking to a parrot. He just recites what he's been told his whole life.
Yeah, and he doesn't even, like, a parrot doesn't even know what he's saying, right?
They can, to an extent, but yeah, generally, they're just
Mimicking sounds that they've heard is all they're doing.
They have been known to like understand what the word no means, right? Because like you tell them no when they do a behavior or do something we don't want them to do, and so they won't do that thing when their owner is around. But as soon as they're out of sight or distracted, they could be doing that thing that they know they're not supposed to be doing, because you know that because they'll say no while they're doing it.
Well, that's pretty cool. It kind of messes up my point that they have no clue what they're actually saying.
There's an exception, but yeah, generally they're just just saying what they've been told.
I gotta go make some breakfast. You guys keep it going.
Okay, here's a conundrum for you.
I gotta restart. I'll be
Massive
back.
bodies. If massive bodies cause gravity, gravity causes massive bodies. And what massive body existed to form the first massive body?
God.
That's a better answer than your mum, I guess.
Oh yeah, so true. Are you a flat earther?
I am an earther.
Earth.
I'm from Earth. Take me to your leader. Actually, a flat Australian.
But then you're no longer upside down. What?
Right. Yeah.
What's your hypothesis for why the government chooses to lie to you?
Assume you're using the word hypothesis very, very loosely.
Yeah. What's your thinking?
What are they lying about exactly?
The Earth being round.
May not be lying about that. Well, not intentionally. May actually think it's true. See, they can think that and then show you fake images of it.
True.
Yeah.
Is that your thoughts?
I don't know. It's a possibility. I've never spoken with any of them. Know what their intent is,
Whenever
motivation.
you guys have a explanation for a solar eclipse? You guys
That's a good question.
I can hear myself in here. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Like the mechanism?
Yeah.
Of it?
Yeah, what's the mechanism of a solar eclipse?
No idea.
No clue. I thought you flat earthers had like an explanation.
I don't have an explanation.
For anything? Not even like how the flat earth is flat? Like, it's not a plane, is it? I thought it was a plane. Like, it goes in all cardinal direction.
Stationary horizontal level plane.
It's not a plane. It has boundaries. Why is there no waterfall? I can't find a waterfall on the other side. When I travel
Never
the
seen a
world,
waterfall?
I haven't seen a waterfall like that goes into the abyss, like the edge of the world. I haven't seen it.
Why would you? Where's that? Where's the abyss?
On the edge of the world, because sometimes I've seen pictures of flat Earth. It's like the Pacific Ocean ends, and then the waterfall goes into the abyss, or something like Asgard, or like something like that.
That'd be media propaganda. That'd be imagery.
I'll show you inside chat.
Yeah, let me know when you find that, dude. Let me know when you go, and you can let us come back. Let us know how it was.
That's imagery published by.
No, I'm gonna post it inside chat.
Yeah.
Let it know how it was. Oh, I already said. I already saw
I'm
it.
trying to address it. Hello. That's imagery published by people that don't think Earth flat. They think it's a spinning ball in a vacuum. So therefore, they think
That's based. I'm a globist
Earth,
myself. I'm a
Earth
glober.
has to be an object in space, right? That's what they think. So if it's flat, it has to be a flat object in space. But I don't think that. I think it is in space.
So you think this, like, there's a sun above the flat Earth and it's spinning in a circle, a donut, like a donut thing. Then there's the moon on the other side. And then, yeah, that's how. This is how biblical flat Earth looks like. This is how they say biblical. You're not biblical flat Earth, or you're just like.
I've never heard of that.
No, I don't.
You've never heard of this one?
I think that's.
It's I don't know who. Oh, I know who made it. Some. They basically people are asking about time zones, and this guy need to explain it, and he made this thing.
The time zones only work on the flat Earth. On the globe Earth, there'll only be two time zones, either day or night.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because on the globe, you're facing the sun or you're facing away from the sun. There's your only two choices on the globe.
What are you talking about?
What?
Basically,
The Earth rotates slowly. It doesn't just like flip 180 degrees in a second.
Yeah, but you only would be facing the sun, or you'd be facing away from the sun.
Okay.
Which direction do you have
anyways,
otherwise?
You start. It rotates. The Earth rotates.
Yeah, so you're
slowly.
rotating and you're facing the sun.
Yeah.
Or you're rotating and you're facing away from the sun. That's only 2 time zones.
No, because the Earth spins as well. The Earth
Yeah,
is
but either you're
orbiting.
facing the sun or you're not facing the sun.
Yeah.
What other time zone would there be?
What the same time?
I'm not going to talk about this because I'm pretty sure.
No, this is the best part.
anyways.
You can look up time zones on the globe and how it should look versus how it does look. It demonstrates that a lot of these time zones are political.
Show me.
They're political stuff. They're not really.
Oh yeah, a lot of time zones are like altered due to politics, but
yeah, if it really was a globe, either it'd be day or night. That would be your 2 time zones.
Our time zones aren't like 100% accurate down to milliseconds. They're like vague things. This is why it will get darker like sooner in some countries, but like it still proves that there are like it still works like to a degree.
You
Still
think
means
the
it's
ground
different
is
time.
moving?
Huh?
So you think the ground is moving?
I think the Earth spins.
You think you're on a ride?
Time zones, like what they are for countries, like they aren't accurate.
Yeah,
They're just made for
China decided to scrap half of their time zones just to have one.
Yeah, that's opinion. But realistic time zones would be like the Earth was split into wedges, and then, but like the people that rule the countries, they have to make it so like complicated.
So you're talking about China. So you think China is in on it?
China doesn't want to have multiple time zones because it's I don't know why actually. I think maybe it wants to be organized. Like
So
it doesn't
they're in
want
on
to
it?
have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's like how some countries do daylight savings. So in the winter they'll change the clocks back an hour or something, so their time zone changes.
Okay, so they're not in on it then.
Who's not in on it?
So China would be in on it, and
In
then
on
the
what?
countries on this time zone conspiracy you're talking about.
Well, every country adheres to time zones.
So
have
every country but China is in on it.
No, not really.
What do you mean?
China's not in on it.
China still has a time zone. They just for administrative.
Just one though. They got just one time zone.
Yeah, they're not in on the whole. They're not in on the whole thing.
England,
like
also
on the
adheres
whole
one time
wedges.
zone.
So they got day and night.
No.
Well.
So they
time
got
zones.
they got
zones
times of the
don't
day.
get rid of time. Time zones work like explain what time it is on each part of the Earth.
Okay, so China has how many time zones?
A single one.
Okay, so
does
they
England.
are in on it then.
England only has one time zone. Does that mean England's in on it?
Yeah, it could be.
So it's the same time all day. It's the same time
That's
all
not
day.
what we're saying, more.
But that's not what's actually happening. It's just what they
okay,
say.
right.
So is it daytime? Like right now, is it in China? Would it be daytime or nighttime?
Let me check what time.
Realistically, hold on. Realistically, it would be like different times of the day. Like one part of China would be more closer to
in China, it's 4 a.m.
Multiple time zones.
So they're in on it then. So China's in on it.
No, they're not. They don't want to
They're not in on
participate
it.
in time zones. They want to be organized. They make it one time zone because they want to. So they're not in on the whole accurate time zone.
So they're not in on it.
No.
So who's in on it then?
I don't think anybody is completely accurate. No country's completely
two things, like because time zones are man-made things, just to like.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's your explanation then. Okay, because you walked in here and said that you needed flat earthers to explain time zones, and you got a good explanation already. It's a man-made thing. It has nothing to do with anything else. And you can't find anyone who's really
time
in on
zones. Time zones were made by man, though, for good
Okay,
reason.
so they're in on it.
So what's the idea that they're in on? Like realistic or unrealistic? Because there's realistic time zones and unrealistic.
Okay, well, your question was how you'd have to explain time zones for the Earth to be flat, and you have an explanation.
That's for the unrealistic time zones.
Yeah, so they're in on it.
But you're not talking about the realistic ones.
Okay,
like
so
the
they're
ones
not
that
in
would
on
be
it.
if they're perfect.
So they would be
They're
not in on those ones.
They're
So
they're in on the unrealistic. They're not on the realistic. So China, if China was being realistic, it would split like into like maybe 5 time zones, and equal latitude.
But flat or globe, right? Right. When you look up, what do you see the sun doing?
Moving through the sky.
Bingo.
Just the globe arc works for like time zones better. It works for it better because
okay.
If you had a sun moving in the sky on a flat Earth, it wouldn't work because I already supposed to inside chat just doesn't work.
Just said you see it. Well, your compadre there said that you see it. You see it moving across the sky.
Yeah, but it's relative though, because if you sit in a car, you see the outside world moving by, but that's
no, you got in a car. No, you got in. Do you remember getting on the Earth? Did you open the door and hop in?
No, you're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing the point.
What?
Not missing the point.
Just because stuff
it would be only
appears
it would only be
moving.
relative. It would only be analogous if you knew that Earth is in motion. You can't just decide that because you see the sun moving across the sky, Earth is moving.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I think there must be other ways to prove the Earth's moving.
There must be, right? We've been waiting for someone to show us.
Well, yeah, we have an explanation. Like scientists have an explanation for the globe spins, and that's why the sun moves. That's why the sun moves because the globe.
Explanations are just stories.
They're good stories, though. They make sense.
Yeah,
they're not like unicorns
Superman
and
makes
fairies,
sense, right?
They're not like unicorns and fairies because we don't see unicorns and fairies.
Superman came from Krypton, right? And he came to Earth, and because he came
There's
from
no
Krypton,
there's no proof of
different set
Superman.
of physics. He retains some of the. There's no evidence of Superman.
Yeah, there's no evidence of Superman.
So what's the evidence that Earth spins?
Satellites record it.
Satellites record it.
ISIS, International Space Station. That's. I mean, unless you don't trust them, like that's fine.
It's a satellite.
Some people, or most people, believe in NASA's space missions, and they take that as evidence. But if you don't want to, that's fine.
Thing they filmed Earth spinning.
Well, yeah, they have a live stream about it.
They have a live
There's like a
stream of
live
Earth
ISIS
spinning.
footage.
Are you serious? I think they do. I don't think they have a live stream of Earth spinning.
I can't lie. Saying because we've got a live stream on it isn't the best argument.
Yeah, because I can post the live stream here. Oh yeah, there we go.
You know, there's live streams of Teletubbies too now.
I found it, bro. Hold on, where is it? Here's the site. Okay, here we go. You're going here. This is from the live. Unless you don't trust it's like you think it's fake.
How would you know if it's fake or not? What are you comparing it to?
It could be like AI. If you're like a schizo.
Yeah, but what would you compare it to?
I wouldn't know, to be honest. It just might be fake. They just might be making up a story to make people calm.
Yeah, but how would you know? How would you adjudicate this? So you're looking at a real image, you're looking at a fake image.
So
How would
it's
you
not
know
real or
which
fake.
one's real and which one's fake?
Hold on. There are
These
fake space
supposedly
images.
this supposedly live feed didn't teach you the Earth was a globe. It allows you to continue on thinking it is. This isn't the origin of it. This is just helping you coax you down the path. They're preying on your gullibility.
So it could be all fake. It could be all
Why is it?
schizo.
It's just blurry. There's no live stream.
So, do you think the that's the International
I don't
Space
know why
Station,
they're like.
right? You think the
You can go
International Space
to the live
Station?
stream. You can go back
The
in the live
International
stream and you can see.
yeah, that yeah. That is the International Space Station, right? Alleged live stream, supposedly, right? Do you think that the ISS is sitting out somewhere in a different reference frame, looking back at Earth and watching it spin around?
It's rotating the Earth slower.
It could be. There's ways schizos they deny it. So like some people say they have like a giant underground base, and they have like this giant model of a globe Earth, and basically they have a small they basically rotate the Earth in that base.
Never
But it's like
saw,
just small Earth.
Never saw
This is what
Space
some
Odyssey
people say.
2001, did you?
Or they use a camera lens.
Yeah, it's
So the ISS, right?
That's
The
that's just
ISS
what some people say.
The ISS is claimed to be in orbit at about 250 miles altitude above the surface of the ball, traveling at about 17,500 miles per hour. Right.
Hold on,
looking at.
Clipboard. You can skip
Yeah,
back to the live stream. Skip back
It's
to
not
the past
seeing
of
the
the
Earth
live stream.
spin. It's not watching the Earth spinning. If it was up there doing what they say that it's doing.
Yeah, sometimes the live stream it like blurs out.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know what else is crazy? When they take a camera out with them, when they're doing their supposed, claimed spacewalks, and they point the camera down at Earth, you don't see what the live stream sees. You see this this apparent, movement of Earth moving past its speed. It looks still. Strange that. I don't know why that
Yeah,
is.
it's weird perspective.
Camera,
Yeah, it's weird
for
perspective.
the live stream shows them moving and the Earth apparently moving past. When they go for a spacewalk, the camera doesn't show that. They slammed on the brakes for the spacewalk or something.
Oh, yeah, they might do that. I'm not sure. I'm just saying, a lot of people, even including NASA, like they all want a globe Earth, want people to think that. But why not flat Earth?
No, they just want people to think that they're going into that they can gain a vantage point that the average person can't. That's all they want them to do. They may possibly genuinely think that they live on a spinning ball.
I guess it's because it's a good explanation. Like flat Earth wouldn't make sense, but the globe Earth would make more sense. But I mean, a donut. It could be a donut.
This is something.
It could be a
something
donut.
you've seen on
It could be a
TV, right? Like Superman.
What?
You saw Superman on TV. You've seen the ISS footage on TV. And you said, but there's no evidence of Superman. I saw it on TV. And then I said, well, what's the evidence that Earth is spinning? And then you said, well, there's the ISS footage. So TV. TV's the evidence.
Well, the ISS does exist. The ISS does. It's not like you can't compare it to Superman.
Yeah, it's in a water tank in Texas. Congrats.
Yeah, that could be true. That could be true.
It's very true. Ask where you got to go to sign up to go for astronauts to go do their training on. So, and it's a facility, a huge replica model, same size, underwater.
Yeah, where do rockets go? I wonder.
You go check the bottom of the oceans. They go up, they come down.
Maybe.
Is there anything that we can do? Yeah, down here, not on TV, down here, in reality.
Yeah, there was one proof.
Is there anything we can do?
Yeah, they did a
demonstrate
test.
Earth is.
Basically, they held a flashlight, and they held it above their head to see if the light would curve with the Earth. So hold on, I can show you a video.
So they'd already decided that Earth was curved.
No, they thought it was flat. They were flat earthers. They did the test.
Are you talking about the Netflix documentary?
I don't know. I just saw a clip of it. It could be faked. Some people say it's fake, but you can just try it yourself to verify it. It's like
flashlight. Yeah. What else did they do?
Wait, what?
Had a flashlight and they held it above their head. Now what?
They had like a little paper hole, or they had a little cardboard hole. They were stationed like 20 miles away from the flashlight because the flashlight was powerful, or maybe it was 2 miles. I'm not sure. It was like a lot. It was far away from. And then they would see if you had to hold the flashlight somewhere above or below the hole, because if they held it like right level with the hole, then that would mean Earth is flat because the light wouldn't have to curve. So I have to show.
There was someone. So they were pointing. They were shining the flashlight towards someone.
I can't find the video. I'll just draw it. Or you know what? Y'all found it. I found it. Let's see. I can clip it.
There was someone, at distance that they were shining the flashlight at.
Wasn't there a rat or something on like a SpaceX rocket once?
It kind of looks like a rat. I'm interested in this flashlight thing. So what was the purpose? Like, what was the exact purpose of the test?
To see if flat Earth was true.
Yeah.
Or like if it was flat, or if it was more flat or more.
What were they expecting? What was the?
They were expecting it to be flat because they were flat earthers. They were just
so they were shining a light.
Globers.
Shining a light through a hole. Is that right?
Yeah.
I think I know the one he's got that.
What were they expecting to see?
Basically, they held the flashlight level with the hole.
Yeah, and
the light would, if hypothetically, if the Earth was flat, the light would go straight into the hole because they'd be level with each other. But if it was curved, the light wouldn't make it to the hole because it would hit
the hole?
Surface.
Was the hole in front of right in front of the flashlight, or was the hole like?
Yeah, it was right in front of it.
20 miles away.
But it was like a mile away. It was like a mile away in front of it.
A mile
so
away.
It was like,
right. So it was a mile away. The hole was a mile away, and it was at the same. Are you saying that the hole was at the same elevation?
Yeah.
As the flashlight.
Yep.
How do you know that it was at the same elevation?
Because they basically tested the level of the ground. They were on a giant Utah salt like salt flats, and basically that whole place is level.
Did you see them measure from the ground to the hole?
Yeah, they used tools to make sure that it was correct.
What kind of tools did they use? Like a measuring tape?
What?
Like if I'm measuring a piece of wood, right, that's got a hole in it, you know, what I can just use a measuring tape, right? Go from the ground to the hole. Very easy, right?
Yeah, they were a mile away, bro.
Why would you be a mile away to measure a piece of wood and a hole in it? I don't understand that.
Well, they probably used the measuring tape to cut the hole, but I don't know what this is important.
So I'm
Like,
saying if
this
I
isn't
want to
the
measure you, am I going to stand a mile away to measure you, or am I going to stand right beside you?
You would use a measuring tape to measure that.
So
Sure.
do you have a
they probably did.
timestamp in the video? Do you have a timestamp where they're measuring from the ground to the hole with a measuring tape? Do you have that?
I think that's in the video. It's to the beginning.
Okay, if you find that
It's just I can't
timestamp,
clip it right.
yeah, if you can find that timestamp, please share it. I've never seen it before, ever. It's because they didn't measure from the earth to the hole and then from the earth to the light. They didn't do that. They didn't show it, and they never proved that they were the same elevation. They just told you that it was. The piece of wood with a hole in it could have been on the top of a hill, right? Sure, the laser's not going to hit the fucking hole if the laser's not on a hill, right? But they don't show you that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, some people think it's fake. Yeah, I can.
It just can't be proven. I'm not saying it's fake, but if you
You can do it
prove that
yourself.
yeah,
You can
and
do
then
it yourself,
prove
though.
after they measured it that they didn't change it, right? They could have measured it on camera, then put it on a hill, right? So it's all flawed, man. You got to be there.
But you can do it yourself.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
Yeah, so if you do it yourself and you prove the same thing, then they were likely not lying, right?
Yeah, and it should be all one shot. You know,
Sure.
you measure from the
I'm
earth
gonna get
to
the
the
clip.
hole, right? You go live. You measure from the earth to the hole. You walk a mile away, and then you put the light at the same height and see if it goes through the hole. That's how you do it. All one continuous shot.
Yeah, that's kind of how they did it.
Yeah, it's
I'm just
very
trying
simple.
trying to show you the clip.
Did they have someone like looking through the hole at the other end?
Yeah,
Camera or something?
yeah, they had someone.
So
It's taking a while to download. It's 10. It's
they
10 hours.
expected to see the light through the hole.
Yes, if it was flat, yes.
They didn't. So they didn't see the light. Oh.
They didn't see it. Yeah.
And you said they held it above their head.
Yeah, they held it above. They had to hold it above their head in order to
see it.
They didn't
Then they
see it when
saw
they
it.
were holding it level, but they held it above their
Saw
head,
it
and
when-
then they did see it.
Okay, so that means that the light and the hole weren't level.
But they were absolutely level.
It couldn't be. If they were the
Well,
same height, the light would have went through the hole, Einstein.
They would have been the same height from the ground, but
Yeah,
since the Earth was
if
curved,
it happened, yeah, they would have been. There would be no curve, right? Maybe an anthill or something in between, right? But that's it. It would be flat otherwise.
so when
I
you
mean,
level
it would
when
be
you level
flat if the
something,
light reached the hole. It would be
yeah. So
flat if
when
the
you
light
level
reached the
something,
hole.
so
Sorry,
when you
what?
level something on the globe, right? There's a hump in between, is there?
Yeah, and that's why the light didn't reach.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Yeah, hold on.
It's
Yeah,
a
if you have
trap,
2
mate.
points, there's still a little curve. If you have 2 points on the globe, then there's always a little hump in between. Like if you go far away enough. Like if you have 2 points on the opposite sides of a circle, there's a giant semicircle in between. So you can't see each other.
I think you'll find that if you level something on your globe, there's no hump between you and the target. There's a drop.
What? Hold on.
Guys.
If you have 2 points, I don't get what you're trying to say. Because if you have 2 points,
There's
On a
a
circle.
hump if you expect it
In a
to be a
sphere.
straight line, right? Yeah, there'd be a hump, a straight line between those 2 points on your globe, right? If you're
Yes.
level, if your straight line is level, then it's going to extend out away from the surface, not towards the surface.
So it would have to go down. Yeah, that makes sense. It would have to hump down on the circle. But that's the only way it would be level.
Only if you're pointing, if you draw a straight line between the 2 points, then you'd have your hump in between the 2 points.
Yeah, you'd have the hump. It's like a hill.
The level on your globe at one point is not the same as level on the globe at a different point.
Well, they were both 17 feet from water level, or from a certain point.
Right,
I
so
forgot if it
holding the
was water
flashlight
level or-
up, right, higher, is not going to help. You still would not see it.
You can lift the light above the hump, and then it would reach.
No, there's no hump.
I have to show
There's
you
no
a
hump.
graph.
There's no hump.
I have to show you a graph.
No hump. If there was a hump, right? If it was because of an obstruction, a hump, Earth blocking light, they're not level. And the flashlight and the hole, the other end, are not level.
You mean like relative to a position?
Yeah.
Like if you looked at
perpendicular to vertical.
Right. Yeah, it's not level relative to a position, but it's just level to the Earth. Like they're not level to each other if it's on a globe. But if it's on a flat globe, then relative from a position, it would still be level. It's just a globe makes it hard. Because if you look at a globe and you see 2 points, and they're both like the exact same difference from the ground, they still couldn't be level. Because a hump would be there.
Yeah, there would be Earth curve.
Well, I found it. I'm gonna post it right now.
Yeah. So the aim of the experiment was to get 3 points, prove they were in a straight line, and have all 3 points at the same elevation. And things at the same elevation are level.
It's in this video on SideChat.
Daza, could you please explain to this guy that if they had leveled the positions of both points, right? Leveled the flashlight and leveled the hole, at the other end. That raising the light higher would not allow them to see the light.
Did they raise the light or did they raise the viewer? I can't remember. I've seen it's in the experiment that he's talking about. But
the Jaren raised the light up, and then suddenly the observer at the target saw the light. Right? And what's insinuated by some silly globers from that is that there was an obstruction in between them. Initially blocked the light. Once he lifted the light, the obstruction was no longer in the way.
No, I think that the experimental design meant that it was higher than the horizon. And the idea was that you have 3 level points, 3 points of equal elevation, should form a straight line. And they had to lift the light higher because it was too low. So the line between the light and the first board with a hole, the straight line from that was going above the other target. And they had to raise the light so it lowered into the target.
Then it wouldn't have been level.
That's the point, right? That level is not a
the
plane.
Earth is not level. We get it, right?
No, the Earth is level.
No, they were not.
It's not.
No, it's not, dude.
They were on a
mountains
salt
are level, bro. Seriously?
They were on a salt flats.
Draw an orthographic view
or like a flat
of the globe. Draw an
Yeah, they were on the
orthographic
flat part of the
view
globe.
of the globe, right? And draw your little observer, right, standing on top of the globe, right? He's at the sagittal, right? And then you extend a line out perpendicular from that little observer's vertical. Going to be pointing out straight line horizontally away from curve. The curve's going down and away. No hump there. There's no blockage.
Yeah, they still have to prove that it was level, you know.
That's what people say. It's fake. They say it's fake.
Well, they could tell you it's a
Raising
6
the light
foot,
higher,
and
just raising the
You could do the
elevation of
experiment
the
yourself.
line is perpendicular to your vertical. You're still not going to see. You could raise it even higher than that. The target observer is still not going to see the light. The light is extending
yeah,
out and away from
that's if it's
the
a sphere.
surface.
Yeah, if it's a sphere,
Right.
you would never do it. Yeah,
So
because it's
the
curving
test was
down. You know, raising
fundamentally
it up is not
flawed.
going to help with downward curvature. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying that people thinking that concluding that there must have been a blockage, obstruction of view of the light coming towards them. No. The light was not obstructed by anything at any case, right? The observer, right, is claimed to have the obstruction of view. The target is claimed to have the obstruction of view. The light source being obstructed by having it reach a surface. If it's level, if the light is level, it's never going to reach a surface. Never going to hit an obstruction. It's just going to extend out into space, to free space. But the
Well,
observer
we know
is
it's not a
never,
sphere.
ever
It's
going to
not a
see that
sphere.
light, no matter how high that light gets elevated.
You're never going to see hills on a sphere, right?
I mean, if you're standing on, let's say you're standing on a sphere, and then there's like a point like opposite to you on the sphere. There's basically a giant bump, a giant semi-sphere, like a giant semicircle.
Yeah, but all points from the center are equidistant, right? So there's no hills on a sphere.
Yeah, there's no like bumps on the sphere,
Yeah,
but
no
it's
mountains,
perfectly
no
round.
valleys, no hills, none of it. No ant hills on a sphere.
It's yeah, it's basically it's not
Equidistant.
exactly a sphere.
It's
kind
not
of
a
like
sphere at all. Yeah, by definition, not a sphere.
It's kind of like a billiard ball. Like basically, the billiard ball isn't completely round, but looks like round. Looks like a sphere, but it's not completely a sphere.
Just watch the clip, guys, that he posted. It's clear what they were doing and why the light needed to be raised to be visible if the Earth was a curve.
Then the light wasn't level.
With what?
Perpendicular to
hole?
vertical.
It wasn't level with the
to
hole,
vertical.
or what?
Would have been at a greater angle than 90 degrees. Been pointing it down.
That's right. They had to do that because it didn't show up when it was level.
They didn't put a level on the light. Why wouldn't they just do that?
Well, that's assuming light doesn't travel.
I mean, why not put a level on the light? Put that in the video to prove that the light is level. Why didn't they just do that?
If the light's at the same height as the hole, it is level by definition, right?
Yeah, but what if it's pointing in the wrong direction? What if it's pointing straight up, right? It's not
Some
level,
people
right?
say it's fake, or like they did it wrong. Like it just could just be a video. It just it could be fake, but you can do it
The
yourself.
light was always pointing into the hole. In vindication, these guys that did this experiment were flat earthers, I think.
There's other problems with that.
How was the light always, like when the light was at the factory, was it facing the hole?
They had to
In the
point it
experiment,
to
they
it.
always pointed the light into the hole. So the light was always shining through the first hole. So
They were pointing the light straight at the hole.
yeah.
But it was
So
far.
in the first, yeah, that's it. So they shine it at the first hole. You get a level beam of light coming out of the hole, and it missed the target at the other end until they raised it up, so the light wasn't level anymore, and it hit the other target, as per your video you posted.
So then they weren't level.
The lights weren't level, no, because they can't be.
Or the Earth's not level. One of the two.
Level is not a straight line.
But it means that they didn't have the flashlight perpendicular to vertical.
They did at the beginning,
The
and it
Earth
missed
was
the
a
other
sphere.
target.
If the Earth is a sphere. And this is demonstrating what globers think it's demonstrating. And the flashlight was not perpendicular to vertical. Did he know at what angle to point it? I thought they were supposed to be at the same elevation, and if Earth is flat, then it doesn't make any sense.
They did. They were at the same elevation.
Was the Earth at the same elevation?
All 3 points, the light, the 2 holes were all at the same elevation. You could not see the light through both holes when all things were at the same elevation. They had to raise the light up so that to account for the curvature drop.
Which means the light and the holes had to have been orientated perpendicular to vertical. Correct?
Initially, yes.
Right.
So
raising the light will not help.
No, raising the light. Did you watch the video, T-Dub? Got a drawing of exactly what they did.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe... Basil, you seem like a smart guy. You should be able to figure this out.
This is so simple,
confused
bro.
by the Glober trick.
Dude, the light and the hole are not just floating in midair. Okay, what are they attached to?
They're attached to the ground.
Okay, is the ground changing elevation? Not the light or the hole. What is the ground doing?
So you're missing the point here, right? The ground is level.
Prove it. Prove that the ground's level in the video.
Well, do you accept that water is level?
No. Waves.
Still water is level. A canal, something like that.
Water's never still. Waves.
Okay. Yeah. But by the same time, I've heard this group claim that the salt flats are flat. How do you know that?
Never said that.
Okay. Radio. Well, until we can agree that the surface, the lake surface they used, the salt lake, was actually a level surface, this is going to go nowhere.
You got to prove it. Why should I just believe the video? They could tell me it's flat. How can I prove that it's flat?
Well, we can say hypothetically, right? And look at the 2 outcomes and see which one makes most sense.
Did they prove that the Earth was level in the video?
They made an assumption that a dry salt bed
was level. Okay.
They made an assumption that a dry salt bed follows the curvature of the water that was on it. And anytime people actually do surveying on these places, they come up as being level to a very high tolerance, right?
Okay, so if it is level, right? If
Can
the
you
Earth is
can you
flat, right? Then why didn't the laser go through the hole? You say it's flat. You said the laser should go through the hole every time. Why didn't it do it?
No, I said it was level. So the flat Earth claim is that level is a plane. The globe Earth claim is that level is a surface of equivalent to the sphere of the Earth.
can I ask you, like, what is the flat Earth theory?
A lie.
Huh?
It's not flat. Mountains aren't flat. Hills aren't flat. Valleys aren't flat. Right. So a flat Earth, quote unquote, theory is just a lie.
I know, like, so
Yeah.
like, what do you think what flat Earth is?
A lie.
A lie.
Yeah, it's just a lie,
Right.
right?
So okay.
Doesn't mean it's a planet. Just because it's not flat doesn't mean it's a planet, right? Could be something else, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, you have like hills and mountains and stuff, right?
You have footprints, landslides, right? You ever seen a tree on a planet, right? You look up, you ever seen a tree on one of those?
I've never seen a tree on a planet.
That's
Fuck does
interesting,
that
right?
mean?
So I guess the Earth is not that, it's something else. You could go with Genesis 1, it's the land, right? The land.
What? In the in the beginning? Oh,
So you see what I see what I posted there, Deza? You
what?
see that elevation of the light source, right, is not going
Wait,
to
what?
help observer, the light reach the target.
Oh, were you posting it for the other gentleman?
I was referencing another conversation, previous conversation.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry.
2 seconds, I'll be back in a minute.
I have misspelled leveled. Each point, 2 or 3 points, right? Doesn't matter. If each point was leveled perpendicular 90 degrees to vertical, this should have been the outcome. So raising the elevating the light source, right, is not going to help the target see the light. It will never see the light. You can lower the light, you can elevate it, but as long as that light is 90 degrees to vertical, observer will not see it.
I get what you're saying now. That makes sense. But what they did was they kept the light pointed at the first hole through the first target. So as they raised the light beam was actually going off horizontal. I don't know if you got that. I was just moving from Wi-Fi to mobile. Yeah, so T-Dub, saw your drawing, and what they do is they keep the light pointed at the hole so that as they raise the light, the angle of the beam is points downwards more.
So they're changing the angle through the same hole.
Yes. I'm not saying this proved anything, right? But the principle shows how we might test flatness. You have to be fairly rigorous to do it and get a good result, get a repeatable result. But yeah, it's an experiment that.
Wait, can I ask you something? Like, how do you explain like ships disappearing? Is it just distance? No.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No, I'm saying like, how do you explain ships disappearing?
Meaning like going off the
Is it
horizon.
just distance? Yeah. What is the
Maybe
horizon?
the Bermuda Triangle?
Okay. Yeah. Are you being serious? Like, or are you just kidding?
So I don't have an explanation. Like I could theorize. We can just
What?
deal with the claim of why you and others think it happens.
because of the curvature. What do you think? Oh my god!
I suppose there's
Wait.
someone else here
Oh
that
my
can
god!
take this because I can't actually talk at the moment.
I'm so sorry. I thought like it was just like a. I'm so sorry for talking over you guys. Sincerely, I apologize. Yeah.
Fine.
What,
I just
what do
can't
you have to
speak at the
say about
moment.
this?
I have to go on silent mode.
Alright. Go ahead. I speak to myself.
Yeah, T-Dub's like me. He's in Australia. So it's daytime now for us, and sun's just come up where I am about half an hour ago. So yeah, which is a tricky thing to explain on a flat Earth. But anyway, we'll do that later.
What do you have to go? Take your time now. Sure you think they're fine?
I work for NASA. Anyone have any questions? I work for NASA. In the HR department.
You what?
I work for NASA in the HR department.
You work in what?
NASA.
Oh, aliens? Real or no?
I don't know. They didn't tell me. They
Oh,
didn't tell me.
you're boring.
I don't own NASA.
Did you say you own NASA or
I
you
don't.
work
I
at
don't.
NASA?
I work at NASA.
Okay, so like, tell me about aliens.
I don't know anything about them.
Oh, okay. Um. So like, what? So like, you like work in launching spaceflight?
Not exactly. I design the rockets.
Oh, what is that process like?
Basically, make like a big tube.
Okay. What goes into it, like to
Get
thrust
fuel.
it? Did you say jet fuel?
Rocket fuel.
Oh, rocket fuel. Okay. Okay. So like where would that go inside of the tube?
Near the like bottom, I guess. Well, like you got a fuel tube and then you got the actual booster rocket itself. Like most of the rocket, when you see it take off, it's just like a fuel tank.
Oh, like a tank. Okay.
Yeah.
So like you just put a tank inside of the rocket?
Basically.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Man, I just joined. This chat's quiet as hell.
Yeah, I'm explaining what I do at NASA.
So, how many of you actually believe the Earth is flat, and how many of you are smart?
I
Because
believe
those
it's
are
a
two separate
triangle.
things.
I believe it's a triangle.
You think it's a triangle? You know, that's at least more intelligent than thinking it's flat. I'm sure it's not really more intelligent, but I just feel like if you actually think the Earth is flat, you're fucking dumb. I can at least get behind a triangle comment, I guess.
Why is it not flat?
I
Why is
think
it a globe? Why is it a globe?
I think the Earth is hollow.
So based. Is that
So
where
when you
like
think it's hollow, are you talking like you think there's Godzilla living in the fucking center of the Earth, or what? Because we've driven,
Yes.
like we've drilled like
Yeah.
kilometers into the Earth's surface, and it's not
only not very deep? There though. 12 kilometers is the deepest we've
Well, it's
got.
not that deep compared to the entirety of the Earth,
Yeah,
but it's pretty
exactly.
fucking deep compared to
No,
us.
no, it's not even through the crust yet.
But I'm actually interested in that. What makes you think the Earth is hollow? I've never heard that argument.
Have you not?
Well,
So basically, if you go down to Antarctica, there's like a massive gateway that they want to hide from us.
But do you have any evidence that exists, or is this just a thought in your head?
No, so basically, have you heard of 4chan?
So this is a thought in your
I'm
head
broke.
that the internet put in there,
Sorry,
but there's
man.
no
You're
evidence.
entertaining a troll. You're entertaining a troll, man. Forget about
No,
it.
I'm curious, but like if you have actual evidence, then I would love to listen. But if it's just a thing of like,
No, he doesn't.
4chan
He's a
said this,
troll.
then
He
that's not
works for
evidence.
NASA. Earth is a triangle and it's hollow. Come on, man. You're entertaining a troll, man.
This guy probably has autism or something to think I was serious.
Look,
Like,
okay, he could be a troll. He could be dumb. Or he could be the God's next apostle. Who fucking knows, dude? That's why I'm asking the question.
I think Earth is.
have you heard of real? Have you heard of real?
A hexagon.
Have you
It
heard
might
of
be
real?
hexagonal.
I'm
No.
broke.
So,
You don't know what real is?
No.
It's a
yeah.
story.
Look in the chat.
Going on
I don't
mute.
know
Sorry,
what
guys.
real is.
He's going on mute. He's going on mute.
Hey,
He's not
who
going
is
to
going on mute?
take things seriously. Then just go on mute. Sorry, guys. If you get
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, Brad. I asked you if you had any
Wait.
evidence, and you're telling me about a subterranean lizard person race. I'm not dealing with this fucking shit.
guy is a troll, dude. You want to talk?
Yeah,
you want to have a serious
listen.
conversation?
Why don't
We
you
can
just
have a
use your
serious
little lizard
conversation if you like.
brain and
We can
figure
have a
out
serious
some other shit to
conversation.
say?
That guy is a troll. He came
I
in
know,
just like
bro. I'm
you.
engaging with them
Right?
because I have
He's
nothing
new.
better to do. Can you calm your tits and let me argue?
So let's have a serious conversation.
Wait,
We'll start
who's going on mute?
You,
Oh, me?
not you.
Really? You're gonna mute me?
No, you're not going on mute just yet. So when I go outside into reality, into nature, I'm not experiencing curvature, the ground moving in the way that we're told, right? So how should I think it is anything like that?
The planet's fucking
Wow.
huge. Are you
We're
serious?
like
Like
literally hurling.
if you're in a
So
room and
towards
you're
the
standing and there's a slight curve on the floor, you're not going to notice it. But there's a fucking curve, and you can tell by putting the level down.
I'm hearing
It's the same
excuses
concept,
as
but
to why.
over
So
millions of sizes larger.
the plane can be big too, right? A horizontal plane
Okay,
can be
that's true. But there's a
huge.
thing called we've gone to space. There's a thing called we have satellites. We can view the Earth. Unless you're going to tell me all that shit's fake, which is absurd, and you'd have no evidence to support that.
Wait, do you
Those
understand
are claims.
speed?
So you can't
Not claims.
just
We have live
as you
satellite feed from space.
we have things that are claimed to be that.
Okay, and I could say that you claim that you are an intelligent member of
No,
society, but
it's
I don't have any
scientifically
evidence to
proven.
support that. Do you have any evidence to support that the satellites aren't real?
No, I'm not going
Exactly.
to try and no, I'm not going to take on your reversal of burden of proof, right? But you're making a claim that there are satellites in the sky doing X.
Yeah,
Right?
and the proof of that would be that we literally launch satellites every so many months into space, and you can physically view them yourself by going to Florida,
Yeah,
Cape
we can
Canaveral.
see them.
You can see it yourself. So if you're like, I'm providing evidence that it's real,
People
I'm
do.
telling you, you can go see it
We don't.
yourself. So if you're telling me that it's
Okay,
not
well,
real,
are you
you provide
blind?
evidence.
Are you blind?
So
Because
send up
then, if you're blind, then I understand.
what do you see exactly?
Bro, you can go down to Florida,
Florida.
and every few months you can see a literal rocket ship flying up into space. Okay, so it's clear that we can go up there. So if you're telling me that all that's fake, then I need some evidence of it. And you can't be
But
like,
you
well, I'm
don't
not going to
actually see
provide
it.
any.
Don't see it
You
go
do.
into space.
You do see the rocket go all the way up in the air and it doesn't come back down, right? And they usually live stream that shit too.
Just go straight up.
So where the fuck do you think it goes? You think it just goes in a wormhole and disappears? No, it goes in fucking outer space.
So does it go straight up until you can't see it anymore?
Yes.
Bro, are you going to provide any goddamn evidence of anything you're saying? Because they literally live stream that shit too. You can
What am
watch
I
it in
saying?
person
What am
and
I
live
saying?
stream it.
What am I saying?
You're saying it's all not real. Where's your evidence?
When did I say that?
I said we have satellites in space, and you said no, we don't.
Not in a natural law violation sky vacuum. Absolutely not. I'm not
said we have
denying that there's
satellites in
technology in the
space, and you
sky.
said no, we don't, as because you were trying to debate that Earth.
I
isn't-
didn't actually. I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say that. I didn't say no. We don't.
You did,
So-
and then I asked for proof, and then you said I'm not going to do a reversal and prove this, and then I explained proof as to how we get satellites up into space that you can physically
I said
see
that
it.
there's a
And now
claim.
you are backtracking because you cannot prove it.
Didn't say no. We don't. I said there's a claim that there's.
I made a claim.
That there's
You said it
objects
was
in the
wrong.
sky
I can provide evidence
doing
as to how
X.
it's not wrong. You said you're not
wait.
going to provide evidence to support your statement, and now you're backtracking.
No,
Wait, can
what
I
did I
just
say?
ask,
What did I say? Never said no, we don't.
Yes, you did.
No, I do not deny that there is technology in the sky. I'm just not.
Mhm.
I just don't accept the story that goes along with it.
What fucking story are you talking about?
They are tin cans magically floating around a spherical Earth that you don't observe, experience, and can't measure.
You can measure. We do measure. You can measure. You can observe it through the live stream from those tin cans you call, and it's not magic. It's fucking gravity. I mean,
TV.
holy
So
shit.
TV is your evidence of what they say those things are.
No, you can
Oh
physically
my
watch the
God.
bitch get launched up, and then you can watch the fucking live stream as it goes up in the air, and then you can watch the live stream as it's
Then
in
you can.
space. There's no
Right.
disruption at all. Nothing's being altered. There's no fucking
I asked
disruption.
you.
You
I
can't
asked you,
just
what do
be
you
like,
see
you
exactly?
can't just be like it's a tin can floating by magic, so it's not real, right? It's fucking gravity. It's not magic.
So I asked you, what do you see exactly at Florida?
I just answered your goddamn question. You haven't answered a single question of mine.
No, you didn't answer it. You said you can literally see it go to space. And
Yes,
I will
you can
challenge
see it
that.
launch up to the edge of your fucking vision. Then you can switch to the live stream on your goddamn cell
Where do you
phone.
see it go?
There is not a
Where do you
single
see it go?
disruption.
What do you describe in detail what you see exactly? What do you see the
Okay,
rocket
and
do?
how about this? I've talked enough too. Why don't you answer my fucking
you
question and provide some goddamn
can't
evidence?
answer the
You can't.
question.
No, listen to me. You can't sit here and try to tell people they're fucking wrong and demand they provide proof, but then you refuse to answer a goddamn single fucking question as to what makes you think they're wrong.
Trying to find out what they might be correct or incorrect about.
And I'm trying to find out what makes you fucking think this, because you have not provided any evidence of anything. You actually refuse to. You literally told me earlier you're not going to do it.
Claim am I making? What positive
Bro,
claim
you're
am I
making claims right now that satellites aren't real, that they're just tin cans floating by magic. So in other words, gravity isn't real.
I never
Provide
said
some
satellites
fucking evidence.
aren't real. I said I'm not denying that there's technology in the sky.
Yes, but you're denying the quote-unquote story that they're in space and live streaming from the planet, or live streaming Earth. So why don't you provide some evidence to support that? Or is it just a thought in your
Well,
minuscule
That would be
little
a
brain
negative
that
claim.
doesn't get supported by
I will
anything?
say he's
Hey.
not making a claim.
He is. He made the claim that there's no real live
No,
stream
he's
or space.
denying.
He made the claim they're
what you're
floating up
saying.
there with magic, which means he's denying gravity. So provide some evidence.
Yeah,
No,
but
you
like,
provide the evidence that
if
it's
you're
true.
denying something, you're not
Bro, you
making a
can't deny
claim.
something and then refuse to provide evidence.
Well, what do you mean?
How about this,
Yeah,
right?
well, if
How
you
about
make a claim, then that's
He made
when you
the
have
okay.
to
Listen.
provide
He
evidence.
made the
But
claim
like, if
first.
you
He literally
deny
started the
something,
fucking conversation and made the claim first. He actually
How about
said,
this?
and
For
I
your
quote, "Let's have a real conversation." And then he made the claim first, and then I asked for evidence, which he refused to provide.
Did I make it?
You
What
can't
did I
tell me
make a
that.
claim
No, no,
about?
let me
What
speak.
was my
You can't
claim?
tell me that you have
What
to
was
provide
my
evidence if
claim?
you make a claim when this
What
motherfucker has
was my
provided shit.
claim?
Bro, I've
What
answered
was
your
my
fucking
claim?
question 8 fucking times. If
What
you goddamn listen.
claim
Holy fuck, you piece of shit.
That's not a claim, though. Denying gravity, that would just be a burden reversal on your part because your assertion would be gravity. So the claim of gravity would be on you. It's not on anybody else to prove a negative, obviously. So first,
No, like
define it.
if
Tell us
if
what it
you're
is, and then you
denying
go about proving its existence. Don't flip it around on us to disprove something that you're just going to baselessly assert.
He spiraled out.
no,
He left.
if you're denying something, then you don't have a burden of proof. It's only if you claim
That's what I
something.
said. That's what I said.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, you're correct. So you had a question earlier about boats disappearing at distance.
Oh, now you want to talk to me? You fucking asshole. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Now you want to talk to me? You fucking cunt.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry. Are you upset? Are you upset?
Things that people would say in real life for 300, Alex.
She's a girl. She can get away with it in real life.
Pussy pass.
Wait, what the Okay. Alright. No.
Somebody can't take a joke.
I think we've got
Exactly.
some substances involved here, but anyway.
Wait, what?
Damn, I'm sad that guy
Yeah.
spiraled as soon as I got here. He sounded fun.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
It's all good.
I'm just like chilling, relaxing.
What happened to him? Did he leave?
What?
I'll give Poochie a second chance, eh? As long as he doesn't continue on with his
Are
He was
you
all
from
right
New
earlier, but he
Zealand?
seems like a bit of a jokester.
I was just talking with him.
Is he the triangle dude?
Oh.
Like 30 minutes ago.
the triangle earther that works for NASA and thinks the Earth is hollow.
You don't hear
I
that
think
ring,
he's sincere.
bruh?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I just said I think he's sincere.
I think so too.
So we're muting people based on what they think?
Based
No?
off their occupation, yeah.
Interesting.
Just because I work at NASA, I got muted.
That sounds pretty damn lame to me.
No, I muted him because the other guy.
I was trolling the guy that
taking him
left.
seriously. Yeah.
The guy was being really autistic. I was being bait as hell with like what I was saying, and he was still like entertaining it. It's just yeah.
So, what did you think of that last Glober?
What
Was that convincing for you?
Who me?
Yeah.
No, he argues like a retard.
Sounds
There you go.
personal.
Huh?
Sounds personal.
I don't care what's right and wrong really. Just as long as you actually argue it properly, like sure. But like when
You
people
know-
argue like that, just because he was just trying to come from a place of arrogance, not like actual trying to talk, trying to just be
go
a
again.
moron.
I submit to you that's pretty much all you're going to find from these guys.
I submit to you. Oh my god, you fucking nerd. I submit to you.
Who says that?
Well, not you, because you're
Piss off
muted
like
now,
that.
so
Who
you
gives a
won't be
fuck?
saying anything.
Yeah, why don't you guys piss off? Like, you're so fucking cool.
Okay.
We're all on the politics Discord. How cool can we be anyway? Right?
I've been coming in and out for a while, and you guys probably clearly know that I think the Earth is a globe. But there's no need to get nasty and personal, right? You can have a rational conversation without too much hassle. And yeah, don't demand anything, just have a conversation.
What kind of conversation do you want to have?
Well, I find that it's best to stay close to the surface of the Earth, avoid gravity and outer space, right? Stick to the fundamentals of geometry, and except unless you're on the level for them, then don't even go near geometry, because those guys will splatter you against the wall unless you're a PhD in geometry. But they'll do it with philosophy, not geometry. But yeah, stick to the Earth, stick to the basics, stick to what you can see, stick to what people could possibly measure themselves.
Mm-hmm. What are your philosophies? Like,
Do you have a coherent question to ask, or?
No,
Is it just more gibberish?
No.
Everything you've said so far has been gibberish, Laserbeak.
It's just saying words that come into our head.
Is this a LARP, or are you just a retard?
Genuinely.
How's it
Just
I
curious.
was gonna ask him a question. I'm so sorry. You're being a man. I apologize.
Sorry about that. Can't help it.
Sorry. I didn't understand.
It's in his nature.
Fuck off. Yeah.
Didn't go to check.
So what I was gonna ask you is what is your philosophy in life?
What the fuck does that mean? What is your philosophy? That's like you can't answer that question. It's not.
Are you gonna let me speak?
No.
We've let you speak for the last
It's too tedious.
40 minutes.
Are you gonna let me speak?
Not for much longer. It's too tedious listening to you.
Okay, well, all right. So, the men have spoken. I cannot develop my question.
Are you disabled? Genuine question.
Yes, I was gonna ask you a genuine question, as in, what
not
is
this
your
hard to
philosophy?
ask the question, lady.
Oh my god!
Figure it out.
Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, all right.
Say the question.
Speak over me.
We won't say anything. You have 10 seconds to ask a question.
Wait. Speak over me more.
You have 10 seconds to
Do it more.
ask a question.
Speak over me more.
Talk.
You wanna speak up for me more? Do it.
Okay, we just gave you about 20 seconds to ask your question, and you just sat there in silence. So clearly you're not interested in asking anything.
Yeah. And then when you do start trying to ask the question, you just start fumbling around.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm thinking.
How hard is it
Do you understand what thinking is? Do you understand what thinking is? And
to ask a question? You don't need to really
you
think
understand what
in depth
thinking is?
when you. That's just sad that you need to think for so long to ask the question. What are your philosophies? That does not require 10, 15
I was
seconds.
going to ask you a question fucking 12 minutes ago.
What's your IQ?
But this man talking over me.
Okay, we'll give you 10 more seconds to ask your question. Go.
So what I was going to ask is, what is your philosophy in life?
Laserbeam, are you a flat earther by any chance? Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, okay, so then, okay, so are you
Lazy.
religious?
Okay, so you ask a question. You ask the question,
No,
what is my life philosophy, right?
because I have to be specific about what your philosophy is. Are
Okay,
you
so is that the
religious?
question done? Correct. The question is, what is your life philosophy?
Oh my goodness.
No, yes, like what is your philosophy in life? But like,
No, I kind of just
I have
kind of
to
just
be
wing it.
Can you mute
specific.
her? Can you mute her? This is like brain
You have to
numbing.
mute her.
This is brain numbing.
Okay, you're gonna mute me, really?
Yeah, you're just dragging the conversation into
Yeah.
nonsense.
You're just doing mental masturbation, honestly. Can you define philosophy for me? Do you know the words you're using?
Oh God, no, please.
Philosophy is like, it's just like your way of thinking.
What?
Is it not? Am I wrong?
Well, it can be anything you want it to be.
Yeah, like like I
What
can be like,
does it serve
oh,
to you to
my
define it the way this
philosophy is
man wants you to define
football.
it? It doesn't serve you any purpose.
So the
Oh,
question
do
you
we
just
have a
asked
Glober?
What
Do we have a
benefits
Glober
does
to
it
talk
serve you
to?
to answer his question and define it the way he wants you to define it? But go ahead. How about you define it, sir? And don't fucking go in the dictionary and look it up because nobody wants to hear that shit. I can do that myself.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't actually going to critique her for it. I was just going to say her question doesn't really make sense in what she's asking. She just says way of thinking. What is your way of thinking in life? Like, that's kind
Fair
of
enough.
just a bland, meaningless question.
Fair enough, then.
Because philosophy, in that sense, would just be a system of thought, sure. But, like,
Oh,
I just want to say
wait,
this really
are you
hurts to
saying
listen
that
to.
like philosophy is
it's
a
kind of just a
subject?
meaningless
The earth is not flat, the earth is not round, the earth is not a parent of Halega Layla.
Oh, there's someone. There's someone. There's triggered Fundy. What's wrong, man? What's wrong? What? Why does this upset you so much?
I hate earth.
Wait, what?
I hate Earth.
Yes, I do not believe it's round, I don't believe it's straight, I don't believe anything. I am living and I die, simple. How can you believe something if you haven't seen it? So you should believe nothing and be in full doubt every single time.
When you go outside, you don't see anything.
No. If you listen, you follow the same thing, you are not right or wrong. You only have an opinion. It could be flat, it could be straight, everyone could be wrong. You would never know. That means every opinion of yours is false. Until proven right in front of me.
So what you observe and experience could be true. No,
Yes.
not be true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right, man.
Tell me. Yes.
So,
can you show me the earth is triangle?
I didn't claim it was.
But it is.
What earth are you believing?
You said, but it is.
Shut up, you do not deserve to speak.
The one that I observe and experience when I go outside.
A triangle.
You experience a dark and light coming from the sky. If you look at sun too much, it make you go blind. You see black. So, this means it is a square. Everything is a square. The earth is a square, the moon square, everything square.
Wait, I agree with you.
Of course, I am chosen.
And
I don't
also
know how I didn't realize
everything
this
is
before.
square.
Thank you so much.
Look at an atom. Only an atom can describe. An atom is a square. So how can you say it is a circular earth? It is imperfect and therefore will have no shape. So no matter what you say, it cannot be round, cannot be flat, cannot be anything because it impure. It has its own shape. I just broke every theory to ever exist.
Flat is not a shape, sir.
Yes, it is.
Can you
flat is the shape of a 180-degree angle completed with another 180-degree angle with no space between them. That is a shape.
Okay.
Can you draw that for us?
If I have screen sharing terms, yes.
Catch you later, guys. It's been a doozy.
I feel like a shape has to be
Yeah.
three-dimensional. Am I wrong?
Now you see. Now you're driving away the actual, the globers that actually are taking this topic seriously. Assholes.
Oh, so you're scared of the truth. You can't handle the truth is spilling to you. That's a bit sad.
You think that guy was spitting facts?
Yes, can you disprove him?
Oh my god.
Disprove him right now. Why was he wrong?
Was he right?
Why was he wrong? Because he said that you can only go off your experience, and your experience can be wrong. So when you walk around, you can't fully
His
trust your
gibberish,
experience.
right, made no sense.
So why didn't it make sense? Make a coherent answer.
You make it make sense for me. Oh, Ray, can you
Right? So
summarize his argument?
Yes, you trust your own senses. You can only rely on your own senses, and you can be wrong. Your senses can be misguiding you. So if you walk
You asked
around
me
and you
what-
see something, you can't trust it to 100% because you might be wrong in what you're seeing. You might perceive something that isn't there. You might see something which isn't real.
Oh, like that globe
Disprove
cartoon
it.
that you hallucinate living on.
No, disprove it to me, bro. Why was it wrong?
Well, I mean, your senses are all.
Yeah, you can pretty much prove stuff
you
by
can't
disproving
disprove
every other explanation.
You can't necessarily trust what you perceive because your senses
No, but
are
the Earth's a
fallible. So
triangle.
that globe
Disprove that.
cartoon that you always spam in the chat that you think that you live on, can't trust that you live
disprove
on it. 'cause
disprove
your
that the
senses
Earth
are
is not a
fallible.
triangle to me. Do it
Yeah,
coherently.
you can't
Go.
trust your senses. I get it now. Your senses are all messed up. You're demented, and that's why you think you live in a cartoon.
Disprove
I
that the Earth is not a
Oh my
triangle.
god. Okay. Well,
Coherently.
all right. Okay. Please.
You can prove a lot of things.
don't-
I'm driving right now, and the speed limit says
bully this
35,
man.
so I can
Okay?
prove that this road has a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Don't bully him. Okay? Just be nice.
Filtering them out. We're filtering them out slowly. We're filtering them out.
Yeah, I know you can verify things in reality, but this is his epistemology that you can't trust what you're perceiving, and then in the next breath,
Oh, so did that
he's
speed
gonna
limit
tell you-
sign say like
he's gonna
45
tell you
then?
that the world's a ball. But how is he going to come to that conclusion without using his senses? Well, that's actually what he is going to do. He is going to come to the conclusion without using his senses. He's just going to regurgitate
never
some crap he
going
found on the internet.
He's never going to. So like we're just having fun here.
I know.
Right? He's always gonna think the Earth is flat. So let's just have fun. Why can't we do that?
Well, that's what we're doing.
Okay. You're having fun bullying
This is
this
fun.
man?
Yeah, I like dunking on that guy. He's a loser.
Okay. Wait, loser guy, I'm on your side. You know what? I think
He's a clown.
the Earth is flat as well.
I mean, don't get it confused. Of course, it's topographical. We know there's mountains, hills, and valleys. We've had a lot of problems with this lately. People think that we don't know that there's mountains and hills. We know that, but
okay.
Can you have a horizontal
sea level is a
surface?
horizontal plane of reference. Sorry, go ahead, Tio.
I was just going to ask, can you have in reality, is there such a thing as a horizontal surface? Is it possible to achieve horizontal surface?
Without being pedantic, yeah.
Yeah, what like going sorry, go ahead.
That's all good.
You can make a comment if you want. I will submit to you. I will submit to you that on a horizontal surface, right? At any point on a horizontal surface, the angle between vertical and that surface always be 90 degrees. Any point on that surface. Is that achievable in reality?
What the fuck do you mean? Like, is there a horizontal surface?
A horizontal surface.
Are you like
would mean
drunk or
that
something, lady?
at any point on that surface, the angle between vertical and that surface always be 90 degrees.
What
Is there any
the fuck do you
objection to
mean?
that? Does anyone have an objection to that?
Can you jump up? Can you jump up? That's a horizontal
Okay, yeah.
surface.
This girl's never going to get it. Yes, on a perfectly flat surface, and you're
I'm sorry.
exactly on that surface.
Horizontal, like
Everything is, yes, 90 degrees if you
vertical.
turn around. Yes,
Okay. I'm sorry.
but it's
I'm
impossible on
mixing
Earth
up.
because we know there's mountains
Okay.
and things
Please
like that,
don't
right?
mute
Even
me.
water has waves on it.
Please don't mute me. I mix them up, like horizontal and like vertical. It's like that's like two different things.
Really?
Is it two different things? I don't know.
Indeed.
Do I read?
Oh, I said indeed. They are two
Oh,
different
indeed.
things.
Please don't mute me. Okay. Leave me alone. Okay. I'm confused. Vertical? Okay, so okay. I'll shut up now.
Do we have a glober?
I'm not sure what side Mark is on.
What? I'm on the dumbass side.
Whoever's winning.
Um I'm not on the winning side. I'm on the absolute retard side.
Maybe a Texas sharpshooter.
What?
You might be a Texas sharpshooter.
You think so?
Maybe.
Or you think I need weapons to exist?
I'm just saying that, you'll
Like I'm a sharpshooter? Oh, okay.
yeah. Yeah,
See?
you shoot a
Dumbass side.
paintball at the shed door, at the barn door, and then walk up and paint a target around where you hit. And say, see, I hit bullseye.
How do you guys feel about guns in Australia? What?
It's irrelevant.
Okay.
Not gonna get into that discussion.
Sad. Okay. Cool.
We really need a
Are
glober.
you trying to?
This can't continue.
Okay.
Oh, we got King.
Yo, what up? How's it go?
King's gonna tell us about how the world's a ball.
Yeah. The world is a ball. Well, you know.
Ball as in, world is a ball, like as in I'm having so much fun. Or it's like literally you live on a ball.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that, King?
Because I've been around it.
You've been around it and seen that it's a ball?
Yeah.
You measured it, or what did you do?
You measured it. How'd you do that?
I used a tape measure.
Really?
Yeah.
Wrapped a tape measure around this ball you live on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's a fun fantasy. Just like the ball itself. You got an imaginary ball and an imaginary measurement of it. That checks out.
The way I see it, unironically, is it's pretty inconsequential whether the Earth is flat or a ball, because clearly our technology is designed to work well enough on it either way. Like life would continue. Like, dude, oh man, the Earth is flat. Damn, dude, life is so different now because it's not like we had made it work for the millions of years. I don't know, maybe 6,000, depending on who you ask, years that
You're right.
we've been on
Nothing
this planet.
changed. It's the same flat Earth it always was. Nothing
I mean,
actually
if that's fair, man. Live your
Everything
truth, dog.
Yeah, everything that's
Be who
been
you want to
working on
be.
it. Yeah. Everything all along has been working on it as is. So it just never was a ball, that's all. Not a problem. There goes King. I respect that. He said it didn't really matter, and then he left. Which is what you should do if it just doesn't really matter. Usually they stay and argue after they say that. They totally contradict themselves. But that was a man of his word. Didn't matter to him, so fuck it.
Oh, I left for a couple of minutes. Happened to King. Wasn't up to the task. It's a shame.
What's
Maybe
a shame?
someone else will. Hello?
What's up, y'all?
Do we have any globe proof?
Do I have any globe proof? No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nothing's changed.
You got any flat proof?
Yeah, I can show you a flat body of water at rest. Taking a horizontal flat surface. No problem.
Okay. Did you measure it to be flat?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Show me.
Okay, you want me to pour a glass of water and then I'll measure the water level all around it and show you that it's equal.
Yeah, do that. What's within? Yeah. What margin of error?
I'm just going to use a tape measure. If you want to get more precise, go for it.
Well, a tape measure doesn't seem very precise at all. It's a
pretty
huge
precise.
margin of error.
I'm not going to measure any variation with a tape measure or any other instrument. Am I
Well, I
wrong?
certainly wouldn't use a tape measure on a glass of water.
I'm going to use it just to show that the water level is consistent all the way around. That'll be fine. Level, the term level.
Works good enough for builders,
Mhm.
constructing,
I mean, there's a whole
skyscrapers.
field. Yeah, I mean, the hydrostatics affirms this for me. Do you have any proof to the contrary? It's kind of an axiomatic thing. I don't really have to justify it.
Well, look, your glass of water certainly is flat and within the margin of error of a tape measure, and it's certainly level, but I don't see what that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Oh, well, see, they say that the Earth is an object with water on its surface, but that water is not flat, it's curved. But that's a nonsense, right? Because water doesn't behave that way at rest. It doesn't seek a curved surface equilibrium, does it?
What does water do?
Well, I say it rests horizontally.
It rests?
Yeah.
Like it gets tired and then it rests?
No.
So what does it actually do?
It seeks.
This seems like a metaphor.
Horizontal.
It seeks?
Flat.
It's actively looking for something.
No.
Then how is it seeking? That's what seeking means, to actively look for something.
So you're bailing out. You're looking for an
I'm
exit
not
from the
bailing out.
conversation. Yeah, you're bailing out. Because you're trying
I'm
to
not
divert
bailing
to
out.
nonsense. Yeah, you're trying to divert to nonsense here. You know what I'm saying, but you don't want to engage with what I'm saying. So
You're saying that water
need a way out, right?
Seeks a level. I don't think that's what water does.
Speaking, it's not a conscious entity as far as I know that's doing all this deliberately. I'm talking about the behavior of water without forces acting on it. It's at equilibrium. It's going to have a flat horizontal surface. Correct?
So it acts in accordance with the forces acting on it.
And that would be when at rest, when undisturbed, it'll take a flat horizontal surface. Is there something wrong with that? If there's something wrong with it, just tell me.
Yeah, because that doesn't really describe. Water acts in accordance to the forces upon it.
Right. So when undisturbed, it's going to have a flat horizontal surface, right?
Why do you say that?
Because that's what I observe. Do you not?
Measure.
That's what I always observe. Sort of an axiomatic thing. See, I don't actually have to prove it or justify it because it's something that anybody can observe and experience. You pour a glass of water or you take a body of water in, say, a pool. It doesn't matter the scale as long as it's not so small that it forms a meniscus. It's going to have a flat horizontal surface if undisturbed. I mean, if there's undulations like waves and stuff like that, yeah, okay, sure. That's a disturbance, but I'm not talking about that.
I see water acting in accordance to the forces upon it.
That's great, but what that amounts to is it's going to have a flat horizontal surface when undisturbed. Is there a problem with that?
So that depends only if the forces upon it are acting in a flat manner.
Yeah,
if
so
the
that's
forces.
Yeah, that's what it amounts to.
Right. So
yeah. Or is it?
Okay, so we have to look at what are the forces acting upon the water.
We don't have to look at that. We just have to look at what water does.
No. You just said that water acts in accordance to the forces upon it, so why wouldn't we look at the forces to try to see what water does?
Well, it doesn't matter. All we have to look at is what it actually does. If water doesn't behave the way that it must, if the Earth is that cartoon blue marble thing with curved water all over its surface, then the Earth isn't that.
That would just be water acting in accordance with the forces upon it. I don't see how that's any different than what you're saying.
Yeah, so the forces that act on water do not cause it to bend and curve like that, like they show in those blue marble cartoons, when at rest.
So why not? What is it about water that doesn't allow the forces to act on it in a way that would make it curve?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
And it doesn't matter why. All we have to do is show that it doesn't behave like that. It doesn't matter why it doesn't behave like that or why it behaves the way that it does. All we have to do is demonstrate the behavior. Why is
But
it
you
relevant?
just said it acts in accordance to the forces upon it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter why it's doing that, though. All that matters is the behavior, and if the behavior doesn't conform to the Blue Marble cartoon that we're supposed to live on, then sorry, that's a wrap for the Blue Marble cartoon.
Okay, but the behavior does conform to the Blue Marble cartoon because it's acting in accordance to the forces upon it.
Okay, can you show that? Can you show
forces be?
Okay, now can you show the behavior of water actually conforming to that Blue Marble cartoon? Like, show us like a curved body of water or something like that from reality, so we can have confirmation that water does behave like that. Because I don't see it behaving like that. I just poured a glass of tea. It's mostly water, and it's definitely a horizontal surface, not a curved surface. So help me out here.
All right, I'll show you a picture I took.
All right, so what do we got here?
We go. This is it. Ready.
Doesn't look like the camera was leveled off too well.
That doesn't matter.
We got some undulations, some little ripples and waves. Okay, sure.
Of course.
Of course. Par for the course. The horizon there. Looks pretty flat. Horizontal. I mean, your camera's tilted, obviously, but... Yeah, so what are we looking at exactly? Explain.
Yeah, you're looking at curving water. You can't see any further past the curve, can you?
Oh, so the horizon, you mean, would be the limit of the curve that we can see.
Mm-hmm.
The horizontal horizon is a curve?
It curves beyond that, doesn't it?
Oh, it's not curving until then. Then it starts curving.
That's when it starts to curve away from you.
So it's starting to curve at that
Line
point.
of sight.
So we don't see any curve. It's flat until the limit of what we can see, and then it starts to curve. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't. That doesn't comport with your Blue Marble cartoon either, because that would be constant curvature.
Oh, can you measure a lack of constant curvature in that picture?
Well, I'm just going by what you told me, which is it starts to curve at the horizontal horizon.
No, that's where the curve becomes apparent.
Okay. All right. So that would be like a tangent with the observer's line of sight.
It's still not apparent. I'm still not seeing it. I don't
I'm not seeing any curve whatsoever. Just looks horizontal.
You don't see a horizon?
So, what's the rate of slope of a horizontal line, like a horizon, for example?
In Euclidean geometry?
A horizontal line. So yeah.
Well, if we're talking in Euclidean geometry, then it's defined as a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, so the rate of slope would be what?
of that.
So I guess we live in Euclidean geometry now?
I don't know why you're having such a hard time answering this very basic question. It's a tough one, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have underestimated this question.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah, it's a
if you
doozy.
fail to see how.
You just can't answer it, eh? You know the implications of the answer. So you know the implications of the answer that you won't give. That's why you won't give it, huh?
Or I'll give it. What do you want?
You're intelligent enough.
It's a slope of 0. What are you talking about?
There you go. It's got a slope of 0, and a curve has a slope, doesn't it?
Constantly changing slope.
Yeah, an ever-changing slope. How can you have an ever-changing slope of 0?
Because we don't live in a Euclidean plane.
Oh, okay. So we live in a sort of non-Euclidean world where you can have a constantly changing slope of 0. That's what we're going with?
I don't know how to mathematically describe the slope.
I know. There's no way out for you. You painted yourself into a corner here with this nonsense.
What nonsense? Are you saying
Well, you're
we
arguing for a
do live
concept.
in this?
You're
We do live
trying-
on a Euclidean plane?
Yeah, so you say that, and that's supposed to somehow mean that you can have an ever-changing slope of 0. It's non sequitur, bro. I'm sorry.
Just look at the picture, dude.
Yeah, I looked at it. I saw a horizontal flat horizon, which you assert to be curved, but curvature has a rate of slope, and a horizontal line has no slope. So then you're saying, oh, we don't live in a Euclidean plane, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't do anything to address the problem with this horizontal line you showed me, which you assert to be curved. What's the distance to that horizon, anyway?
I'm sorry, posting your small scale photos over water does nothing. It does. The Earth is huge. It does
Marina,
nothing.
You got this guy here telling you this does nothing. What are you gonna do about that?
There's no land for scale as well. It's just water. All you flat
There's a
earthers
little
just
bit of
post
land in
water. Like
in that
a
first
half
picture,
mile
it's a
difference of
little
water
bit of
does
land.
nothing.
Yeah, so
Avid
Pal here
Grav.
made a mistake. He took a picture over water, which shows nothing. He thinks that it does show something. Well, it does show something.
Yeah.
That's true. It shows a horizontal line, the horizon, which he says is a curve. But now you say, fellow Glober, that that it shows nothing. So what are you guys going to do to resolve this? Seems like you have an
Flat
internal.
Earther didn't post that.
Yeah, you Globers need to get your act together.
Hey, don't let him trigger you, Globers. Okay, he's trying to get a rise audience. His whole thing.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, it worked on you.
Did not, as you can see, I'm perfectly calm. Unlike you.
Well,
what's up,
it
now,
obviously
country?
did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that.
Otherwise, of course, because if I thought what you said.
So anyway, are you Globers going to get your act together?
I've got my act together. Now, are you going to present any evidence of a flat Earth?
You just presented it for me. You showed me the horizontal horizon, right?
Horizon, which wouldn't exist on a flat Earth.
Well, the horizontal flat horizon, which would not exist on a flat Earth, with zero change of slope, which shows an ever-changing slope, according to you. Now, you did a good job.
Hold on. I never said that line had zero slope. I never measured the slope of that line.
So far as
you were asking about a theoretical horizontal line. It's a theoretical thing.
No slope measured. So far for that line that you've shown me, we have zero slope determined.
Yeah, we don't need to know the slope. The fact that there is a line there. Yeah, on a flat Earth, the water and the sky would just blend together eventually at past the limit of your vision.
What do you mean blend together?
Which flat Earth did you test
this on? Have you ever seen something in the distance to where it's so far away that you can't resolve it against the sky? You're looking at like mountains in the distance, so eventually they just start to look like sky.
Maybe if there's fog and stuff in the way. Otherwise, it all converges to a vanishing point.
What is a vanishing point?
I think it's a horizon.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
What's wrong with that?
A vanishing point and a horizon are not the same thing.
I think it's pretty much the same thing.
No.
It's the limit of my vision. It's as far as I can see. And I can increase that vanishing point with an optic too. I can take a P900 camera, and that vanishing point is then extended. The horizon, it moves further back, which it would not do if it was a physical obstruction. So maybe you need to think again about who the idiot is.
Yeah, except we tried that. We were unable to see further than that horizon.
Well, I guess you just didn't do a very good job or didn't use a good enough camera.
Oh.
I can post a video right now for you, which shows exactly
Plenty
that.
of examples.
There's plenty of examples
plenty
of the
of
horizon.
Have you done it? Why would I believe your video? Have you actually done this yourself?
Oh, okay. So if I do it, you're just going to say, why am I going to believe your video?
No, I'm just curious. So you guys want all this stuff for us to do ourselves?
Okay.
So you seem like you've done nothing outside of just talk on Discord.
I'm going to write this down. Here's the standard. I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper. So standard, right? Here's a standard that we can't accept anything that is presented by someone else that you didn't do yourself. Correct? that what we're going with? That's
That's
a standard
not my
we're going to stick to? Oh, it's not your standard, then why are you asking if he did it or not? We can accept evidence that someone else presented that you haven't done yourself?
He asked me if I've done it myself, and then he tells me he's not going to accept any video I post anyway, even if I have.
Oh, jeez.
That's not what I said.
Well, you said what? You asked me why should I believe your video after you asked me if I've done it myself. So why should I even bother answering the question if you're just gonna?
That's not what I asked.
Hand wave
Didn't say
whatever
that.
video I post.
Yeah, just we can present evidence that one is at least able to attempt to verify themselves. Like, is it even possible that someone could go and try and repeat this thing being presented? Is that a good enough
I mean,
standard?
you could just go do it yourself, like I did.
But all you did was prove our point, which is that the horizon is horizontal, i.e., flat. There's no changing slope there. There's no slope at all. Well, I mean, your camera's tilted, so there's that. But
So what did you use to measure the curve on that picture?
What did I do to measure the curve?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. There is no curve to measure.
You just looked at it. Oh, you just assumed there's no curve just because you looked at it and you don't see a curve?
Yeah, I don't see any curve or any slope or change in slope. Do you?
No, I don't, but that's not the point.
Well, that is the point because that's what you were trying to show us with this picture.
That's not what I was trying to show you.
Oh.
Show you that there is a horizon. There's a limit to how far you can see.
Oh, a horizontal line. Okay. So you're making our point for us.
Yeah, no objection there.
That's not what you would expect to see on a flat Earth.
A horizontal horizon? Why not? With horizontal lines that are parallel to it, I think that's exactly what I'd expect.
Why can't I see water past where the sky starts? I'm higher than the water. I'm higher than sea level, right? So I should be able to see. If you're higher than something, you should be able to see it, unless it's too far away to resolve, right?
Right, perhaps.
Okay, then I should be able to see water until it's too far away to resolve, but that's not what we see. We see water, and then we see sky.
And is that because there's a changing slope of that body of water?
Well, that's one possibility.
Doesn't seem like it because I don't see a slope, let alone a changing one.
I see a slope.
But you just said you didn't. Why is the story changing?
You don't see where it slopes past?
No, I don't
You see the result of a slope anyway.
You just keep, yeah, exactly, right? So now you're asserting the effect of a slope. You don't actually see a slope like you admitted earlier. You're just saying that what we did see was due to there being one.
All right, then what's your explanation on the flat Earth?
Well, I don't have one because this was your argument, your evidence that you were going to supply for your claim. So it's not on me to turn around and explain all your arguments for you, is it?
So there's no explanation for how you can have an image that looks like this on a flat Earth?
It's simply the limit of division, which is not determined by any changing slope of the body of water. Go ahead, Tito.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's all good.
I was just going to ask. So, is this? Do you think that lends your reasoning for why there's a horizon credence? Do you think that somehow validates your idea?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh yeah, 100% validates my idea. Unless you can explain how this would work on a flat Earth.
That's a burden reversal. You're supposed to be showing us how this is confirming the Earth that you say that we're on, not turning it around on us to tell you a story about your evidence. If you have to do that, it's clear that you've already lost the plot.
So who's trying to convince who here, first off, in this argument?
I'm not trying to convince well, I'm just trying to elucidate the nonsense of these people, that's all.
Okay.
I was just trying to show some evidence of curving water, which I think that demonstrates pretty
Right? Curving water,
conclusively.
you showed us a horizon line with a zero slope, and a curve is a constant changing slope. So good job not proving your point.
It curves past where you can see, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a blind assertion that you're making. You already told us you don't see a curve. And then you just surmise, well, it must be because it starts to curve over there, even though I don't see any curve here, which is the whole thing I was trying to show. There's another thing too. The horizon, is that like a physical geometric thing? That would be like a tangent with the line of sight of the observer over this curving water that we don't see.
Well, there's a line you could draw a line to the physical horizon.
So
but what you see is always going to be an optical effect of some sort.
Ah, so it's not physical then. Okay.
I'm pretty sure you can see curves on these clouds in this picture, but I would have to measure it to see. But then also you could say, well, the airplane window is curved, or the camera has the fisheye lens effect to it.
Yeah, it could just be an optical effect. So curving clouds, yeah, sounds like an optical effect. Anyway, we're looking for curving bodies of liquids at rest.
Oh, well, I can't show you an image of a.
Well, I know that. That's the whole point of this conversation, is to expose that
you
fact.
can't show me any picture of any liquid at rest. That makes no sense.
I can just take a picture of my cup of tea right now. What are you talking about, dude?
What's the temperature in your tea?
Not sure. Who cares? Maybe it's about.
Is it frozen solid?
No.
So you don't have a glass of ice water. You've got warm tea. I'm assuming, or is it iced tea?
Yeah, maybe it's around 120 or so. I'm not really sure.
Fluid statics is a
Alright, so yeah, it's not
legitimate study. Fluid statics is a legitimate study of how fluid behaves when at rest.
So, what does talking about the temperature of my tea do to establish curving bodies of tea?
Oh, it doesn't do anything, but it shows it's not at rest. Because there's kinetic energy within your.
Okay, so it's not at rest and still it's flat on the surface. Man, this just keeps getting worse.
Is it flat? Have you measured it? What margin of error?
I took a tape measure, and the water level, it was consistent.
What's the margin of error of your tape measure?
I'm not really sure, but I didn't measure any variability.
Okay, but your tape measure probably has like what, a 1/16 of an inch margin of error, plus or minus a little bit for your eyes.
Yeah, I guess we could use a more precise instrument if you want to be that pedantic. I don't think anybody should measure any variation. I don't think that exists. If it did, you would have already shown it to me. But when you tried to, you showed me a horizontal line instead, which is the same thing basically that I'm talking about.
So, I showed you horizon.
It looks like there's really no variability. Unless, of course,
I'll show you a picture of curved water.
Oscillations, waves, and stuff like that. Of course, accounting for that, yeah. But there's no tide or anything like that in my cup of tea. And this is just the way that liquids behave. Even when they're not at rest, according to you.
Okay, so your glass of water is like what? Probably about 3 inches, 4 inches across in diameter.
Yeah,
and you've got
3-inch diameter.
You've got like what, maybe at least a 1/16 inch of variability in your measurement.
No, not variability. That would be the margin error. Error of margin, I mean, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no actual variability there. That's just the
Well, you don't know what variability is. You can't know what variability there is past your
variability is going
margin of error.
There's going to be none detected ever. It was your job to show us that variation, and didn't happen. Oh well.
No, it's your job. It's your job to provide a margin of error analysis.
We have tides and stuff like that. Sea level does vary by a few centimeters or something like that from coast to coast.
Oh,
we're not talking.
It varies by a lot more than centimeters.
How much does it vary by?
Several feet, depending on where you go, I'm sure.
Oh, several feet. Okay, so we're not talking about thousands and thousands of feet of convexity, vertical drop from curvature. All right, yeah, that's fine. I'll take that. That's fine.
What are you talking? What does convexity? Curvature has nothing to do with the variations in sea level. Sea level.
Yeah, I know.
Away from.
That's the whole point. Curvature has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with horizons either. Convexity has nothing to do with.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
In the spherical
I
sense.
still don't understand your point about the horizon.
Well, it's horizontal.
Because you see, the horizon is simply. I mean, you look up the definition, and it's proof the Earth is flat. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, pretty much. I mean, the horizon is just where the sky and the surface appear to meet. And
why?
Then these globers hijack that phenomenon and then say, "Ha, that's proof that I live on a ball." But it's simply just the
Well, in a way, it is because our field of
see you're doing it now. You're hijacking it now.
I'm not hijacking anything. It's trying to use empirical evidence to prove the Earth is round. I
haven't seen it yet. Well, we have the observation of the horizon, right, which you then just assert to be due to the Earth being a ball. But if it was that,
well, it's not due to anything. It's merely in line with all other evidence. Whereas it seems like flat earthers use it to prove the Earth is flat.
Of course. Because it's horizontal, i.e. flat.
So why can't the same go towards us?
Why can't you just take it and use it to prove the opposite of what it is? Horizontal? You want to take that and use that as proof that it's actually a curve? If it's consistent,
it supports the idea that the Earth is curved because things.
Okay.
The Earth has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Of course, things will be locally flat.
Okay, so a horizontal line, which appears to you, as you said, is locally flat, that supports this idea that you have that it's actually curved.
Yes, because that's how mathematics works. That's how a sphere generally works.
That's pretty twisted logic, buddy. That's how mathematics works. We see a horizontal line, and then we do some mental gymnastics to say that supports my assertion of a curved line.
If you have a sphere with a radius of 6,000 kilometers, and then you have a human, 6 feet tall, I don't think they're going to be able to distinctly see the curvature of the Earth standing on it.
Okay, so I can't tell that it's a ball, so it must be a ball.
We can tell because gravity.
You just told me we can't. Because gravity? What do you mean? Explain that one.
Well, how else are we on the ground? Air pressure?
How else are we on the ground, therefore the ground's a ball? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because gravity helps prove our notion the Earth is round. Why else would we be...
Okay. So I'm on the ground due to gravity, which you haven't yet defined. Therefore, the ground is a ball.
The curvature of space-time. All right, that's...
The curvature of space-time is why I'm on the ground.
And now you're going to say space-time isn't real. And then what is real? No.
Well, I mean, perhaps space-time could be could be real, and the Earth isn't a ball. Don't see any actual physical evidence that it is, but I don't see why this notion of space-time necessarily, requires the Earth to be.
Well, it's defining what gravity is. I mean, this is This is what science has stated gravity is. It's not my personal definition.
So there's an experiment for it then.
Well, what centuries of theoretical and experimental physics research. I don't know off the top of my head, but
So
yeah,
there must be a hypothesis somewhere in there.
sure. There's somewhere. I don't know. Einstein's research papers.
We don't know it. Okay, so
Decades.
there's a hypothesis out there for the bending and warping of space-time being the reason that I stay on the ground, but we don't know where it is. Okay.
This hypothesis has been proven. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
haven't
in the
found it.
21st
We
century, in
haven't
the
found this
20th century,
hypothesis, but it's
we've
been
been fortunate
proven.
enough to go to the moon. We've been fortunate enough to send cameras into space to Mars.
Oh, damn.
How do you not believe that?
Yeah, we are really lucky.
You don't understand?
I don't really understand the point you're making, bro. No.
The point is, we've seen it with our own eyes. The Earth is round.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Can we just go to that?
you
then?
haven't seen it.
What are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, you just told me a minute ago that you don't see that because the radius is 6,000 some odd kilometers. So you told me that we don't, but now you flip-flop to we do.
We've seen it from space. We've seen it from the moon.
So when you say we've seen it from space, you mean like you and me? We went to space and we saw it?
The educated section of humanity. That's
Okay,
what I
who
mean.
would that be? Are you included among them?
The non-flat earthers who clearly have never gone to school.
So you're one of the people who have gone to space. So when you say we, yourself is included in that category.
Go on YouTube. Like that's all it takes. There's
You're being
so
really
many videos.
evasive
Do you
about
think
this
every
question, dude.
country in the world is conspiring
Oh,
to
okay.
say the
So it's
Earth
every country.
is
So it
round?
wasn't you. So when you say we, you're actually talking about somebody else who alleges to have done this, not you.
Keep
Not
twisting
me.
my words. You know exactly what I. Instead of twisting my words, provide your own evidence.
For what? I'm not the one scattered
Why do
any brains.
Why do you think I'm on the ground? Why do you think we're standing on the ground right now?
Didn't make a claim about it because I'm heavier than the air. I'll go with that.
You're heavier than
Well,
the
then
air.
that begs
Okay.
the question: why do
And
heavy things go down?
why don't you go left? Why don't you go right? Why don't you go up? What does heavy mean?
Okay. All right. So what are we getting to?
Because technically, you want to say you're denser than air, not heavier than air.
Okay.
Your weight is due to gravity.
Yeah, fine. Oh, due to gravity, due to the bending and warping of space-time.
The bending and warping of space-time allows Earth to create a gravitational force.
So my weight is due
which
to the
is
bending and warping of space-time, which there is a hypothesis for, but you haven't found it yet, right?
If you want to go that deep, in reality, we know nothing. We truly know nothing.
Okay,
so we can. There's infinite dimensions.
So
we only can observe
we
three
don't
dimensions.
know any. So we don't know any of the things that you.
No,
Okay, so
we don't know anything, but we can use
don't know
science
anything.
to make very educated guesses.
So if I want to go that deep, as in I just ask you a trivial, basic question about something that you assert to be a fact, right? And then you can't answer it, then by that standard, we can't know anything. So all the stuff that you said was true, we can't actually know is true.
Isn't like a guy in charge of it?
I don't know. I really don't know what to say.
So I
It seems like
simply
I'm
ask
arguing.
you how
It
you
seems like
know the
it's
bending
a
and
brick
warping of
wall.
space-time. How I know the bending and warping of space-time
You're
is
just
a reason.
ignoring all.
And that's
all the
going too
evidence,
deep.
really.
As soon as we go too deep, as soon as we go so deep as to ask, how do I know that? We've gone too far and now we can't know anything.
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
Okay. So we can't know any of the things that you said. Okay, fine. Thanks.
See, gravity is so weak they can't even prove it with an experiment. Because after 8 years of asking, you figure we'd have an experiment by now.
This is hilarious.
I know, they were
have an
talking
issue
about your
experiment
tea.
does actually prove gravity, but I'm too lazy right now to walk you eggheads through it, so yeah.
So you're just going to keep it all to yourself. You go ahead, bro.
Yeah, help us out with that proof. Come on. Quit
Who wants
bogarting
to
it.
critique my evidence in the chat? I sent a picture.
I did yesterday. Remember, I gave you the flight map that the U.S. military uses. Whatever you posted is not a flight map, so.
That's the map of the Earth.
No, it's not.
Okay, so just give me a map. I just need.
I did.
a
I gave you
single
the one
map.
the military uses.
Yeah, but I showed you with this one. I
You don't
showed you
like
that
the one the
it
military
doesn't
uses
make any
because it goes over or doesn't go or goes over the Greenland, right? You don't like the one I gave you because it goes over Greenland.
Yeah, in this case, because they are close, okay? But
Oh,
in this
so
image
you
that you
can't say
showed me,
that. So you
I
can just
told you
disregard yours.
no, but in this map, if I want to go from let's say Australia to South Africa, in your case, it doesn't really make any sense. Why does it go like? Why does it like go round? It should be straight because we all know that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight one. Why do we need all of this?
Why were you showing an arc on yours?
The arc is what happens in reality. Is the path that we use now.
No, you don't fly in an arc.
Because the Earth is a globe. No, it's not an arc. It's a straight line, but on the globe it looks like this. It looks like an arc.
So
Because
it's
the
not
Earth is actually a globe.
So the shortest distance between 2 points is an arc.
No,
the
it's
shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. If we are
you
talking
can't take
about
a straight line through the Earth.
Yeah, there's no globe.
So is the Earth flat? Okay, the Earth is flat. Okay, so which
No,
means
finally
if
you
I want
said
to go to a
so.
point.
Finally, you agree with us.
No,
Yeah, but there's
of course
nothing in
I
the
don't.
definition of straight that says path that you can take. It's not restricted to that. So straight is just the shortest distance, whatever that would be, between 2 points.
Yeah.
There's nothing in it about
Yeah.
it
Okay.
that says,
So
restricted to the
okay.
surface of a ball or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
you
I'm going
expect them
to
to just
assume
tunnel through
for
the
like
Earth?
the next 5 minutes, I'm going to assume that the Earth
Yeah,
is
so like I
flat.
just said, that's irrelevant to the definition of straight.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. But we are talking about a plane, so it should be a straight path. There are no mountains, there are no trees. It's not like a car. Okay, I should be able to go as straight as possible. Okay, in a plane. Okay, let's forget about the time where you are ascending and when you are descending at the airport, but just between the two points, it should be as straight as possible to save up on gas. So why does it look on the map that I showed? Why does it show that when I go from London to Los Angeles, why do I have to go over Greenland and Canada in order to go to Los Angeles? Why can't I go straight if the Earth is actually flat? Because that's from what I see for the map that I see.
Gave you the flight
it's the
path that
straightest
the
point.
military uses. That's why.
Okay, even the map that you showed me that the military uses, when I go from where is it? Let me just zoom in. It's a bit complicated. When I go from London to Los Angeles, it's a straight line because they used the map they manipulated the map, or
Well, you
it's
can't
like
have
in a
that.
different position.
Can't have that on a globe, straight line.
Is that what happened in reality?
Yeah, you just have a drawing here with some lines drawn on it, and then you go explain this. It's kind of weak.
The military map that he showed, when you write a straight line from Los Angeles to London, it goes over Greenland, which is okay. It also goes over Canada, which is perfect. And now we are good. But the problem with the military map that he showed me is that if I wanted to go from South Africa to Australia to Sydney, in his map, when I write a straight line on his map, it goes from South Africa to Central Africa to Saudi Arabia to China and then to Sydney, which in reality doesn't make any sense. So in his map, when you look at the flight path, there's a red line. It goes from South Africa to Madagascar. And
So
then,
why don't we just cut to the chase? Your claim is that flight paths require oceans to curve.
they require to have a globe. Okay.
Yeah, so oceans must be curving then in that scenario.
The entire globe is curving.
Okay, so just show me. Yeah, just show me that then.
Show you what? A curved globe?
Yeah, curving ocean. Just show me that. Since you say they're required for flight paths to be what they are, okay, that's the case, then oceans necessarily are curved. So just show me that.
I can show you like the quickest image from NASA or the space station, but you don't believe in that. So that's why I brought this up, because this is something that we all can agree on. Everyone has been
Does it require
knows
belief?
the path.
Like, can you validate? Can you validate any of those images, or do I just have to believe them?
The images from NASA or the space station.
Yeah, you said I won't believe them. So is this something that I'm just gonna have to take on faith, or can you actually verify it?
I mean, the images, you can find them everywhere, like on Wikipedia. The
Oh
space
my
station
God! It's not what he asked you.
I'm sorry.
Can
What
you
did you
verify
say?
these pictures? Because you're worried about me believing them. Well, I mean, if belief even has to enter into the question, then it's not what I'm
No,
looking for.
because
I want proof.
last night someone asked me the same question, and I sent a picture from the space station, and he started laughing, saying like space doesn't exist and stuff like that. So what's the solution? So this is why I use something that's very simple. We
Accept the
all can
nature of
agree on.
water. It seeks a flat horizontal surface level when at rest. Just
Water?
that's what you do. Just accept that.
No. Water doesn't require a flat surface. It's just being pulled by gravity. That's it.
Okay, so it's okay.
Like every object is pulled by gravity, and
Okay.
just on
So
the
it takes a
planet is a
curved
globe,
surface
so the
level.
surface
Okay,
of
so
the
it's
Earth
seeking a
is
curved surface then, not a flat one.
depending on the surface which it sits on and the gravity.
Okay, so that would be a curve. So can you show that?
Okay, yeah. Okay, just
show me water resting curved. Every time I look at a body of water, it doesn't seem to be doing that. So help me out.
Okay. Okay, just don't. I don't know. You probably won't believe this, but it's fine. Okay, so how about this one? This is from the one and only NASA. Oh, it's not showing up. It's a messed up extension. Let me check another one. I'm gonna send another one. There are too many clouds. Sorry.
Is that from a video game?
This is from the space station.
How come they can't ever take a picture without a piece of the space station being in the way?
That's just for me to show you the space station. Here's another one about the space station. There was some